Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 151, Chapter 151. Jomi Village. Compared to when Jensen first arrived over 2 years ago, the village hadn't flourished. Instead, it had become more desolate. Of course, this wasn't due to Jensen's poor governance. In reality, most of the true Jomi village had already relocated to the fortress in the sky. Upon receiving intelligence from Samui and under Jensen's instruction, the remaining villagers had now moved to the sky as well. Leader Sama, the relocation of the experimental base has been successfully completed, and all traces have been thoroughly erased. On the new Jomi village above, Hanari, still as youthful and charming as ever, dressed in a ninja outfit, approached Gensu and softly reported. Jensen nodded and glanced down below. "Are there any of our people left on the ground?" Hanari replied, "A squad of the village's security team is finishing up the final tasks." "Oh, and Sasuke is with them." Gensu understood. The so-called security squad was a defensive force in Jomi village, similar to Konoha's security force. Most of the Uchiha in Jomi village had joined the security squad, continuing their old profession. Though Sasuke mainly focused on training, knowing he couldn't live off others for free, he had also joined the security squad, completing some missions and contributing over the past year. "Notify those on the ground to rendezvous at the designated location once they finish up. The airborne fortress will depart now. It's time to move to our new home," Gensu ordered. The intelligence he had just received indicated that a joint team from Konoha and IWA was swiftly approaching Jomi village, with a clear objective. They would arrive soon. Although the airborne fortress had stealth capabilities, it couldn't underestimate the various strange techniques of the shinobi world. To avoid exposure, Gensu decided to move the fortress now and complete the main mission that had been on standby for a long time. As for Sasuke, with his current strength, few in the shinobi world could stop him, so there was nothing to worry about. "Leader Sama, there are other Uchiha members in the ground security squad," Hanari reminded. Gensu waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. The Uchiha clan will eventually return to the shinobi world, sooner or later. The journey to the Land of Fire over a year ago had already made the shinobi world suspect that other Uchiha members still existed. Now, it would only confirm those suspicions. In any case, the Uchiha's revenge would soon begin. Sasuke and Itachi would be the central figures, but the other Uchiha members, burdened with pain and hatred, would also join the fray. Therefore, there was no longer a need for secrecy. It would merely make Konoha feel more bitter. Soon, under Gensu's orders, the power source of the airborne fortress was activated, propelling it toward its predetermined destination, leaving only the squad with Sasuke to finish up. At the same time, 8 figures were swiftly moving through the forest, drawing closer to Jomi village. At one point, one of them suddenly looked up, staring curiously at the clear sky. Beside him, a short-haired girl with pink hair noticed and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Naruto?" "Nothing. I just felt like there was something up there." "I must be imagining things, haha." Naruto, who had grown taller and more muscular, scratched his head with a grin. Sakura glanced at the sky and then back at Naruto. She had thought that Naruto, who had changed so much after not seeing him for a long time, would be more dependable now. However, memories of the past came flooding back. Crack. Sakura clenched her fist and sternly warned, "Naruto, don't mess up this time. We finally have news of Sasuke. We can't afford to miss him again." Hearing Sasuke's name, Naruto immediately straightened up and nodded firmly. "I swear, I'll bring Sasuke back this time." The last time they heard news about Sasuke was over a year ago when he caused havoc at the Fire Temple and the Tsuchigumo clan. At the time, Naruto had been training with Jiraiya and only found out a week after the event, by which time it was too late to pursue him. Determined to get stronger, Naruto pushed himself even harder in training, hoping to earn Jiraiya's approval and continue searching for Sasuke. This was why he had returned to the village several months earlier than in the original timeline. Luckily, soon after his return, Naruto received a mission related to Sasuke. This time, their mission was to secretly investigate Jomi village in the Land of Keys, where Sasuke was hiding. The mission had been designated by the investigation department, and Team 7 was working with a team from IWA. Naruto recognized the leader of the IWA team, Kuratsuchi, whom he had met during the Five Kage summit. She wasn't much older than him and was now a jonin. The other 3 members were Jonin Akatsuki, Jonin Bunya, and Chunin Ichiha. Due to the recent disappearance of a jonin from IWA in the Land of Keys, IWA had dispatched an unusually strong team. Their own side wasn't lacking either. Captain Yamato, who was temporarily leading Team 7 and specialized in Mokutan, had been promoted to Chunin. Then there was Sakura, now also a Chunin and Tsunade's disciple, and Sai, who had recently joined and always wore a fake smile. And then, himself. "Ah, why am I still the only genin?" Naruto scratched his head, feeling frustrated. At that moment, Sai, who had been trying to smile genuinely but still didn't know how, chimed in with a fake smile. You two might have forgotten, but Uchiha Sasuke is now an S-rank missing nin from Konoha. If we find him, the first order for Konoha shinobi is to kill him. Bringing him back to the village won't make much of a difference. Sakura. Naruto. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Sai, recalling what the Konoha missing nin handling manual stated, was confused by the blank stares from Naruto and Sakura. As one of the few survivors from Root who had been on a mission outside when the base was destroyed, Sai had been idle for a while. After Root's disbandment, he was absorbed into the ANBU to continue serving Konoha. Due to the shortage in Team 7, Tsunade had reassigned Sai from ANBU to fill the gap. Though he still lacked social skills, Sai swore he was genuinely trying to learn and meant no harm. He had only been telling the truth. So why did Naruto and Sakura suddenly look so upset? Sai was utterly perplexed. At the front of the group, Yamato, who had left the ANBU to temporarily lead Team 7 due to Kakashi being on another mission, glanced back at his teammates, feeling a strange tension in the air. He sighed. He had a feeling that his first time leading a team was going to be challenging. Chapter 152, Chapter 152. In an awkward silence, Naruto's firm declaration broke through. Sasuke is our comrade. I will bring him back. When the time comes, I'll plead for him with Granny Tsunade. Everything will go back to how it was. It will. That's right. Sakura, whose thoughts had grown heavy moments ago, nodded emphatically in agreement. Is that even possible? Sai asked, looking genuinely surprised. But seeing Naruto pounding his chest in assurance, he could only admit his own ignorance. Just then, a chuckle echoed from nearby. Naruto turned to look and saw it was Kuratsuchi. Compared to their encounter during the Five Kage summit, she had grown taller. However, although Naruto had ghostwritten for Jiraiya's popular Ika novels, becoming a rising star among male readers, and had even developed the harem technique, he had no indecent thoughts towards girls other than the one he liked. Looking at Kuratsuchi, he was simply confused and asked, "What's so funny, Shiratsuchi?" "Oh right, with such fair skin, your name is Shiratsuchi, right?" Kuratsuchi's face darkened instantly. This guy hasn't changed at all since the Five Kage summit. Still just as clueless, she thought, taking a deep breath before responding, although I appreciate the compliment about my fair skin, my name is Kuratsuchi, Naruto. Realizing his mistake, Naruto quickly apologized, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Seeing his genuine apology, Kuratsuchi's expression softened slightly. Answering Naruto's earlier question, she said, I was just laughing at how naive you all are, like little kids. Calling me a kid again. Naruto was about to respond, recalling how Kuratsuchi had called him the same thing during the Five Kage summit, when her next words made his expression change. It's been 2 years, and you're still so naive, Naruto. Do you really think this is some kind of game? Uchiha Sasuke is now an S-rank missing nin from Konoha, and that fact won't change. He's not coming back with you. If you're not prepared to kill him the moment you see him, I'd advise you Konoha brats to turn around and go back to the village. Otherwise, you might lose your lives and drag us down with you. Kuratsuchi's words were blunt. She didn't understand how Konoha had trained Naruto and his friends to be this way. But now, they were her teammates. If they couldn't face reality and hesitated in battle, it would only lead to disaster for her team. Kill Sasuke. Naruto was about to protest when Yamato suddenly appeared by his side, placing a hand on his shoulder to stop him. With a serious expression, Yamato said, Don't forget that our main mission is to investigate Jomi village. We should avoid unnecessary fights if possible. As for Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, as Konoha shinobi, I hope you focus on the mission. Faced with Yamato's rare stern gaze, both Naruto and Sakura nodded silently. Seeing this, Yamato turned to Kuratsuchi and said, Rest assured, Kuratsuchi, the Konoha shinobi know what they need to do. All right then. Kuratsuchi shrugged, letting the matter drop. After all, the Ninetales Jinchuriki was a powerful ally, as long as he knew his role. Though she had teased Naruto for his naivety, in truth, if she had a friend like him, she would be happy too. Unfortunately, her childhood friend, Daidara, had abandoned everything, including the prestigious position of Tsuchiga's disciple and even her, for his obsession with art. To this day, Kuratsuchi found it unbelievable and often wondered if Daidara's head was filled entirely with explosives. With that brief internal conflict resolved, the joint team of Konoha and IWA continued their silent advance toward Jomi village. As they passed over a steel bridge spanning a canyon, both Naruto and Sakura remembered this place from when Sasuke had passed through and fought alongside Kakashi-sensei. They also recalled Kakashi's rumored girlfriend and, most importantly, their time fighting side by side with Sasuke. Crossing the bridge, Naruto, who had been deep in thought, approached Yamato and spoke in a low voice, Captain Yamato. Yamato turned to look at him. Naruto asked quietly, "Is that really how the village feels about Sasuke?" Yamato was silent for a moment before replying, "Naruto, remember, you're a Konoha shinobi." Naruto hung his head. Naturally kind-hearted, Yamato couldn't help but feel for Naruto. After thinking for a moment, he patted Naruto on the shoulder and smiled warmly, "Naruto, if you don't want to have any regrets, then keep growing. Grow until you're so strong that no one can ignore you. Then, when you speak, people will listen." Though he had only been with Naruto for a short time, Yamato quickly grew fond of the boy who had been shunned and hated by so many in the village but had never succumbed to darkness. Naruto had remained cheerful and slowly but surely changed the perceptions of those around him through his actions. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Yamato believed Naruto had the potential to achieve what he had just said. "Yeah." Naruto nodded firmly, his determination reignited. Returning to Sakura's side, Naruto raised his hand, clenching it into a fist, and declared, "I won't give up on bringing Sasuke back. That's my nindo." Of course, like Kuratsuchi and Captain Yamato said, "For everyone's safety, if I have to break Sasuke's arms and legs, I'll do it." Naruto. At that moment, Sakura realized how much Naruto had truly grown. He had grown to a level that even she couldn't reach. But she was no longer the girl who only cried. "So, Naruto, let's both do our best." Sakura tightened her gloves and smiled brightly. Beside them, Sai, watching Naruto and Sakura's shifting emotions, couldn't quite understand. Human emotions were so complicated. "Maybe I should buy a book on emotional intelligence when I get back," he thought. Whoosh. 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 The team swiftly crossed the steel bridge, moving through the forest and over hills with stealth and speed. 10 minutes later, a glimpse of a building belonging to the secret village of Jomi came into view, nestled within the forest and hills. As the nominal leader of this mission, Yamato raised his hand, and the team instantly came to a halt. With everyone watching, Yamato approached a large tree, pressing his hand against it. Using Mokuton, he began to sense everything within the surrounding forest. Chapter 153, Chapter 153. After sensing the surroundings, Yamato frowned and reported, "There's no one here." It was unusual for a village known for selling information to have no guards at its outskirts. "The village is also completely silent," Kuratsuchi said, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the village ahead. Had the people of Jomi village already relocated? Had their mission been compromised? Both Kuratsuchi and Yamato considered this possibility. Regardless, the mission had to proceed. Yamato gestured, and the group immediately moved into the village, sneaking forward. Click. The sound of a lock being picked echoed softly. With the massive lock on the door falling away, Naruto and Sakura quickly entered the house, sweeping their gaze from left to right. Finding nothing of note, they returned to the entrance, where Yamato, Sai, Kuratsuchi, Akatsuki, Bunya, and Uchiha emerged from the houses they had searched. After exchanging glances, the group continued their search through Jomi village. One by one, giant locks were opened. One by one, houses and secret chambers were inspected. Still, no useful clues were found. Everything was too clean. Sasuke. Naruto, having finally gotten some news of Sasuke, clenched his fists, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away again. He quickened his pace, searching the village with increasing urgency. Sakura, seeing Naruto's determination, also sped up. Time passed quickly. Having searched most of the village, the Konoha and Iwa shinobi gathered at the entrance of a large underground base. Together, they ventured into the base, moving swiftly through rows upon rows of densely packed rooms, continuing their search. This was once the intelligence storage center of Jomi village. Room after room contained scrolls meticulously organized by time period, displayed neatly on shelves, a truly impressive sight. Now, however, the rooms were empty. The few scrolls that remained were blank. "There's nothing, nothing at all." Naruto ran through corridor after corridor, pushing open door after door, only to be met with disappointment time and again. Just as he was starting to lose hope, the group pushed open the last door of the underground base. Blinding sunlight streamed in, causing everyone, who had been in the dark for so long, to instinctively lower their eyes. In that instant, Naruto's eyes widened, his face lighting up with joy. Sasuke. He saw him. Outside, bathed in sunlight, was the person he had longed to see, the one who had grown taller and looked more mature. Sasuke. Naruto finally couldn't hold back his emotions and shouted. Sasuke. Sakura looked in disbelief, her eyes welling up with tears. Yamato, Sai, Kuratsuchi, and the others quickly tensed, realizing they had finally caught up. "Sasuke, do you know those people?" asked Yukii, the captain of Jomi village's security squad, who had just finished the final tasks and was preparing to leave according to plan. He glanced at the newcomers and questioned Sasuke. Sasuke turned around, his gaze calmly passing over Naruto and Sakura. Though it had been 2 years, he still recognized them immediately. He nodded calmly and said, "They were my teammates from my time in Konoha." Upon hearing this, Izumi, dressed in her ninja attire, looked over the group, focusing particularly on the emotional Naruto and Sakura. Smiling faintly, she said, "It's clear you had a close bond." "Indeed," Sasuke replied without hesitation. He had long abandoned the belief that severing bonds was the only way to grow stronger, as Itachi had once told him. While he no longer had strong feelings toward Konoha, the bond he shared with Naruto, Sakura, and Team 7 still existed. Of course, while there was still camaraderie, Sasuke's new identity meant he wouldn't let those bonds hold him back if it came to a fight. Sasuke. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto was overwhelmed with emotion. He had so much he wanted to say, but when the moment came, he didn't know where to start. "Should we say goodbye before we leave?" Uchiha Jin, the only one from Jomi village who hadn't spoken yet, asked. Having married and had children, his previously sharp demeanor had softened considerably, allowing him to speak with more calmness. As for the potential danger ahead, the pride of the Uchiha still remained. As members of the squad responsible for wrapping things up, Jin, Sasuke, and Izumi all had 3 Tomo Sharingan, while Yukii, the captain, was an elite Jonin. The incoming group stood no chance of stopping them. This was why Jin and the rest of the squad were so confident, even making light jokes with Sasuke. Hearing Jin, Sasuke gave a casual nod, his gaze briefly sweeping over the unfamiliar IWA shinobi. "IWA shinobi, huh?" he muttered, easily guessing their purpose for being here. After all, he had been the one to capture the IWA Jonin that Jensen used as a sacrifice for Edo Tensei. Sasuke turned his attention back to Naruto, Sakura, and the other Konoha shinobi he didn't recognize. He spoke calmly, "It's been a while, Naruto, Sakura. Where's Kakashi? Didn't he come?" Sasuke was slightly suspicious that Kakashi, known for his sneak attacks, might be hiding somewhere nearby. Yamato stepped forward and answered, "Captain Kakashi isn't here. I'm leading the mission this time. The objective is to bring you, Sasuke, back to Konoha." The mission to investigate Jomi village had already failed. For Yamato, the next best thing was to bring Uchiha Sasuke back. Sasuke surely had valuable information about Jomi village. Not just Sasuke, though, his companions might also have information. Yamato's eyes briefly scanned Izumi and the other 2. Though they gave him a vague sense of danger, the addition of the IWA team put them at a numerical advantage. At that moment, Kuratsuchi spoke up, "Uchiha Sasuke, right? Let me ask you, what happened to IWA Shinobi Ishikawa, who came here a week ago?" Sasuke turned his head. "Ishikawa? If you mean the big guy who specialized in Doton, he's no longer with us." "What do you mean, no longer with us?" "Obviously, I killed him." Crack. Kuratsuchi clenched her fists, her gaze instantly turning cold. "A missing nin like you dares to be so arrogant. Doton, Dosakibari." Not wanting to waste any more time, Kuratsuchi swiftly formed hand seals, and bamboo shoot-like rocks erupted from the ground, aiming to pierce through Sasuke and the others from Jomi village. Seeing this, Yamato and the others had no choice but to join the fight. The battle had officially begun. Chapter 154, Chapter 154. Mokuton, Daijirin no Jutsu. Yamato extended his right hand, and multiple wooden tendrils shot out from his arm, aiming to capture Sasuke, who had just dodged Kuratsuchi's Doton, Dosakibari and leapt into the air. Mokuton. Sasuke, having witnessed Jensen's battle with the Edo Tensei version of Senju Hashirama, was no stranger to Mokuton. He just hadn't expected that the legendary release would be wielded by a relatively unknown Konoha shinobi, who had replaced Kakashi as the leader of Team 7. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, and his body twisted mid-air, narrowly avoiding the pursuing wooden tendrils. However, the wood still relentlessly followed, bending and stretching towards him again. Clang. Sasuke landed on the ground, unsheathing his sword. Infusing it with Raiten chakra, he unleashed a Chidori blade, slicing through the incoming wood effortlessly. Doton, Gorimu no Jutsu. Kuratsuchi charged at Sasuke, her right hand covered by a massive stone fist, ready to deliver a heavy punch. A figure flashed before her. Clang. A short blade blocked her stone-covered punch. Izumi stood before her, smiling faintly as she said, "I'll be your opponent from here on." On the other side of the battlefield, Yamato prepared to engage further, only for a massive Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu to suddenly fly at him from close range. Yamato didn't hesitate and pressed his hands to the ground. Mokuton, Mokujihiki. Wooden pillars erupted from the ground, curving to form a dome that shielded him. The fireball collided with it, scorching the wood black but ultimately dispersing. Watching his Gokaku fail, Jin wasn't disappointed. Instead, he smirked, intrigued. "So, this is Mokuton. Interesting. Let's see if it's really as powerful as the legends say." Leave this guy to me, Sasuke. You should go catch up with your old friends, Jin said with a casual nod. Given their camaraderie, Sasuke had no objections. But at this moment, he was already surrounded by Naruto, Sakura, and the unfamiliar young boy who seemed to have taken his place in Team 7, leaving him no room to respond. Do these people really think they're so invincible? Yamato couldn't understand the confidence of Sasuke's teammates. Two of them were facing him and Kuratsuchi, while the last one was single-handedly dealing with Akatsuki, Bunya, and Uchiha. Yamato couldn't fathom where their self-assurance came from. But soon, Yamato understood. To his surprise, the first disruption in the battle didn't come from the smaller group but from Akatsuchi's side, despite their numerical advantage. Well, I guess since I'm the captain, they gave me the bigger challenge, Uchiha muttered, looking at the three IWA shinobi waiting in formation. He clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. He had wanted to test his skills against Mokutan, but unfortunately, Jin had beaten him to it. Oh well, let's get this over with. Uchiha's hands moved, his chakra surging. As a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, the Hagoromo clan was known to rival the Uchiha and Senju clans, thanks to its unique heritage. Unlike the Uchiha, who inherited Indra's Sharingan, and the Senju, who inherited Ashura's physical prowess, the Hagoromo clan inherited the sage's profound understanding of chakra. This meant that members of the Hagoromo clan had an easier time comprehending and manipulating chakra nature transformations and shape transformations, giving them superior control over the 7 chakra elements compared to other shinobi clans. Coupled with their naturally large chakra reserves, members of the Hagoromo clan could adapt to various situations by using different elemental ninjutsu, making their fighting style both elegant and versatile. This was why, during the Warring States period, the second most feared enemy after an Uchiha with a Sharingan wasn't a member of the Senju clan but someone from the Hagoromo clan. After all, if an opponent excelled in Katan, the Hagoromo shinobi would immediately counter with Suton. If the opponent used Raiden, they would counter with Futon, and so on. For most shinobi, facing an opponent with elemental superiority made victory nearly impossible, unless the difference in power was overwhelming. Jensen's ability to create so many Kekkei Genkai and his deep mastery of the 7 chakra natures was certainly aided by his Hagoromo clan bloodline. Of course, not all members of the Hagoromo clan were equally gifted. Uchiha, though not as prodigious as Gensu, had still mastered all 7 chakra nature transformations to a significant degree, thanks to his bloodline. Katan, Goka Mekyaku. Futon, Tatsumaki Kyufu. Uchiha's hands moved rapidly, combining Katan and Futon techniques in quick succession. The fire and wind fused into a massive, devastating combo technique that surged toward the 3 IWA shinobi. In an instant, a sea of flames roared to life. The firestorm was so intense that both Uchiha Jin and Yamato had to momentarily retreat to avoid being consumed by it. Did the captain have to start with such overkill? Jin sighed as he glanced at the rolling inferno. Understanding Uchiha's power well, Jin didn't need to look any longer. Instead, he flashed back toward Yamato, resuming their fight. Yamato, now more concerned, refocused on the battle ahead. Doton, Doryu Johiki. Faced with the massive sea of flames, Akatsuki and the others quickly reacted. Together, they slammed their hands into the ground, summoning towering earth walls to block the incoming fire. Boom. The clash of powerful techniques created an explosion of dust and debris. Feeling the strain as their earth walls finally held back the flames, Uchiha exhaled in relief. But before he could fully relax, a hand shot up from the ground. Boom. In an instant, Uchiha was yanked underground, the force of the earth's compression knocking him out cold. One down. Uchiha rose from the ground and immediately charged toward Bunya. Bunya, not taking any chances, activated Doton, Kokujutsu, encasing his body in hardened stone for a close-quarters brawl. Seeing this, Uchiha quickly formed hand seals. Raiten, Kaminari no Yari. A blinding lightning spear formed in his hand, shooting forward with incredible speed and piercing through Bunya's hardened skin. Crack! A hole opened in Bunya's stone armor. That's 2. Uchiha pressed his advantage, blood spraying as he prepared to finish off his injured opponent. Suddenly, a massive fist came barreling toward him. Uchiha blocked the attack, but the sheer force of the blow pushed him back several steps. He looked up to see Akatsuki, his large, seemingly gentle frame now imposing. This one's not so simple, Uchiha muttered, shaking his reddened hand, his expression becoming more serious. Chapter 155, Chapter 155. The battle between Uchiha, Jin, and Izumi raged intensely. Sasuke glanced at them briefly before turning his attention back to Naruto and the others. Sasuke, this time, I will definitely bring you back. Naruto said firmly, his gaze locked on Sasuke, the sounds of battle surrounding them. Sasuke looked at Naruto, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Naruto, wasn't your dream to become Hokage? Instead of chasing me down, you should spend more time training. Naruto clenched his fists and responded, word by word, how can someone who can't even save a comrade become Hokage? Sasuke's eyes lowered slightly as he shook his head. Naruto, you still don't understand. I never needed to be saved. You're still stuck in the past. When will you open your eyes and truly see the world for what it is? If opening my eyes means losing a friend forever, I'd rather remain a fool. Naruto bumped his fists together, his fighting spirit reignited. No matter what, even if I have to break your arms and legs, I'll bring you back, Sasuke. And after that, I'll keep working hard. I'll do it, and that's my Nindo. Naruto. Hearing Naruto's resolve, Sakura's expression became serious. Finally, she spoke up, just like Naruto said, no matter the cost, Sasuke, I will bring you back. Sasuke finally glanced at Sakura but said nothing in response. So, can we fight now? Sai, who had been standing in position for a while, asked cautiously. Naruto responded with action. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Poof 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 poof. In a cloud of smoke, dozens of Naruto's shadow clones appeared, all cracking their knuckles as they charged toward Sasuke. However, Sai's attack reached Sasuke first. Ninpo, Choju Giga. Sai unrolled his prepared scroll, and two ink lions leapt from its surface, roaring as they charged at Sasuke. Ink. Sasuke observed calmly, raising his blade. With lightning chakra coursing through it, the blade extended, and with two swift strikes, he cut the lions in half. Splash. The ink splattered onto the ground. In that instant, Sasuke moved. His speed was incredible as he charged into the midst of Naruto's shadow clone army. The sound of clones dispersing filled the air. Compared to over 2 years ago, Naruto's army of shadow clones fought with more coordination and skill, and his taijutsu had improved significantly. Against most opponents, such an onslaught would be overwhelming. However, while Naruto had grown stronger, Sasuke's progress was even more significant. Compared to the battle at Mount Katsuragi, Sasuke's speed, strength, and chakra reserves had all increased considerably. With his 3-tomo Sharingan, no matter how hard Naruto tried, he couldn't land a hit on Sasuke. One by one, his clones were dispersed. But soon, as Sasuke dispatched yet another clone, he noticed something different. Sakura, who had donned gloves, leapt high into the air, her right fist clenched as she aimed a punch straight at him. Sasuke's Sharingan spun. Her chakra is focused in her right hand. I can't take this head on. For the first time, Sasuke moved to retreat. Boom. In the next moment, the ground where Sasuke had been standing exploded into a crater over 10 meters wide under the force of Sakura's punch. So, she's learned the monster strength technique, huh? Jensen had never been stingy with his knowledge of ninjutsu. Anyone in Jomi village who wanted to learn could borrow the relevant scrolls. Sasuke had once tried to learn the monster strength technique but gave up when he realized he lacked the precise chakra control required. This situation was common in Jomi village. Just because Jensen was willing to teach didn't mean others could master what he knew. What he could do was often too advanced. Even with his bloodline, the development of Kekkei was a monumental challenge. Although the Hagoromo clan had a deep understanding of chakra nature, even Hiruzen Sarutobi, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, had never developed a Kekkei despite mastering thousands of jutsu. The fusion of two chakra natures was far more difficult than mastering the individual nature transformations or shape transformations. It even required a bit of luck. Sasuke had always been confident in his abilities. But after meeting Gensu and being exposed to secret techniques he couldn't master, he understood the vast difference between them. That's why Sasuke had stopped aiming too high in the last 2 years and instead focused on perfecting his Chidori-based fighting style. As a result, his strength had increased significantly. By now, Sasuke was far stronger than when he had killed Orochimaru in the original timeline. However, seeing Sakura now wielding the monster strength technique, which he had been unable to learn, left Sasuke somewhat surprised and curious. Recalling the information he had gathered from Jomi village, where the 5th Hokage Tsunade had formally taken Sakura as her apprentice, Sasuke's eyes briefly flickered with admiration. The girl who once only knew how to cry had grown up. Sasuke. Sakura, pulling her fist from the crater, immediately charged at Sasuke again. Just as Sasuke was about to move, he suddenly froze. Looking down, he saw 2 ink snakes wrapped tightly around his legs. At the same time, Naruto, with a Rasengan in hand, rushed towards Sasuke from behind. Sasuke remained calm, clapping his hands together as a dense electric net expanded from his body. The ink snakes were instantly dispersed, and Sakura had to retreat. Finally, the Naruto charging at him with the Rasengan also disappeared in a puff of white smoke. But it wasn't over yet. Rasengan. Naruto's voice rang out once more. The air was filled with powerful spiraling winds as Sasuke turned to see a wave of Naruto's shadow clones, each carrying a Rasengan, charging toward him again. There were too many Rasengan, and the sheer chakra pressure disrupted everything in front of Sasuke. Realizing that his Chidori-style techniques wouldn't be enough to cover all of them, and feeling the overwhelming amount of chakra Naruto possessed, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals. Suten, Mizurappa. A large wave of water surged from Sasuke, flooding the area and sweeping away the ink creatures that Sai had hidden nearby. While Sasuke was more proficient in Katan and Raiden, as Jensen's student, he had mastered the basics of all chakra natures. Although his mastery of Suten wasn't as deep, it was still effective. Raiden, Jibashi. As the water reached the feet of Naruto's clones, Sasuke thrust his lightning-infused hand into the water. Crackle. Electricity surged through the water, electrocuting the Naruto clones and causing them to vanish one by one in puffs of white smoke. Chapter 156, Chapter 156. Time is limited. Everyone, let's wrap this up quickly, Yukiai's voice rang out just as Sasuke finished dispersing Naruto's shadow clone army. Sasuke's previously casual expression turned serious, and in an instant, he moved. Sai barely registered a blur in front of him before Sasuke appeared directly in front of him. So fast. Thanks to his rigorous training en route, Sai managed to draw his short blade just in time. Clang clang clang. A series of metallic clashes echoed, and then... slash. Blood splattered as Sasuke's blade, charged with lightning chakra, pierced through Sai's left shoulder. Sai. Sakura's eyes widened in shock. Clenching her fist, she rushed forward to stop Sasuke from attacking further. With his blade still crackling with lightning, Sasuke turned slightly, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning. Sakura's every move appeared to him as if in slow motion. Your movements are still a bit crude. With a calm remark, Sasuke, fully predicting Sakura's actions, stepped forward, disrupting her rhythm. Before she could adjust, he grabbed her wrist with his left hand, pressed down on her shoulder with his right hand, and threw her across the room. Boom. Sakura crashed into the wall of the underground base, creating a large crater, with dust and debris scattering everywhere. Sakura. Naruto, having just recovered from the effects of Sasuke's lightning attack, saw this end, enraged, charged at Sasuke with his fist raised. Smack. Sasuke extended his left hand, catching Naruto's punch effortlessly. Naruto, go back and play your ninja games. Damn it. Naruto gritted his teeth and refused to give up, throwing another punch. At that moment, something unexpected occurred. Upon hearing Yukiai's command, Jin hadn't responded right away. Dodging Yamato's attacks, he turned and asked in surprise, if we're going to end this quickly, does that mean we're going all out? Captain, are you sure about this? Without looking back as he fought Akatsuki, Yukiai replied, we've been given orders from above. There's no need to hide anymore. Oh, is that so? Jin grinned widely, laughing. Yamato didn't understand why his opponent was laughing, but he had a bad feeling. Before he could act, Jin spoke again, in that case. He glanced toward Izumi, who was in the middle of her fight with Kuratsuchi. Izumi smiled brightly. Let's do it. With those words, both Izumi and Jin closed their eyes. When they opened them again, the Sharingan, with three tomo, glowed in their eye sockets. Sharingan. Both Kuratsuchi and Yamato's expressions changed instantly. Yamato, who had experience with Sharingan due to his time in the ANBU under Kakashi, immediately averted his gaze from Jin, knowing full well what the blood-red eyes could do. Kuratsuchi, however, was slower to react, not having faced the Uchiha before. Out of habit, she met Izumi's gaze directly. The moment she locked eyes with the red, spinning tomo, her body froze, and she was sent flying backward, completely immobilized. Yamato quickly formed a wood clone to catch Kuratsuchi, while he slammed his hands into the ground. Mokutan, Jukai Heki. A long row of wooden vines erupted from the ground, forming a barrier-like wall between him, Kuratsuchi, and the two Uchiha. Boom. Soon enough, the wooden wall was shattered, revealing Jin and Izumi, their Sharingan still active. Panting slightly, Yamato couldn't help but ask, Sharingan. Who are you, really? Why do you have the Sharingan? Sharingan. Naruto, who was still fighting Sasuke, overheard Yamato's loud question and glanced at Sasuke, thinking, isn't the Sharingan right here with Sasuke? Seeing that Sasuke had paused, his expression uncharacteristically shifting toward surprise as he looked in Yamato's direction, Naruto followed his gaze. And then, Naruto saw the two familiar red eyes. They have the same eyes as Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei. Those are the Sharingan. But, didn't the Uchiha clan get wiped out? How do these people also have the Sharingan? Naruto, who cared deeply about Sasuke, knew a fair bit about the Uchiha massacre. It was because of this knowledge that he voiced the same question as Yamato. Meanwhile, as Sakura finished treating Sai's wounds, she noticed Sasuke's expression change for the first time, his usual calm demeanor faltering. Her intuition as a girl immediately told her something. This was likely the reason Sasuke didn't want to return to the village. The once chaotic battlefield suddenly quieted at the mention of the Sharingan. Facing Yamato's confused and surprised inquiry, Jin laughed. Why do we have the Sharingan? That's the funniest thing I've heard today. If outsiders can have the Sharingan, why can't true Uchiha possess the Sharingan? Yamato, of course, knew that members of the Uchiha clan could awaken the Sharingan. But the Uchiha clan had been wiped out. Other than Sasuke, how could any other Uchiha have survived? Wait a minute. There had been one more. The man who had accompanied Sasuke during the battle at Mount Katsuragi and the Fire Temple. Thinking back, Yamato studied the two Uchiha before him more carefully. They seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place them. He couldn't help but ask again, are you members of the Uchiha clan from Konoha? Konoha. Jin chuckled. After receiving a nod of confirmation from Yukii, he smirked and introduced himself, Uchiha Jin. Izumi followed calmly, Uchiha Izumi. Yamato's expression shifted slightly upon hearing their names. He had no memory of Uchiha Jin. However, Izumi rang a bell, as he had crossed paths with her during his time in ANBU when Itachi was also a member. He vaguely remembered seeing Itachi and a young Uchiha girl together outside of missions. If his memory was correct, her name was indeed Uchiha Izumi. Could the woman in front of him really be that same girl? So, this is a civil war within Konoha now. Kuratsuchi, who had regained consciousness, couldn't help but sarcastically remark. She didn't know the full story behind the Uchiha massacre, but now it seemed that every opponent they faced was an Uchiha. Everyone knew that the Uchiha clan was once part of Konoha. Kuratsuchi was beginning to wonder what kind of conflict they were really involved in today. As Yamato pondered the sudden influx of information, sensing a deeper conspiracy, he took a deep breath. Though his hopes were slim, he decided to try anyway and said, I don't know what happened in the past, but the Uchiha were once a part of Konoha. If you're willing, you could return to Konoha. Chapter 157, Chapter 157. Hey, trying to recruit them right under my nose, are we? Yukii, the only one in the group not from the Uchiha clan, chuckled as he folded his arms upon hearing Yamato's proposal. On the opposite side, Akatsuki, careful not to make eye contact with Yukii, asked in a low voice, are you an Uchiha too? I'm not. Yukii, who took great pride in being from the Hagoromo clan, immediately denied it without hesitation. That's good, Akatsuki sighed in relief. He wasn't comfortable talking without looking someone in the eye, it felt impolite. Meanwhile, Jin, whose wife was Yukii's sister, quickly voiced his loyalty, Captain, you know where my loyalty lies. Yukii glanced at Jin and nodded casually. Who would have thought that despite Jin's wild and arrogant exterior, he was utterly obedient to his wife? Betrayal? That was simply out of the question. Yamato, after hearing the exchange between Yukii and Jin, quickly processed the situation in his mind. This man isn't from the Uchiha clan but is a shinobi from Jomi village. If the Uchiha willingly call him captain, he must be incredibly strong. Small villages aren't supposed to produce such figures, unless he's from the Hagoromo clan. As the leader of this mission, Yamato had access to a wealth of intelligence gathered by the United Investigation Teams, including a key piece of information. The Hagoromo clan, once as renowned as the Uchiha in Senju, had mysteriously disappeared from the shinobi world. Rumor had it that they had settled in Jomi village. Now it seemed that rumor was very likely true. Moreover, considering Jin's attitude toward Yukii, Yamato's suggestion of bringing them back to Konoha was clearly impossible. Yamato sighed inwardly. The thought of the Uchiha and Hagoromo clans joining forces was unsettling. To make matters worse, there was also Gensu, whose ability seemed unfathomable, leading them. Sure enough, Izumi, who had been mostly quiet until now, spoke up with a firm rejection, the Uchiha will never return to Konoha. We've had enough of being looked down on by its villagers, and we don't want to risk being labeled traitors again, facing another massacre. Wait, what? There's something deeper here. Kuratsuchi and the other IWA shinobi perked up, ready to soak in the drama. Although they were working alongside Konoha for now, they didn't forget that they were still rivals. Hearing Konoha's dirty laundry. That was something they were eager to spread. Why? Naruto, not waiting for Yamato to respond, asked anxiously. He had been so happy when Yamato suggested that the Uchiha could return to the village. After all, that meant Sasuke would come back too. But now, with Izumi rejecting the offer outright, Naruto couldn't understand. Why did people have to fight to the death? They were once family, so why couldn't they just reconcile? Idiot, Sasuke muttered from the side. He had thought that over the past 2 years, Naruto's strength had increased, and maybe his mind had matured a little as well. But in the end, he was still the same, always seeing things through rose-colored glasses. A shattered mirror, no matter how carefully pieced back together, could never be the same as before. Even if you managed to repair it, the cracks inside would always remain invisible yet ever present. The Uchiha, having endured one night of massacre, would never entrust their fate to Konoha again. Besides, compared to Konoha, the Uchiha already had a better place to pledge their loyalty. Naruto fell silent. He couldn't understand why Sasuke, Kuratsuchi, and so many others thought of him as foolish, naive, and unrealistic. Yes, he didn't understand the world of adults. But did that mean the adult world was right? What was wrong with trying to exchange one sincere heart for another? Even if others didn't want to, couldn't, or wouldn't, he was willing to keep trying. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, there were always obstacles in his way. So, just as Captain Yamato said, I have to keep growing. I need to become strong enough that no one can ignore me, Naruto thought, clenching his fists, his expression complicated. At that moment, a sinister red chakra began leaking uncontrollably from Naruto's body. Disappointment, pain, helplessness, I can feel your intense emotions, came a voice from deep within him. Boy, do you want to stop everything around you? Do you want everything to go your way? Power. You need more power. In the dark, sealed space, the massive form of the Ninetales emerged from the shadows, its glowing eyes glaring through the cage as it tempted Naruto, tear off the seal on the bars, and I'll give you the power you need. Power that can change everything. Power. I need power. Naruto muttered, walking toward the cage instinctively. In the real world, the ominous crimson chakra of the Ninetales began to envelop Naruto, covering his entire body. Naruto. Yamato, shocked by the sudden outburst of tailed beast chakra, panicked. He had no choice but to prioritize suppressing the chakra. Just as he prepared to use Mokuton to forcibly suppress the beast's energy, something unexpected happened. Sasuke, Jin, and Izumi, sensing the change, turned toward Naruto. Their three Tomo Sharingan activated simultaneously. In the blink of an eye. Drip. In the damp, water-filled space of the seal. Sasuke, Jin, and Izumi appeared beside Naruto. Sasuke looked up and saw the massive beast behind the golden bars, its mere size enough to shock anyone. His eyes widened slightly. So this is the Ninetales. Seeing it with his own eyes, Sasuke had never imagined that the monster sealed inside Naruto would be so enormous. That revoltingly familiar scent. It's the cursed Sharingan. The Ninetales, noticing the intruders, immediately turned to see the three pairs of eyes it despised staring at him. Naruto, who had been under the beast's influence, snapped out of his daze as he saw Sasuke and the others. Looking around in confusion, he asked, Huh? How did I get here? And Sasuke, why are you here too? Before Sasuke could respond, bubbles began to rise from the water, forming a gigantic fox head with slit eyes glaring coldly at the three intruders. The naturally evil Uchiha. The Ninetales had almost succeeded in luring Naruto, only to be interrupted by these three. And the beast hadn't forgotten the times it had been controlled by the Sharingan, leading to its two humiliating defeats. One time, it had been beaten by Senju Hashirama and sealed within a Jinchuriki. The second time, it had been split in half, with only one part of itself remaining in the real world. Both instances could be traced back to the Uchiha. Old grudges and new hatred swirled within the Ninetales as it lowered its head, ready to tempt Naruto once again. Chapter 158, Chapter 158. You young, ambitious Uchihas, seeking more power, aiming for revenge for your clan. Come closer to me, and I will grant you, the Ninetales began to entice them with its usual venomous allure. But before it could finish, a slender hand clamped down on its mouth. Izumi interrupted the beast, her expression uncharacteristically cold. Ninetales. I remember that night vividly. On the night of the Ninetales rampage, Izumi had witnessed the deaths of countless loved ones under the monster's claws. She held no fondness for the beast, nor did she care to hear any more of its poisonous words. My mother also died that night, Jin added, stepping forward to press down on the fox's snout with seething rage. The night the Ninetales attacked had left the Uchiha district in ruins, just like the rest of Konoha. Even though Sasuke had been a baby at the time, safely held in Uchiha Itachi's arms, the devastation was not something easily forgotten. Though Sasuke lacked personal memories of that night, he shared the same hatred. He glanced at Naruto, who stood frozen and unsure of what to do, before speaking coldly. Tailed beasts don't die. The best punishment is to keep it locked inside a Jinchuriki forever, never to see the light of day. With that, Sasuke also placed his hand on the bubbling fox's mouth. You wretched Uchiha. Before the Ninetales could finish its hateful rant, Sasuke, Izumi, and Jin pressed down firmly, causing the giant fox head made of chakra to burst into foam, shattering completely. In an instant, everyone in the mindscape disappeared. Back in reality, the trio withdrew their gaze as Yamato's delayed Mokuton finally wrapped itself around Naruto, who had calmed down, and sealed the rampaging tailed beast chakra back inside him. Naruto's crisis had passed. Yamato, still tense, didn't relax just yet. He turned toward Sasuke and the others, who were preparing to continue their assault. With 3 Uchiha wielding the fully matured Sharingan and 1 equally powerful ally, the odds were no longer in his favor. His team was already injured and weary from the previous exchanges. Realizing that the battle could end disastrously if they pushed further, Yamato made up his mind to retreat. He swiftly pulled the still-bound Naruto back to his side. Before Sasuke's group could strike again, Yamato brought his hands together in a firm clap and shouted. Mokutan, Jukai Koten. Wood release, birth of dense woodland. A mass of trees sprouted from the ground, creating a thick forest of vines and trunks. Though not as powerful as Hashirama's legendary techniques, it was more than enough to enclose the battlefield. Out of caution, Sasuke and his team withdrew to avoid getting trapped within the dense wood. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yamato motioned for the rest of the team to retreat swiftly. Sasuke. Naruto wanted to say something, but seeing the injured Sai and the unconscious IWA shinobis, he knew that Yamato's decision to retreat was the right one. Lowering his head in frustration, Naruto, along with Sakura, glanced one last time at Sasuke before the thick trees obscured their view entirely. I need to train harder. I need more rigorous training. Naruto clenched his fists. He had thought that after 2 years of training with Jiraiya, his strength would be enough to handle anything. But now, it was clear that he was still far from ready. Sakura felt the same. As Tsunade's disciple, aside from medical ninjutsu and her monstrous strength, she had been working on mastering the Yin seal. However, she still hadn't perfected it yet. After we return, I have to push myself harder. I don't want to feel powerless like this again, especially when Sasuke is right in front of me, Sakura vowed silently. Sasuke, meanwhile, wasn't as sentimental. Seeing that the dense forest blocked their pursuit, Jin asked if they should give chase. Yukii shook his head, indicating that their priority was to move forward. With that, Sasuke sheathed his blade, cast a final glance in the direction of Naruto and Sakura, and then turned to leave with the rest of the group. As they traveled, Izumi suddenly brought up a topic that made Sasuke nearly stumble. Sasuke, that girl named Sakura, she's the one you like, isn't she? Crack. The branch beneath Sasuke's foot snapped, and if not for his quick reflexes, he would have fallen. His sudden awkwardness only deepened as Jin, seeing Sasuke flustered for the first time, looked back with curiosity and added, Huh? Sasuke, you like someone? Seeing Sasuke's normally composed demeanor crack, Jin seemed utterly delighted. Sasuke quickly regained his balance and firmly denied it, no. I don't have anyone I like. Is that so? But that girl Sakura sure seems to like you a lot, Izumi teased with a playful smirk. I don't need women, Sasuke replied in the coldest and fastest way possible, trying to end the conversation. Yukii joined in with a chuckle, that's true, Sasuke. Right now, you don't need women. But give it a few more years, and you might change your mind. When that happens, I'll find a suitable match for you. With a grin, Yukii added, I've got plenty of sisters. Sasuke. Jin chimed in, that would make Sasuke my brother-in-law. Izumi, not to be left out, joked, Sasuke's so talented, why not give him a few more? Seeing that the conversation was spiraling out of control, with the adults teasing him relentlessly, Sasuke quickly changed the subject. Captain, Jin, Sister Izumi, do you know where the new Jomi village will be located? Yukii and Jin were still on the previous topic, but Izumi, noticing Sasuke's discomfort, decided to give him a break and answered, if I'm not mistaken, it'll be in the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves? Sasuke's expression shifted slightly. Yukii and Jin turned their attention back to Izumi, both of them confused. The Land of Waves? Never heard of it. What kind of place is that? Jin asked curiously. And how do you know this? Yukii added. The location of the new village was classified information, known only to the higher-ups. Izumi explained, I happened to overhear Jensen-sama talking to himself in his office about setting up the new village in the Land of Waves. One time. Jensen-sama. In his office. Yukii and Jin immediately perked up, their gazes now laser-focused on Izumi. Even Sasuke raised an eyebrow, curious. Sister Izumi, why were you in Jensen-sama's office? Yukii and Jin jumped in, asking. Was it just once or multiple times? Did you have a reason or were you just there? Were there others present? What stage is your relationship at? Sister Izumi, should we start calling you lady as well? The smile on Izumi's face froze. What had started as a simple answer had somehow turned into an interrogation about her private life. Chapter 159, Chapter 159. In the Land of Waves, at the Great Naruto Bridge. Just as dawn broke, the recently constructed bridge bustled with activity. Merchants from the mainland transported goods to the Land of Waves and returned with local products, creating a cycle of trade that brought rare prosperity to the small island nation. At one end of the bridge stood Tazuna, the man credited as the bridge's chief architect and a symbol of hope for the Land of Waves. Smoking his pipe, he watched over the child he had nurtured, the bridge itself, lost in thought. Little did he know, a massive structure was floating above the skies of the land of waves, and its master was descending leisurely to stand beside him, as if taking a casual stroll. Ding. Main mission, the Land of Waves operation. Mission description: after repeatedly handling D-rank missions, Team 7, thanks to Naruto's relentless pestering, finally received a C-rank mission to escort Tazuna to the Land of Waves. Please protect the mission target, Tazuna, and ensure the successful completion of the Great Naruto Bridge. The mission reward will be based on your performance throughout the mission. Warning. Member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, Zabuza, is about to appear. Hint. Ice Release Kekkei Genkai wielder, Haku, is about to appear. After completing the Bell test mission at Mount Katsuragi, the system quickly refreshed the next main mission for Gensou. However, he was too engrossed in his training and research to pay much attention until recently, when he finally found some time. With the relocation of the village imminent, Gensou remembered the main mission and decided to move the floating fortress, also known as the New Village, to the Land of Waves. This would not only facilitate the completion of the system's mission but also serve as an excellent cover for the fortress. The Land of Waves lacked a hidden village and, as a small, isolated island nation, had little presence in the shinobi world. For the village, it was an ideal place to hide. No one in Konoha would expect that the village, originally located on the western side of the Land of Fire, would suddenly relocate thousands of kilometers away to the eastern side, far across the sea, within the Land of Waves, a territory long regarded as under the Land of Fire's influence and therefore deemed unthreatening. Given its proximity to the mainland, with its expansive and unguarded coastline, relocating the village to the Land of Waves was safer and more suitable for covert intelligence operations. Thus, the plan unfolded. With the village now established, and having left the village leaders to handle post-relocation matters, Gensou, ever the hands-off leader, descended to the surface. The first sight to greet him was the awe-inspiring Great Naruto Bridge. Such an enormous steel structure, spanning across the sea, would have been beyond the capabilities of many nations in his past life, yet it was completed by the Land of Waves in the shinobi world. One had to admit that the technological tree of this world was uniquely misaligned. Gensou glanced at Tazuna, the man who was the key figure of his main mission. By now, the Great Naruto Bridge had been completed, and Tazuna had achieved great renown. As for Zabuza and Haku, well, their graves had long been covered in weeds by now. Turning his attention to the gender mystery side mission, Gensou couldn't help but chuckle. Sure, he had once been curious about Haku's true gender. But digging up Haku's grave just to examine their body? That was too much. Gensou shook his head. I have to stay true to my character. Haku had already died, and their gender no longer mattered. Besides, Gensou already possessed the ice release ability, so the side mission reward was of no use to him. Back to the main mission, then. The events of the Land of Waves mission had already occurred 2 years ago, completed by Team 7 without his involvement. Still, since Gensou had shown up by Tazuna's side, it seemed likely that the system would consider him participating in the mission, even if he did nothing. With nothing better to do, Jensen noticed Tazuna staring intently at a group of people at the bridge's entrance, seemingly charging toll fees. Who are those people? Gensou asked casually. Hearing a stranger suddenly speak beside him, Tazuna should have been cautious, but for some reason, he felt the need to vent. With a sigh, he explained. Those are tax collectors working for the Daimyo. The Daimyo of the Land of Waves? Yes. Tazuna's expression darkened as he continued, ever since the true ruler of the Land of Waves, Gato, was killed, the Daimyo regained control. At first, things were fine, but as soon as the Great Naruto Bridge opened and the country began to prosper, the Daimyo started raising taxes. The tolls for crossing the bridge have multiplied several times. Both the people of the Land of Waves and visiting merchants are suffering under this. If the Daimyo keeps squeezing us like this, the prosperity we've worked so hard for will vanish. Tazuna clenched his fists in frustration. First a tyrant, and now a predator. That sentiment perfectly summed up the current state of the Land of Waves. The people had thought that with Gato gone, their future would be brighter. But as soon as the Daimyo was back in control, he began walking the same dark path. It was a scenario Gensou had seen many times before. People believed that getting rid of one corrupt ruler would bring a brighter future, only to realize that nothing had changed. As a certain individual once put it, where do all these corrupt officials come from? It's just your internal power struggles. Every world was the same. However, with the village now established here, there would be a new protector. The people of the Land of Waves had nothing to fear anymore. So, have you ever thought about getting rid of the Daimyo? Gensou asked nonchalantly. Get rid of the Daimyo? And no, of course not, how could we? Tazuna stammered, hastily denying it, but then added in a whisper, the Daimyo has hired shinobi to protect him. Interesting. Who would have thought this upstanding man had entertained such rebellious thoughts? Gensou patted Tazuna on the shoulder, then vanished in a flash. It's been a while since I've taken out a daimyo. Time to see if I'm still good at it. Chapter 160, Chapter 160. Gensou appeared suddenly, and just as suddenly, he disappeared. It took a few seconds for Tazuna to snap out of it, and then his face changed dramatically. How could I have said something like that? Especially in front of a stranger? Tazuna felt the urge to slap himself. He knew very well the consequences of letting his mouth run wild, especially when he just uttered such rebellious, treasonous words. Yes, he had thought about the idea of making the daimyo disappear. After all, the once powerful Gato had met his end right before Tazuna's eyes. This had made Tazuna realize one thing: people die when they are killed. No matter how rich or noble, anyone can meet the same fate. Born and raised in the land of waves, Tazuna had invested his entire life's work into the country. He couldn't bear the thought of watching it plunge back into darkness after finally catching a glimpse of hope. But he was an ordinary person. Even if he hired Konoha shinobi again, there was no way they would ever raise a hand against someone like the daimyo. So, he could only drift through life in a daze, unable to act on those rebellious thoughts. Until he met Hagoromo Gensou. Given his past experiences with Team 7, Tazuna could confidently conclude that the man who had asked him those questions was definitely a ninja. His outfit didn't resemble those of the daimyo's hired shinobi, though. While he didn't know the stranger's intentions, Tazuna hoped his words wouldn't leak. He was too old to flee from his homeland. If he were to die, he wanted it to happen in the land of waves, the land he loved. Tazuna could only hope for the best. As for the possibility that this stranger might actually assassinate the daimyo, he didn't even consider it. After all, the thoughts he had voiced were treasonous. There couldn't possibly be a shinobi out there who shared his sentiments, and who just happened to show up by his side. Jensen didn't immediately go looking for the daimyo. He took a leisurely stroll around the area and soon found 2 graves. These were the graves Team 7 had built for Zabuza, Momochi and Haku. The reason he found them so quickly was that Zabuza's executioner's blade stuck out prominently from the grave. Ding! Main mission, the Land of Waves operation, completed. After escorting Tazuna to the Land of Waves, and learning from him the truth about the mission's false ranking, the host and Team 7 decided to stay. They encountered Zabuza and Haku, and after battles, mutual understanding, and respect, it ended with the deaths of the 2. Congratulations, host. Mission completed successfully. Unfortunately, due to your passive, unmotivated attitude throughout, only the lowest level reward has been granted. Mission reward, Standard Chunin level Chakra Reserves, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, 44 seal version. It's a bit tedious to perform, but come on, those seals look cool, right? Sure enough, after interacting with Tazuna, Zabuza, and Haku, the key elements for completing the main mission had been met, and it was marked as complete. However, the mission evaluation was quite poor. The system was known to fudge the truth, but in this case, Jensen truly hadn't fought Zabuza or Haku. The reward was just mediocre, but that was fine. Jensen was more interested in what the system would offer as the missions grew more difficult. From the looks of it, the system's time frame was still stuck 2 years in the past. More main missions would need to be completed. Since the system had gone quiet, indicating there was no new mission yet, Jensen turned his attention back to the present. He looked at the executioner's blade before him. It was puzzling why Kakashi, a Konoha shinobi who surely understood the value of the blade, had left it here instead of taking it back to the village. Wasn't he worried someone would just take it? But, since he was already here, Jensen decided he might as well take it. While he personally didn't care much for the blade, some of his subordinates might appreciate it. As for Haku's grave, he still had some decency. And with that, Jensen took the executioner's blade and vanished from the gravesite. At the newly renovated and greatly expanded daimyo's mansion in the Land of Waves, the scent of alcohol mixed with the music of flutes and strings filled the air from morning till night. The daimyo of the Land of Waves, who had once been a fit man, now sported an enormous belly. His eyes glazed with drunkenness, he watched a group of beautiful girls, collected from all over the Land of Waves, dance and smile through their exhaustion in his grand hall. Keep the music playing. Keep dancing, the daimyo roared, downing the rest of his drink before waving his hand in glee. The dancers and musicians, drained though they were, could only continue to force smiles and perform for his amusement. This is the kind of life a daimyo should live, the daimyo declared, letting out a satisfied burp. Back when Gato was in control, things had been terrible. It was disgraceful for a daimyo to be bullied by a mere merchant. But once Gato was gone and the daimyo regained control, he was determined to reclaim everything he had lost. Raise taxes. Increase labor demands. Seize the girls. One after another. As for the suffering of the people, well, that was perfectly normal. As the daimyo, he was the heaven of the Land of Waves. The people were meant to serve and offer him their devotion. He figured he was being quite generous for not taking everything they owned. At the very least, the people of the Land of Waves still had food to eat. That alone made him feel he was a pretty decent ruler. See. Even the leftovers from his feasts were given to the poor. He didn't throw them to the wild dogs, like some infamous historical figures. The daimyo felt quite justified in his actions. As for tonight, how many should he pick? Gazing lecherously at the barely clad dancers before him, the daimyo wondered whether he should go all in at once or savor them one by one. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear. The daimyo of the Land of Waves. How dare? Annoyed at being interrupted, the daimyo turned to see who had spoken so disrespectfully, only for a cold kunai to press against his cheek, its blade tapping mockingly against his skin. The daimyo, who had once prided himself on his ability to adapt to situations, immediately changed his tone. Sir, let's talk this through. The intruder, of course, was Gensou. You sure know how to live well, Gensou remarked as he glanced around. Then he turned back to the daimyo and asked, do you have any heirs? Huh? The daimyo, confused, stared at Gensou. At that moment, the shinobi the daimyo had hired to protect him finally noticed something was wrong. They rushed past the oblivious dancers, making their way toward the daimyo. Quick! Kill the assassin, the daimyo shouted, his face lighting up with hope. However, to his surprise, the next few moments passed without incident. The intruder didn't flinch, and his shinobi stood there, unmoving, as if they hadn't heard him at all. It wasn't until Gensou slowly turned his gaze toward the 5 shinobi that they responded. Clad in uniforms of varying colors, the 5 shinobi dropped to one knee and bowed their heads respectfully toward Gensou. We greet the clan leader. Chapter 161, Chapter 161. You all. No matter how slow the daimyo of the Land of Waves was, he had now realized something was wrong. Cold sweat poured from him as he tried to drag his large legs and run outside, but he found himself unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the assassins beside him questioned the ninja he had hired. Have all the intel been collected? Gensou asked without surprise. The leader of the group immediately presented a scroll and said, Clan leader, all the intelligence on the Land of Waves has been fully gathered. Jensen nodded, took the scroll, and began reading it. Moving Jomi village to the Land of Waves had been a snap decision, but that didn't mean they wouldn't gather relevant intelligence afterward. The internal structure of the Land of Waves, its factions, geography, diplomatic relations, and so on, none of it could be ignored just because it was a small country. After all, with Jomi village settling here in the future, they had to completely control the Land of Waves. At that time, the daimyo of the Land of Waves felt he had done too many evil deeds, and the few samurai around him might not be enough to suppress the increasingly rebellious commoners. So, he decided to hire ninja. Given the relationship between the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire, the daimyo initially intended to hire ninja from Konoha. However, after hearing that it was to suppress ordinary civilians, Konoha, now led by Tsunade, who had a reputation to protect, refused the request. The daimyo had no choice but to hire another ninja organization, and by coincidence, he ended up hiring the Team High Rock. The daimyo of the Land of Waves was pleased with this ninja organization, rumored to even dare to target the 4th Hokage for a mission. He entrusted many matters of his country to them. As a result, the Team High Rock, having infiltrated, gained a deep understanding of the internal workings of the Land of Waves. No powerful organization is built overnight, it always has deep roots behind it. The Team High Rock, known in the ninja world as the Ninja Who Hunt Ninja, had once taken on a mission targeting the 4th Hokage. They killed one of his guards, and if not for the chance encounter with Tsunade, who treated the Hokage and his guards from a secret technique, the results would have been even more remarkable. An organization like this naturally wouldn't have members from common origins. In fact, the Team High Rock's foundation lay with the Hagoromo clan. 5 members of the clan, each skilled in fire, earth, wind, water, and lightning chakra nature transformations, could combine to use the explosive beetle secret technique, which even the 4th Hokage fell victim to. This made the Team High Rock, aside from Jomi village, another powerful weapon of the Hagoromo clan. Jomi village managed intelligence, while the Team High Rock handled the killing. The Hagoromo clan had survived in the ninja world for so long thanks to these two forces. The outside world didn't know that since its inception, the Team High Rock had gone through several generations of members. Some retired due to injuries, while others died on missions. Regardless, to use the explosive beetle secret technique, something only a few Hagoromo members could master, the Team High Rock always maintained a 5-member team. The current generation of the Team High Rock, who had once caused the 4th Hokage so much trouble, had remained unchanged. A few minutes later. After quickly finishing the scroll, Gensou rolled it up and tapped the daimyo of the Land of Waves on his fat head, laughing lightly. You've really done it all, pointing at deer and calling them horses, seizing wealth by force, forcing good people into prostitution, hunting people for sport, you've committed every possible evil. At this moment, the daimyo realized he could speak. Forcing down his unease, he tried to maintain his dignity as the daimyo and explained. As the daimyo, it is within my right to decide life and death matters in my land. You are merely ninja, just be good weapons and stop worrying about things that don't concern you. Is it about the money? I can double the payment I offered. Neither Jensen nor the team High Rock moved. Seeing this, the daimyo gritted his teeth and, with great reluctance, said. Not enough. Fine, I'll triple it. But that's the limit. You ninja are so greedy. Still, what awaited him was the same unnerving silence. Finally, the daimyo of the Land of Waves couldn't control his fear anymore, raising his voice to shout. I am the daimyo. If something happens to me, all the daimyo and the 5 great ninja villages will not let you go. Gensou watched quietly and finally spoke. In a calm voice, he said, I've killed quite a few daimyo in my time. What? The daimyo thought he had misheard. Gensou kindly clarified, I mean, don't worry, I'm quite experienced in killing daimyo. The daimyo of the Land of Waves. You're mad. You're all mad. Guards. Somebody help. Seeing Gensou's calm face, as if he had indeed killed many daimyo, the daimyo of the Land of Waves shook his head frantically and shouted for his guards with all his might. But inside the hall, the musicians and dancers continued their performances, while the guards were nowhere to be seen. Ignoring the daimyo's tearful and snotty face, Jensen gave his orders to the team High Rock, prepare to handle the daimyo's aftermath. Afterward, let his 4-year-old son take over. Yes. The team High Rock responded in unison. Mad. They've all gone mad. The daimyo, who heard his own death being calmly discussed, was in a stupor. The world suddenly felt too strange, too insane. Even at Gado's most arrogant, he never intended to take his life. These people in front of him, they were all completely insane. The daimyo wanted to say more. But Gensou had lost interest. He picked up the daimyo's recently emptied wine cup and slammed it onto his head, embedding it deeply. Blood splattered everywhere. With a thud, the once mighty daimyo rolled his eyes and fell, no different from the commoners he had killed. Announced that the daimyo drank too much and died of alcohol poisoning, Gensou said as he dusted off his hands. After giving his final instruction, he casually walked away. Only after Gensou's figure disappeared did the 5 members of the team High Rock stand up. They glanced at the daimyo's body, then at each other. In truth, they weren't as calm as they appeared. They had never imagined killing a daimyo, and this was their first time witnessing it in person. Even now, the 5 were still in shock. Although they had heard stories of their clan leader casually killing daimyo and nobles during the Warring States period, seeing it firsthand was a completely different experience. The team High Rock could only admire their clan leader's prowess. In retrospect, they could understand why the clan leader had been ganged up on at the Valley of the Gods. Soon, the leader of the team High Rock coughed a few times, waking up his teammates, ahem. Now, let's handle the daimyo's affairs as the clan leader instructed. Yes. The usually unruly team High Rock had been tamed. They had no choice. The chicken used to warn the monkeys was far too shocking. Chapter 162, Chapter 162. With Sasuke's team returning, all the former members of Jomi village had relocated to the Land of Waves without a single one missing. During the meeting with Sasuke and his team, Jensen noticed their gazes on him carried a different meaning than before. However, as long as it wasn't malicious, he didn't bother to dwell on it. After dismissing the team with a wave, he continued to focus on the fusion of his truth-seeking ball. Inside the now quiet office, Gensou extended his hand, and as before, a black sphere quickly formed under the power of yin-yang release, with the forces of yin-yang and the 5 elements being infused into it. Compared to the early attempts where the black sphere would explode within moments, the current version of the truth-seeking ball could now hold together for half a minute in his hand. Even though it would still explode afterward, he was now able to extract the chakra of each element from the black sphere before it blew up, preventing another catastrophic explosion. Despite the progress, there were still many flaws. During the half-minute it lasted, the seemingly complete black sphere didn't unleash the same power as a true truth-seeking ball, nor could it freely change its form. Additionally, in previous experiments, even when the sphere struck a reanimated body, the body would still regenerate. Thus, Gensou hadn't yet incorporated this technique, which had shown some promise but wasn't fully mature, into his combat system. However, this didn't mean it was useless. With each attempt, he made progress in mastering the fusion of 7 chakra natures. Each step forward brought him closer to unlocking the secrets of the bloodline selection. Gensou believed that once he completed the truth-seeking ball, the path to mastering the bloodline selection would fully open to him. In a way, the incomplete truth-seeking ball in his hand was like a measurement tool for the completion of the bloodline selection. Like a data system, it gave him accurate feedback, whether he made progress or an error in his research. So, what was he waiting for? Time to get back to forming that ball. On the other side. After leaving Jensen's office, Yukiai, Jin, and Sasuke exchanged quick glances. So, what do you think? Is there something between the clan leader and Izumi? I've only been in one relationship. I don't have enough experience to tell. Sasuke, what about you? I have no experience. Captain, do you see anything? I don't dare to look. Standing nearby, Izumi noticed the three men glancing at each other and immediately guessed what they were discussing. Her face darkened with exasperation. Can you all be any more childish, she said before turning away, not bothering to stick around. Seeing this, the three men stopped their silent exchange. With the person in question gone, there was no point in continuing the conversation. Jin was the first to wave goodbye. My wife's waiting for me at home, so I'll head out first. Tomorrow, I'll be cooking myself, so don't forget to bring my sister over, Yukiai reminded Jin before turning to Sasuke. Sasuke, you come too. I'll introduce you to my youngest sister. If you prefer someone a bit older but not by much, I've got two other sisters for you. And if you're into someone much more mature, I've got another sister who's perfect for that. Don't worry about dowries or anything. Our family is pretty open-minded. Yukiai was willing to negotiate anything as long as all his sisters found suitable partners. Before Sasuke could decline, Yukiai had already turned and left, moving so quickly that he didn't give Sasuke a chance to respond. Sasuke could only swallow his words of refusal and think to himself, is this a matchmaking event? Having lost his family at a young age, he wasn't very familiar with the customs of such social interactions. If Mom were here, she'd probably give me plenty of advice if I were going to something like this tomorrow. I wouldn't feel so lost. For a moment, Sasuke found himself missing his mother. But as a group of children ran past, laughing and playing, Sasuke quickly lifted his head and closed his eyes, suppressing the sudden surge of emotions. A few moments later, he returned to his usual calm demeanor. Watching the children run off into the distance, Sasuke pursed his lips and began walking away. In the past, with nothing else to do and no one at home, he would have spent his time at the training grounds. But now, for some reason, he felt like going for a walk. Next stop, the Land of Waves. Sasuke's thoughts wandered back to his mission in the Land of Waves, recalling Zabuza, Haku, and his time with Naruto. He decided to pay a visit. Sasuke arrived at the village's edge. Though the village's location in the sky had its advantages, it wasn't convenient for traveling to and from the ground. Back when it was the Sky Ninja Village, people had to wear flying gear to descend to the surface. But now, with Gensou, essentially a treasure trove of the ninja world, around, they had created an elevator-like barrier powered by wind chakra for easy transport. Sasuke arrived at the so-called Sky Elevator. After the guards gave him a brief explanation, he stepped into the center of the formation. In an instant, Sasuke shot downward, straight and fast. Activating his Sharingan, he saw that while the air around him seemed empty, there was, in fact, a strong current of wind encasing the center, ensuring travelers wouldn't be thrown off course. As the ground drew closer, an upward gust of wind slowed his descent, cushioning his landing. Soon, Sasuke's feet touched the ground. Looking around, he found himself at one of Jomi Village's hidden outposts, situated in a remote area, meaning few people besides the village's ninja visited. Sasuke set off in the direction of Naruto Bridge. On the way, he passed by Zabuza and Haku's graves and paused for a moment. It was through Zabuza and Haku that Sasuke had first learned what a ninja bond was. Though that bond had faded over time, new bonds had since formed, and they were numerous. After paying his respects, Sasuke resumed walking toward Naruto Bridge. When he arrived, he saw that the tax collectors were no longer there. Though some parts of the bridge were draped in black cloth, it couldn't conceal the vibrant and bustling atmosphere. Sasuke stood watching for a long time. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. He turned around, his gaze sharpening for a moment before he vanished. Ah! That person just now seemed familiar. Am I seeing things? Feeling much better than he had in recent days, Tazuna made his daily trip to Naruto Bridge. He was about to admire his child when he caught a glimpse of a familiar face. But it was gone in an instant. Tazuna rubbed his eyes, chalking it up to his imagination. As one ages, it's hard not to admit your limits. Just like the daimyo, who insisted on drinking. And look where it got him, dead. Tazuna fully believed the daimyo had died from drinking too much. As for that mysterious ninja who had once asked him about the daimyo. Coincidence. Everything was just a coincidence. Chapter 163, Chapter 163. The daimyo of the Land of Waves is dead. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, had just received the news of the daimyo's death. She expressed her surprise but didn't give it much thought. Daimyo and ninja lived in two different worlds. Even if there was mourning to be done, it was a matter for the Land of Fire, not something concerning the ninja villages. To think he died from excessive drinking, what a useless man. Having grown up around sake barrels, Tsunade held little respect for the daimyo's cause of death. If you're weak, don't try to act tough. After offering her critique, Tsunade was about to brush the matter aside. Her assistant, Shizun, reminded her, "Tsunade-sama, there's more. The Land of Fire requests that Konoha send a team of ninja to protect the envoy going to the Land of Waves for the morning. The mission payment has already been sent to the village." "Oh, I see." Since it was official business, Tsunade pulled out the thick ninja registry to select a suitable team. But then, she paused, remembering something, and said, "Didn't Kakashi's team go to the Land of Waves over 2 years ago? They made quite a stir there. I've heard about that Naruto bridge several times now. So, are you thinking of sending Kakashi's team back to the Land of Waves?" Shizun immediately understood Tsunade's plan. However, after considering it, Shizun shook her head and said, "Ever since Kakashi's team returned from Jomi village, Naruto has been intensely training under Captain Yamato's guidance, and your disciple Sakura is doing the same. This isn't the best time to interrupt them." "Training, huh?" Tsunade recalled the determined expressions on Naruto and Sakura's faces after they returned from Jomi village, frustration, unwillingness, and a desire to improve. And the one responsible for all of it, Sasuke. He's just like Orochimaru back then. Both gifted, both in pursuit of power. Both ultimately chose to betray the village, each with someone foolishly chasing after them, hoping to bring them back. Back then, that fool was Jiraiya. Now, it's Naruto and Sakura. Tsunade's feelings toward Orochimaru were complicated, not as steadfast as Naruto and Sakura's, but she understood their resolve. "Alright then, send Asuma's team." Tsunade changed her decision. As a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, Asuma had experience dealing with various officials from the Land of Fire, making him a suitable choice. Shizun immediately went to inform him. But before she left, Tsunade asked, "What about Kakashi?" Kakashi hadn't joined the mission to Jomi village because he had been assigned another important task, finding the missing Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Fu. Recently, after the joint Chunin Exams between Konoha and the Sand Village, held once again after the 1 year ago, many young ninja from various villages participated, including Fu from the Hidden Waterfall village. However, after the exams ended, Fu and the 2 accompanying Waterfall Jonin never returned to their village. They had completely disappeared. The Hidden Waterfall village immediately noticed something was wrong. While they dispatched a search party, they also requested help from Konoha and the Sand Village. A Jinchuriki is of great importance. Konoha didn't refuse and assigned Kakashi, replacing Kurenai, who was on maternity leave, to lead Team 8, known for their tracking abilities, to investigate Fu's disappearance. It had been about 2 weeks now. Shizun was about to shake her head, indicating she hadn't received any updates. Just then, a member of the intelligence division arrived, handing over Kakashi's latest mission report. They've located the last place where Fu disappeared. There are traces of battle, and after assessment, it was concluded that Fu's side was defeated. Tsunade quickly scanned the scroll, her brows furrowing. Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, was defeated. And finally, based on witness reports, individuals wearing black cloaks with red clouds were seen near the location where Fu disappeared. Black cloaks with red clouds. Akatsuki. Tsunade's frown deepened. In the past year or two, the Akatsuki had been relatively quiet. She had hoped they would stay that way, but now it seemed they were revealing their claws again. No doubt, the Seven Tails Jinchuriki had fallen into their hands. As Tsunade thought of the entire Jomi village being relocated, the mysterious Hagoromo clan behind it, the remaining Uchiha, and Hagoromo Gensou. She looked out the window. The blue sky and white clouds, the bright sunshine, it looked like a beautiful day. But far in the distance, the storm clouds were gathering. The turbulent times were likely approaching. It's time to contact Jiraiya, Tsunade decided quickly. She then glanced in the direction of the training grounds. Naruto, grow strong as fast as you can. Tsunade didn't share her thoughts with anyone. When she looked at Naruto, she didn't just see Dan and Nawaki, but she also sensed a similarity between him and her grandfather. She had no doubt about Naruto's future potential. Her only concern was whether there would be enough time. Yeah. In the training grounds, hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones cheered themselves on as they each held a leaf, focusing seriously on their wind chakra nature training. Sharp. Thin. Tear. Thinking of the properties of wind and remembering Jensen's powerful technique, wind release, Rasen Shuriken, Naruto had found a clear goal. With the help of his multi-shadow clone jutsu, his training progressed rapidly. No matter how many times I see it, it's always amazing. Nearby, Yamato watched in awe. He had witnessed Naruto's astonishing progress in wind chakra nature manipulation firsthand and even knew the method, but he couldn't do it himself. It wasn't just him, no one in the ninja world could. Hundreds of shadow clones training simultaneously, and when they dispel, all the memories and exhaustion flood back into the original body. Anyone else would have collapsed from the strain, or even died from the sheer burden. Even Gensou, truthfully, couldn't repeatedly use shadow clones like Naruto without showing any fatigue. When training or doing research, Gensou rarely used shadow clones. While it might increase efficiency temporarily, the resulting exhaustion and extended recovery time afterward would negate the benefits. All in all, the overall efficiency wasn't much faster than training alone. It wasn't just him. Throughout the ninja world, no one who knew the shadow clone technique had ever used it to speed up their training. Naruto was one of a kind. Ridiculous. Is this the power of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Yamato could only think this way. He didn't realize that Naruto's ability to train like this wasn't just due to the Nine-Tails, but also because of his Uzumaki lineage and, most importantly, the fact that he was the reincarnation of Asura. There was no helping it, sage body abilities were just too overpowered. Sasuke. With a shout from deep within, Naruto, now carrying the hopes of many, trained harder day by day, his determination fueled by thoughts of Sasuke. Dark clouds and sunlight were now moving in sync. Chapter 164, Chapter 164. Although the Land of Waves is a small country, a daimyo is still a daimyo. While the daimyos from other countries didn't attend the funeral in person, most sent envoys to pay their respects. Even as these people were on their way, the funeral hall for the daimyo of the Land of Waves had already been set up. It must be said, while the daimyo was a scoundrel, he did have a decent sense of aesthetics. Not only was the new daimyo mansion a blend of luxury and artistic expression, but even the funeral hall, built upon the original structure, had a unique beauty. This didn't go unnoticed by a certain blonde youth passing by in the sky. These buildings are quite pretty. While their artistic value doesn't even come close to 1/10 of mine, they're not bad. They've caught my eye. Daidara, ever the art lover, sat atop his clay bird, gazing down at the remarkable architecture below, nodding in satisfaction. Having scoured the coastal regions in search of the Three Tails without success, he was eager to appreciate some art to relieve his boredom. And how best to appreciate art? Through explosions, of course. What he wanted to do, he would do. After a bit of preparation, Daidara tossed dozens of explosive clay bombs from the sky, shouting with excitement. Art is an explosion. Ha! Boom. 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 The bombs rained down upon the daimyo's mansion like a scattered bouquet. In an instant, a series of earth-shattering explosions filled the air. In mere moments, much of the mansion turned to ashes, and the remaining parts crumbled like a set of blocks under the shockwave, collapsing one after another. Thick smoke billowed up from the ruins, rising like a dragon into the sky. Now this is art. Daidara looked down at his masterpiece with a face full of satisfaction. The transformation from opulence to ruins, the beauty of that instantaneous change, it was mesmerizing and brimming with artistic beauty. Sasori really took the wrong path. The idea of eternal beauty is completely mistaken. I'll have to convince him to correct his ways later. After admiring his work one last time, Daidara, now more resolute in his artistic philosophy, prepared to leave. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the ruins. Who did this? Whoosh! 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 Members of Team Rockhead rushed out from the smoke, carrying the freshly unconscious 4-year-old daimyo and a few others. It didn't take long for them to spot the white bird in the sky, and Daidara perched on top of it. Was this all you're doing? The leader of Team Rockhead, Hagoromo Akira, twitched at the sight of the destroyed mansion before turning his gaze to Daidara, killing intent radiating from him. He hadn't expected that while he and his team were comfortably staying in the daimyo's mansion, everything would suddenly explode around them. If it hadn't been for their quick reactions, they might not even be standing here now. Fortunately, after the daimyo's death, the many maids and servants who had been forced into the mansion had been dismissed. As for the others, those who had committed countless crimes, a few casualties were no big deal. The only one that mattered now was the future 4-year-old daimyo. Akira glanced nervously at the unconscious boy in his arms. Seeing that he was only frightened but otherwise unharmed, Akira breathed a sigh of relief. However, his relief was short-lived as a teammate reported bad news. Leader, we can't find the former daimyo's body. Akira. Not being able to find the body meant that it had been blown to pieces, beyond any hope of recovery. That daimyo was truly pitiful, he couldn't even rest in peace after death. Whatever, if his body was gone, it was gone. They could just find another corpse to place in his stead for the arriving envoys to mourn. The real issue now was the person in the sky. Akira looked at Daidara. He didn't know if this person had a personal grudge against the daimyo or if he was actually targeting the people behind the Land of Waves, including their own group. If it was the latter, that would mean the person knew quite a bit. With that in mind, Akira discreetly signaled his teammates, indicating that they couldn't let this person escape. But the next thing Daidara said left Akira utterly confused. Facing their questioning, Deidara placed one hand on his hip and proudly declared, all of this. Of course, it was me. What do you think? This artwork is beautiful, right? Artwork. Akira thought he'd misheard. Seeing Akira's expression, Deidara looked a bit displeased and said, hey, it's normal for an artist to create their own art, right? Why are you so confused? So, you're saying you're an artist, and you blew up the daimyo's mansion because it was an art piece. Akira tried to make sense of the situation. No. Deidara quickly corrected him. The daimyo's mansion wasn't the art piece. The moment it disappeared, that's the art. You have to understand, true art is beautiful and fleeting. After listening, Akira finally understood. There was no revenge, no hidden agenda targeting the people behind the Land of Waves. It was simple. Another madman. The ninja world had no shortage of crazies. But a madman who found beauty in destruction and called it art. Hagoromo Akira had never encountered one like that. The more dangerous the person, the less they could afford to let him escape. As the ninja hired by the daimyo, they needed to account for the destruction of the mansion. More importantly, this blonde kid was a rare ninja with the ability to fly. If he kept hanging around, he might discover the secret of the airborne fortress. So, Akira raised his hand. The Team Rockhead members sprang into action. Wind release, wind cutter technique. A massive wind blade, like a scythe, sliced rapidly toward the clay bird beneath Deidara's feet. Hey, are you attacking out of jealousy after seeing how high my artistic prowess is? Deidara casually spoke as he maneuvered his bird to dodge. But he underestimated the wind release mastery of the Team Rockhead ninja. Slash. The wind blade sharply turned and accelerated, slicing off one of the clay bird's wings in an instant. Deidara stumbled, nearly falling out of the sky. The mouth on his hand quickly chewed some clay. In no time, a small clay bird was spat out. Deidara tossed it into the air, and it transformed into a large bird just like the previous one, lifting him back up. Wind release, vacuum waves. Wind release, net. Wind release, tornado hurricane. Meanwhile, the other Team Rockhead members continued to launch wind release jutsus at Deidara. This time, Deidara took things more seriously, personally controlling his bird and expertly dodging the attacks. These guys are pretty good. Deidara glanced at the five below and didn't mind playing with them for a while. However, I need to move the fight somewhere else. Deidara guided his clay bird toward the distance. Team Rockhead, of course, gave chase. Chapter 165, Chapter 165. Deidara wasn't flying very fast. Team Rockhead could tell that their target was deliberately keeping them on his tail. Even so, confident in their abilities, Team Rockhead decided to keep up the pursuit. Of course, during the chase, they sent relevant intel back to Jomi Village. With the Land of Waves now essentially under Jomi Village's control, Team Rockhead believed that even if Deidara managed to escape their pursuit, there was no way he'd evade the grasp of Jomi Village. In fact, Jomi Village had already received the news. The daimyo's mansion was blown up. The culprit wears a black cloak with red clouds, has a golden ponytail, looks young, and is a bit mentally unstable. Claims to be an artist who loves explosive art. As Jensen read the report sent by Akira, he was sitting in a large hall, discussing important matters with Hagoromo Mokudai, Hagoromo Anki, and several other high-ranking officials. To be fair, Akira's analysis of Deidara was quite thorough given the short time frame. Jensen quickly identified the culprit, though he was puzzled. Deidara. What is he doing in the Land of Waves? Is he a member of the Akatsuki? Mokudai asked, taking note of the phrase, black cloak with red clouds, in the report. As the head of the intelligence division and with prior instructions from Gensu, Mokudai was well aware of the Akatsuki. Could it be that there's a tailed beast nearby? Anki, now representing the Uchiha clan in the village, speculated. Regardless of his intentions, how should we deal with this Deidara character? Should we drive him away, or simply eliminate him? Another high-ranking member of Jomi Village asked, his tone dripping with bloodlust. Judging by his demeanor, he clearly favored the latter option. Ahem. At that moment, an older man, not much younger than Mokudai, coughed a few times before hurriedly speaking up. Wait, everyone. Elder Mori, what's the matter? The official who was about to suggest eliminating Deidara turned to him in confusion. Mori, his real name, looked a bit embarrassed, and after some hesitation, he finally said, well. I actually know that Deidara kid. You know him. At this, Gensu and the others turned their attention to the elder. Seeing that even the clan leader was looking at him, Hagoromo Mori gritted his teeth and revealed the truth. To be honest, Deidara is actually a member of the Hagoromo clan. This revelation stunned the entire room. Deidara is one of us. I've never heard that before. If he's one of us, why did he blow up the daimyo's mansion? Did we plant someone in the Akatsuki? The room buzzed with questions. Even Jensen was taken aback. As the clan leader, he had no prior knowledge that Deidara was part of their clan. It's like this, Mori began to explain, I hail from the Hagoromo branch in Iwagakure. Although I live in Jomi village now, I spent many years in Iwagakure. Deidara comes from that branch as well. But his parents passed away early, and there were issues with his education, so he wasn't marked with the Hagoromo seal, and thus, he wasn't added to the clan's registry. Mori summarized the situation succinctly. Jensen, intrigued, asked, Elder Mori, could you explain in more detail? Though Mori found the topic difficult to discuss, with the clan leader requesting it, he had no choice but to continue. Daidara. How should I put this? He was always a peculiar child. Somewhere along the way, he picked up the word art and couldn't stop talking about it, no matter how much we tried to guide him properly. Later, he became the personal disciple of the Third Hokage, and I was thrilled. At one point, I even told him about the Hagoromo clan's heritage. But his first reaction was, Hagoromo clan. Sounds artistic. Where are they? I want to set off a massive firework. Even now, Mori could vividly recall the moment Deidara heard about the clan. His immediate, enthusiastic response was one of eager anticipation, as if he wanted to blow the entire clan sky high. I tried to teach him, to instill some pride in the Hagoromo clan within him. But that brat. He'd let everything go in one ear and out the other, obsessing over art and explosions day and night. He just wouldn't listen. And then, without saying a word, he fled Iwagakure. I didn't expect him to join the Akatsuki or show up here. By the end, Mori let out a deep sigh. When it came to Deidara, he was truly at his wit's end. Fearing that Deidara might one day really blow up the Hagoromo clan, Mori never gave him the Hagoromo seal, nor did he tell him much about the clan. He had planned to wait until Deidara grew up a little, until he matured, before telling him more. But now. Mori sighed again. Meanwhile, after hearing Mori's story, Mokuti and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They never expected such an oddball to appear among the Hagoromo descendants. So, does this mean Deidara technically deserted the Hagoromo clan as well? Someone asked. Mori shook his head and chuckled bitterly. Deserted? From what I know of Deidara, he probably didn't even think about the Hagoromo clan when he fled. If you asked him now about the Hagoromo clan, he'd probably just say, Hagoromo clan. Sounds artistic. The one who had asked the question. As for Jensen, what more could he say? All he could do was acknowledge that the Hagoromo clan produced a wide variety of talents. I wonder where this strong artistic gene came from. Jensen briefly recalled the members of the Hagoromo clan from the Warring States period, but he couldn't think of anyone who had a love for art. Clan leader, what should we do about Deidara now? Mokuti asked, bringing the question back to Jensen. If they killed him, well, Deidara was still technically part of the clan, and his strength was undeniable. Whether or not he remembered, he hadn't exposed the clan over the years. And really, their only reason for killing him would be that he destroyed the daimyo's mansion, which caused no real harm to the Hagoromo clan. If they let him live, there was no telling when this artist might share information about the Iwagakure branch of the Hagoromo clan. Not to mention, he hadn't exactly shown much regard for the clan by running off without a word. And now he was flying around the skies of the Land of Waves, perhaps one day discovering their airborne fortress. So should they kill him or not? The group was divided, leaving the final decision to the clan leader. Let's capture him first. Jensen waved his hand. They could decide whether to kill or let him go later. There was plenty of time. Besides, it was quite fitting. Just as they were talking about Deidara, he was now delivering himself to their doorstep. At that moment, sensing a sudden disturbance in the Jomi village barrier, Jensen's eyes lit up. He stood and smiled. It's time to see if Elder Mori's words are true. Chapter 166, Chapter 166. Here should be good. Earlier, Deidara had been flying on his clay bird and finally found a beautiful mountain and river as a perfect place to bury the 5 people from Team Rockhead below. He maneuvered the clay bird to face the 5 members of Team Rockhead. With a grin, he scooped up a large handful of prepared C1 clay spiders and said, "A bunch of vulgar people who don't understand the beauty of art. Now, open your eyes wide and learn what real art is." With a throw, a large number of clay spiders fell from the sky, descending toward the formation of Team Rockhead. One of the ninja from Team Rockhead quickly formed hand seals. Doton, Chidakaku. Earth release, moving earth core. The ground beneath Team Rockhead quickly sank, and the surrounding earth rose up to tightly envelop them from above. Daidara, seeing this, formed hand seals with his hands. Heh! Boom! A series of explosions erupted. The layer of earth covering Team Rockhead's heads didn't last long before it was blasted apart. Plenty of C1 clay spiders, with their 8 legs moving rapidly, darted through the gap, charging toward them. Use Raiden. Lightning release. Hagoromo Akira, with his rich combat experience, quickly thought of a countermeasure. Sure enough, accompanied by the crackling sound of lightning techniques, the approaching C1 clay spiders were instantly disabled, rendered completely motionless. TCH, they figured out the weakness of my clay so fast. Deidara grumbled, clearly displeased. Moreover, seeing that all 5 of them were skilled in using powerful Raiden techniques, he couldn't help but pout. But that didn't matter. At this moment, Deidara became serious, carefully observing Team Rockhead on the ground, and analyzed. Their formation remains steady throughout their movements, and their teamwork is seamless. I can't give them a chance to use taijutsu. As for ninjutsu, aside from one person using Doton, the 5 of them are proficient in futon, wind release, and Raiden. It's also possible that they can use other elements like Katon, fire release, and Suton, water release. Their ninjutsu is executed decisively and efficiently. Judging by this, their chakra reserves should be above average compared to regular shinobi. These guys are quite well-rounded. Though Deidara was bold, reckless, and obsessively devoted to his art, with a personality similar to Haiden, simple and straightforward, he was different from Haiden in that he could remain calm, cunning, and decisive during combat, possessing a well-structured tactical mind. After a brief exchange, he quickly analyzed Team Rockhead's abilities. Deidara reached into his ninja pouch filled with clay, and the mouths on his hands began chewing once again. Within moments, he created a batch of clay twin birds and clay locusts, which were spat out from the mouths in his palms. Although Raiden countered clay explosives, it had to hit them first. Moreover, ninjutsu consumed far more chakra than the clay bombs did. This time, Deidara specifically crafted small, agile, and fast-moving clay twin birds, as well as small, highly mobile, and hard-to-hit clay locusts. Let's go again. Deidara cheerfully tossed the clay twin birds into the air, and they took flight, swiftly diving toward Team Rockhead from above. Following them closely, the clay locusts on the ground hopped erratically, encircling Team Rockhead with no predictable pattern. Faced with this dual aerial and ground assault, Team Rockhead did not scatter. Knowing that scattering would only lead to being defeated one by Deidara, they stayed together. Under Hagoromo Akira's command, they continuously cast ninjutsu to block the approaching clay explosives while retreating toward a nearby forest. Trying to escape, Deidara formed hand seals and shouted. Explode. Boom. At his command, the small twin birds accelerated, nimbly avoiding the incoming Raiden techniques. They swiftly reached the formation of Team Rockhead and exploded. At that moment, 2 broad hands grabbed the twin birds just in time. After the explosion. Crack crack. The hardened earth covering Hagoromo Akira's hands from his Doton, Kokujutsu, earth release, hardening technique, completely shattered. His hands trembled slightly, but he remained calm as he glanced at Deidara, who was still circling high in the sky, out of the range of their ninjutsu. He said coldly. Keep moving. The key to winning this battle was getting Deidara to come down. As long as the enemy remained airborne, they could only passively endure the attacks, awaiting a slow death. By hiding in the forest, they could obstruct Deidara's line of sight. If Deidara wanted to control his clay explosives effectively, he would have to close the distance. At that point, their real trump card, the secret technique, bursting bugs, which had taken down countless powerful opponents, would be unleashed. The other members of Team Rockhead were also aware of this. Without saying a word, they continued advancing, no longer focusing on disabling the constantly harassing clay twin birds and locusts. Instead, they used wide-range ninjutsu to force them back. Seeing his clay bombs either explode or halt under various ninjutsu, and with Team Rockhead getting closer to the forest, Deidara stroked his chin and thought. Planning to use the forest to cover your movements and slow down my clay bombs. Should I follow? Of course not. They're not just retreating into the forest to reduce my offensive speed, they're trying to lure me down. I'd bet they've prepared a finishing move. Deidara chuckled. He wasn't foolish like Haiden, recklessly charging ahead despite knowing there was a trap. In that case, I'll just turn you all into dust under my art. Deidara reached into his ninja pouch again. The mouth on his palm chewed the clay for a longer time this time, and soon, a humanoid explosive figure was spat out into his hand. C3, number 18. An explosive clay doll made with his highest level of chakra infusion. Its blast radius could destroy an entire village. Destroying the forest below would be too easy. Watching Team Rockhead hide in the forest, Deidara calmly raised the clay doll and opened his fingers, allowing it to drop. At first, the descent of the doll was slow. But soon, as the doll grew larger, its speed increased. As it neared the forest, Deidara formed hand seals, his eyes filled with excitement, and shouted. Art is an explosion. Heh. A dazzling white light erupted from the now enlarged clay doll. In an instant. Boom. A deafening explosion followed. Centered around the clay doll, a sizable mushroom cloud formed instantly, spreading outward at an alarming speed. Everything in its path turned to ash in an instant. The forest was no exception. Chapter 167, Chapter 167. A blinding white light enveloped the forest in an instant, accompanied by a wave of destructive power. The lush canopy above quickly turned to ash, and the thick trees crumbled, breaking apart as they fell. Caught in the explosion's range and unable to escape in time, the 5 members of Team Rockhead immediately changed their expressions. Without hesitation, they clapped their hands together and shouted. Kekai Jutsu, Gojio Sasi. Barrier Technique, 5 Elements Formation. The forces of fire, earth, wind, water, and lightning burst forth from the 5 of them, combining into a solid protective barrier that wrapped around them under the technique's formation. Just as they completed this, the blinding white light descended upon them. Boom. The ground shook, and rocks flew in all directions. Under the explosion of the bomb powerful enough to destroy a village, the forest below was rapidly vaporized. The lingering shockwaves peeled away layer after layer of earth. What indescribable beauty. I might be boasting, but it's the truth. My art is just too perfect. Standing on his clay bird, Deidara spread his arms wide, admiring the unparalleled beauty created in that brief moment by the explosion of his C3, number 18. A full minute passed before the explosion ceased, leaving only thick smoke spreading out. Unbothered by the transience of his artwork, Deidara felt an even deeper appreciation for the beauty of that fleeting moment. Satisfied, he looked down at the drastically changed landscape, which had turned into a massive crater. Because the smoke and dust had not yet cleared, the view inside the crater was still quite blurry. However, under the power of C3, number 18, those 5 guys should be nothing but ashes by now. Confident in his art, Deidara guided his clay bird to descend, intending to personally confirm the outcome of those who couldn't appreciate his art. The clay bird flapped its wings rapidly as it descended, dispersing the smoke. Soon, everything below became visible to Deidara. He let out a surprised sound. They're not dead. Deidara was shocked to see that the 5 members of Team Rockhead were still alive in the crater. Though they appeared quite battered, and their breathing was weak, none of them had perished. TCH. Wouldn't it have been much more beautiful to die in the explosion of my great artwork? Yet, they stubbornly held on, choosing a much uglier way to die. Deidara hadn't seen how Team Rockhead survived, but their weakened state and diminished strength were apparent. In his eyes, they were simply delaying their inevitable deaths. If that was the case, it would have been better for them to die in the earlier explosion. At least, they would have become part of his great work of art, wouldn't they? Unhappy, Deidara reached into his ninja pouch again, ready to finish them off once and for all. At that moment, the leader of Team Rockhead suddenly raised his head. With hands that had already formed hand seals in secret, he clapped his palms together and shouted. Doton, Doriaha. Earth release, earth flow wave. Instantly, a long staircase of stone, like a river, rose beneath Team Rockhead's feet, swiftly propelling them toward Deidara in the air. Even at this point, Deidara had no interest in engaging them in close combat. The clay bird flapped its wings again, soaring higher into the sky. However, the suddenness of the situation caught him off guard. As Deidara tried to ascend, Team Rockhead, aided by the earth flow wave, had already closed some of the distance between them. Moreover, Deidara had lowered his altitude earlier. The range for their secret technique had just been reached. Having held out for so long, Team Rockhead didn't need any reminders. As in their past hunts of shinobi, both famous and unknown, the 5 of them clapped their hands together, unleashing the secret technique they had prepared. Hiden Jutsu, Bakuretsu Mushi. Secret technique, Bursting Bugs. Similar to the earlier explosion, a bright light burst out from Team Rockhead, centered around them. Deidara, unable to evade in time, felt his vision go black for a moment, temporarily blinded. Luckily, the light passed in an instant. Deidara blinked his eyes, and everything returned to normal. So, what just happened? Confused, Deidara looked down at Team Rockhead. Unlike their previous aggressive approach, where they seemed ready to sacrifice all 5 of them to take him down, they now appeared like completely different people. Without a word, they made a sharp turn and, using all their strength, fled as fast as they could without looking back, abandoning their previous resolve to fight. What did this mean? They'd fought so fiercely, only to run now. This was too absurd. And what was that earlier bright light about? He had thought they would unleash some powerful technique, but all it was a flash of light, and then nothing. What was this nonsense? Deidara couldn't understand. But Team Rockhead knew all too well. That flash of light had blinded Deidara for just a moment, and in that instant, the secret technique, Bursting Bugs, had planted eggs within his body without him noticing. As soon as Daidara used chakra, the bugs would absorb it and continue to grow until they exploded. This blonde brat liked explosions, didn't he? Well, now he would get to personally experience the taste of one. However, there was one thing to keep in mind: from the time the bugs began absorbing chakra until they exploded, there was a delay. If the host realized something was wrong and stopped using chakra, this process could be prolonged. Under the earlier explosion of C3, number 18, though Team Rockhead had been protected by the barrier, they had only barely survived. Their chakra reserves were greatly depleted. Now, after using the bursting bug's secret technique, their strength was nearly exhausted. To avoid being dragged down to the underworld along with the enemy, they naturally had to flee first. Akira glanced back at Daidara, who was still unaware of the situation. In his eyes, Daidara was already a dead man. Unless, like last time with the Fourth Hokage, he was extraordinarily lucky and happened to meet Tsunade, the legendary medical ninja. But Tsunade was now the Hokage and resided in Konoha. So, the outcome was already decided. At this moment, watching Team Rockhead desperately flee, Daidara, although puzzled, was not about to show mercy and let them go. He was about to create a new batch of clay bombs for the upcoming pursuit. Suddenly, his hands paused as he sensed something off. There's something alive inside me. The process of making clay bombs naturally involved infusing them with chakra. As soon as Daidara used his chakra, he felt that something was wrong with his body. Unlike most who fell victim to the bursting bug's technique and continued using chakra without realizing something was amiss, only realizing it at the last moment when it was too late, Daidara's senses were sharp. The moment he detected something unusual, he immediately stopped what he was doing and frowned as he began investigating. Chapter 168, Chapter 168. Daidara immediately stopped using chakra. But he had overlooked one crucial detail: the bursting bugs hadn't just parasitized him, they had also infected the clay bird beneath him. Although the clay bird was made of clay, it was chakra that allowed it to fly as if it were a living creature. Each flap of the clay bird's wings signified the circulation of chakra within it. Therefore, before Daidara himself showed any signs, the abdomen of the clay bird already had a hideous, massive spider mark bulging out. That was the bursting bug inside the clay bird. Very quickly. Boom. The now mature bursting bug exploded within the bird, instantly reducing it to dust. With nothing beneath him, Daidara began plummeting toward the ground. From such a height, while he wouldn't be reduced to a bloody pulp, there was no doubt that he would lose at least a few limbs. Seeing this, Daidara quickly formed another clay bird to carry him back into the sky. As soon as he did, Daidara could feel the creature inside his own body becoming more active. He unbuttoned his Akatsuki robe, pulled his shirt aside, and looked down at his chest, where the grotesque outline of the bursting bug was already visible, with several spider legs protruding. No wonder those guys were so determined to chase me down. They had this kind of secret technique. Although self-destruction would be a fine way to go, I still have many art projects to complete. It's not time for me to sacrifice myself for art just yet. Daidara glanced in the direction where Team Rockhead had already fled. This was the second time he had been outwitted by someone, after Uchiha Itachi. Although he wanted to take out those guys, he thought about it and decided that his life was more important. He withdrew his gaze and allowed the new clay bird to fly far away, hoping to avoid any further trouble. Meanwhile, sitting on the back of his clay bird, Daidara carefully pondered how to deal with the bursting bug inside him. Their secret technique is somewhat similar to my C4, Karura. Thinking back, Daidara was now certain that the bright flash unleashed by Team Rockhead was merely a distraction. The real threat had been the microscopic bursting bug eggs that had entered his body while he was briefly stunned. In a way, it was similar to how his C4, Karura worked. When he activated C4, the large human-shaped clay bomb would explode, and although it seemed like the damage was limited, the truth was that it released microscopic clay spiders into the air. These tiny spiders would be inhaled by living creatures, planting countless tiny bombs inside their bodies. Once detonated, the bombs would destroy the body from the inside out, leaving no chance of survival. Because of this, Daidara had a lot of experience with the concept of microscopic bombs that could lurk inside the human body and explode. Now that he reversed his thinking, although there were differences with the chakra-absorbing bursting bugs, over time, he began to figure it out. After a while, Daidara lifted his head, surrounded by nothing but white clouds. Confident that no one would disturb him, he wasted no time. Grabbing a large handful of clay from his ninja pouch, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed it all. Gulp gulp. Daidara's mouth and throat swelled as he quickly formed hand seals. The clay inside his body instantly transformed into microscopic clay spiders, which hopped around rapidly, spreading throughout his body and converging near the bursting bug. By this point, the bursting bug had already expanded again due to his recent use of chakra. Unbothered, Daidara ordered the mass of clay spiders to swarm the bursting bug like ants, swiftly merging with it. If the bursting bug was forcibly disturbed, it would immediately explode. But the clay spiders from C4, Karura were so tiny that the bursting bug didn't react at first. By the time it realized something was wrong and tried to self-destruct, Deidara's body was already filled with clay spiders, which had taken control of it, turning the tables. It was a game of reflexes. Fortunately for Deidara, he won this round. But it wasn't over yet. Deidara pulled out a kunai and slashed across his chest, blood flowing freely. Without changing his expression, he reached into his body and extracted the bursting bug. Then he packed the wound with some clay to seal it up. Only then did he finally let out a sigh of relief. I almost messed up here. Though he said this, there wasn't a hint of regret on Deidara's face. If he had to do it again, even knowing he'd run into Team Rockhead, he would still have blown up the daimyo's mansion. That was the professional integrity of a true artist. Deidara examined the grotesque and ugly bursting bug in his hand, then casually tossed it aside. Boom. With the clay spiders no longer restraining it, the bursting bug finally exploded. Not bad, it's quite an interesting form of art. And just like that, Deidara had cracked the secret technique of Team Rockhead, infamous throughout the ninja world. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialists. Deidara estimated that by now, Team Rockhead was likely far away, and if he pursued them, he probably wouldn't get any results. Not wanting to waste more time, he controlled his clay bird, turning it in the direction of his original plan, to meet up with Sasori. But he hadn't gone far. Bang. His clay bird suddenly slammed into something, its head denting inward as it plummeted toward the ground. Deidara, nearly thrown off, steadied himself just in time, and with some effort, brought the clay bird back into the air. Only then did he have the chance to inspect the bird's head, which looked as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. What just happened? Deidara hadn't noticed what he had hit. His mind was preoccupied with how he was going to explain his lateness to Sasori. Perplexed, Deidara scanned the sky around him. All he saw were blue skies and white clouds, nothing that could have blocked his way. He tried sending the clay bird along the same path again. Bang. Once more, the clay bird's head caved in. It felt as if there was an invisible wall blocking his path. Deidara, experienced as he was, steadied the bird and stopped it in place. He thought of something and reached out his hand, pressing forward. Sure enough, an invisible barrier was preventing him from moving forward. Deidara grinned and immediately recognized it. A barrier. As soon as he spoke, chakra flowed from his outstretched palm. In the next instant, the scene before him changed dramatically. It was as if the veil had been lifted. A massive, magnificent airborne fortress appeared in front of him. Deidara's mouth fell open in astonishment as he stared at the sight before him. He muttered to himself. If I could set off fireworks here, it would be the greatest masterpiece. Chapter 169, Chapter 169. When an artist is suddenly inspired and filled with passion, what kind of display can be expected? The ruined mansion of the daimyo already proved everything. At this moment, thoughts of Sasori or the Akatsuki were completely forgotten by Deidara. He immediately crafted a batch of clay bombs, sticking them to the barrier. Forming hand seals, he shouted. Ha! Boom! The explosion resounded. The barrier in front of him flickered briefly before a passageway large enough to pass through opened. So easy. Deidara had thought it would take several tries, but one explosion was enough. Well, considering the style of this aerial fortress, it clearly didn't belong to the 5 great ninja villages. Setting up such a large-scale hidden barrier was already surprising. If its defensive strength had also been strong, such a force wouldn't have remained unknown in the ninja world. Thinking this, Deidara, who had mostly recovered by now, smiled and controlled his clay bird, flying directly inside. Even if it were one of the 5 great ninja villages, he wouldn't hesitate to barge in alone, let alone this aerial fortress that no one had ever heard of. From this moment on, he would prepare to create an unprecedented, enormous firework here. Deidara. Just as Deidara was excitedly fantasizing about the spectacular explosion of the fortress, he suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned his head to see a young man, dressed simply in white, standing on a rooftop, level with him. There was no one here earlier. Though obsessed with his art and bold enough to invade the aerial fortress, Deidara hadn't lost his battle instincts. He remained vigilant. When he entered, he had carefully scanned the surroundings and was sure that no one was nearby. So, where did this man come from? How could he evade Deidara's detection? Thinking this, Deidara quietly slipped his right hand into his ninja pouch, concealed by the wide sleeve of his Akatsuki uniform. The person standing there was none other than Hagoromo Gensou. He had deliberately allowed Deidara to enter and wasn't concerned about the latter's little movements. Recalling what Hagoromo Morin had said earlier, Jensen decided to ask one question before taking action. Deidara, do you know the Hagoromo clan? Hearing this, while still preparing for combat, Deidara casually replied. The Hagoromo clan. Sounds artistic. Are they here? Perfect timing, I'm planning to set off a huge firework here soon. Jensu's mouth twitched slightly. The response was exactly what Morin had described, almost spot on. This brat had truly forgotten his connection to the Hagoromo clan. Or perhaps, he had never really paid attention to it from the beginning. Jensen had originally intended to speak to him as the clan leader. But seeing the situation now, he decided to drop that idea. It was better to discipline this brat first. In the blink of an eye, Jensen disappeared from Deidara's sight. Where did he go? Deidara's expression tightened as he quickly scanned the surroundings and instinctively controlled his clay bird to fly upwards. However, before the bird could spread its wings, a hand pierced through it from below, tearing it in half with a ripping sound. So fast. Deidara's pupils contracted as he floated in the air, staring intently at Gensu, who had just appeared beside him and effortlessly shredded his mount. He was about to throw the clay bombs he had prepared. Crackle. Lightning surged from Gensu's body. Unable to dodge in time, Deidara's body became paralyzed, and the clay bombs in his hands fizzled out. With a swift motion, Gensu slapped Deidara across the forehead. Dazed by the blow, Deidara's body tilted, and with a whoosh, he plummeted toward the ground. Boom. He crashed into the street below, creating a large crater. Shortly after, Gensu descended from the sky, walking up to the crater without a scratch on him. Due to the moderate height of the fall, Deidara hadn't lost any limbs, but his entire body was in a daze from the impact. However, when he saw Gensu standing beside him once again, Deidara, feeling a burning pain on his forehead and enraged at such humiliation, suddenly regained his energy and shouted angrily. An artist can be killed, but never humiliated like this. You bastard, insulting an artist. Now I'll show you my ultimate art. As he spoke, Deidara's body began emitting a dazzling white light. This was the prelude to self-destruction. Sure enough, his body swelled up, and with a face full of fanaticism, Deidara shouted. Art is an explo. Before he could finish his iconic phrase, Gensu stomped on his head, causing it to burst. Not far away, Morin, who had just arrived, felt his heart skip a beat at the sight. However, he quickly noticed that the Deidara whose head had been smashed had turned into clay, and he let out a sigh of relief. Having destroyed Deidara's self-destruct clone and silenced it with Raten Chakra, Gensu turned his attention underground and stomped again. Crack. A massive crack swiftly spread downward. Deidara, who had been using Doton, Mogirigakuer no Jutsu, Earth Release, hiding like a mole technique, to burrow underground, was dumbfounded as he looked up at the sunlight pouring in from above and at the figure who even the sun couldn't overshadow. He had never imagined anyone could toy with him so easily. In their brief exchange, Gensu hadn't used Genjutsu. He had simply, and effortlessly, played with Deidara as if it were child's play. Despite clearly seeing every move, Deidara found himself unable to dodge any of the attacks. It was like an adult beating a child. The gap in strength was too great. Deidara had no idea who the man above him was. But unlike the time he faced Uchiha Itachi, there was at least some admiration he could feel for this opponent. However, there was one thing. To be defeated so easily, and without a single bit of awe from my enemy toward my art, this is a complete failure. My art is far more than what I've just shown. In that case, I'll make myself into the art. With a never-before-seen explosion, I'll leave an unprecedented mark here. Then, my art will receive the admiration it deserves. Determined not to let his art be underestimated, this time, Deidara truly decided to self-destruct. He tore off his shirt, preparing to release the mouth sealed on his left chest. Of course, Gensu wasn't going to give Deidara the chance to blow himself up. In a flash, he appeared beside Deidara. Deidara tried to evade, but no matter how he moved, he couldn't escape Gensu's incoming slap. Once again. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Deidara quickly said. Wait. At least give me a chance to display my art. It was no use. Seeing the slap about to land, Deidara could only protest in frustration. Don't hit my head. Smack. Same spot as before. Gensu slapped Deidara on the forehead again. This time, he used a bit more force. Deidara's eyelids drooped. Just before he passed out, he gritted his teeth and muttered stubbornly. Art is eternal. Thud. Deidara collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Chapter 170, Chapter 170. When Deidara regained consciousness, he squinted slightly, surveying his surroundings. He found himself lying in a large hall, surrounded by a group of strange, older men who were curiously eyeing him like he was some kind of oddity. Instinctively, his body tensed up. No way. This can't be happening, right? Though Deidara considered himself an artist, and a mainstream one at that, he had no interest in the unusual hobbies of more eccentric, fringe artists. Whenever he encountered them, he'd blast them to pieces, purging the art world of such blemishes. Could this be karma, coming back to bite me now? Deidara grew increasingly worried. Just then, he overheard the strange men conversing nearby. Look at this kid, smooth skin, and a delicate face. He fits right in with us, definitely one of us. One of you? Who the hell is one of you? Deidara raged internally. Let's keep him. He can help us expand our family. No. Don't tell me I'm going to be both a troublemaker and a breeding pig. Deidara felt a cold chill run down his spine. No way. This kid looks pretty rebellious. I doubt he'll be obedient. Then we'll just give him a good beating and keep scolding him. A good child is raised under discipline. A beating. Deidara fell silent. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll just bury him. Use me and then bury me. Deidara couldn't hold it in any longer. You shameless old fools. All of you, go to hell. Furious, Deidara jumped up, preparing to surprise and blow away these disgusting men. However, in the next second, Deidara realized that while he could move freely, his chakra had been completely sealed. His full strength was unavailable. He froze mid-pose, an awkward expression on his face as the room's atmosphere grew tense. Meanwhile, due to Deidara's sudden outburst, the hall quickly fell silent. The high-ranking members of the Hagoromo clan watched as Deidara erupted in anger, shouted at them, and then stood frozen, dumbstruck. After a brief moment, "Let's just kill him," one of the old fools suggested. This drew agreement from many of the other old fools. Until a shout broke the tension. Deidara. Do you still not realize your mistake? Just as Deidara, who was about to nobly face death, heard someone call his name, he turned and asked. Who the heck are you? Hagoromo Morin, his face flushed with frustration, replied, You don't even recognize me anymore. You look kinda familiar. Deidara scratched his chin, carefully studying Morin. After a moment, he clapped his hands and exclaimed. Oh, it's you. The old man who used to nag at me constantly back in the day. If there were two people from Iwagakure who had left a deep impression on Deidara, one was his teacher, the third Sasuke Jinoki, who constantly restricted him from blowing things up. The other was Old Man Morin, who always followed him around, spouting strange phrases. As for Kuratsuchi, was there anything more fun than bombs? Seeing an old acquaintance in a foreign land, Deidara temporarily set aside his thoughts of martyrdom and curiously asked. Hey, Old Man Morin, weren't you in Iwagakure? What are you doing here? Don't tell me you've become a rogue ninja like me. Hagoromo Morin sighed deeply. Deidara, you really didn't listen back then, did you? This is the territory of the Hagoromo clan. I am a member of the Hagoromo clan, so of course, I'm here. Deidara thought for a moment. The Hagoromo clan. Sounds familiar. Oh right. That strong guy who beat me mentioned it earlier. This is the Hagoromo clan's land. Everyone here is a member of the Hagoromo clan. Including you, Deidara. You carry the blood of the Hagoromo clan within you, a young voice echoed through the hall. Deidara noticed that the moment the voice rang out, everyone present, including Morin, whom he recognized, immediately stood up and bowed respectfully toward the main seat. Following their gaze, Deidara saw that someone had now taken a seat in the previously empty spot. It was the young man who had easily defeated him earlier. I see you were all having quite the lively discussion, Jensen remarked with a light smile, glancing at everyone present. Morin quickly stepped forward and said, Forgive us, clan leader. Deidara turned out like this because I failed in raising him properly. While Morin was openly explaining, he was secretly doing everything he could to protect Deidara's life. Meanwhile, Deidara was deep in thought. Clan leader. Hagoromo clan, Old Man Morin. Deidara had never been lacking in intelligence. He had simply always been so focused on his artistic creations that he paid little attention to anything else, even matters others considered of utmost importance. If he hadn't cared for Inoki's teachings, how could he have paid any mind to Morin's words? In a way, this was another form of childlike innocence. Now, with everything laid bare and his attention fully focused, Deidara began to recall long-buried memories bit by bit. He remembered how, back in the day, while he was shaping new clay bomb designs, Old Man Morin would always nag him about the glory of the clan. Right, he had always been talking about the Hagoromo clan. But Morin had never explained which Hagoromo he meant. Could it have been bathrobe, wings, rain sentiment? It could have been any of them. Busy with his artistic endeavors, and with the glory of the clan meaning nothing to him, Deidara had always let those words go in one ear and out the other. Even as words like Hagoromo Gensou and Hagoromo clan became more frequent in the ninja world, they hadn't stirred Deidara's deeply buried memories. Until now. Listening to the conversations around him, Deidara finally understood. Hagoromo Gensou. The young man before him was none other than Hagoromo Gensou. Deidara was certain. Only someone of such stature could possess the overwhelming strength that left him with no chance to resist. And the people around him, all members of the Hagoromo clan. Wait, he himself was a member of the Hagoromo clan, too. So my last name is Hagoromo. The same Hagoromo as Hagoromo Gensou. The characters for Hagoromo look pretty artistic. They suit me as an artist. Now that everything was clear, Deidara's first thought, in typical fashion, was how the characters for Hagoromo had an artistic feel that he liked. Then, he let out a big sigh of relief. So, it looks like I won't be forced down the wrong path after all. Chapter 171, Chapter 171. Deidara, now that you understand you're a member of the Hagoromo clan, surrounded by your blood relatives, how do you feel about that? Asked Motoni, who was also present. Without thinking, Deidara immediately blurted out, feel. Of course, I think the name Hagoromo has a very artistic vibe. Idiot. Morin rushed up to Deidara, smacking him hard on the forehead. He sighed heavily with frustration. Now is not the time to talk about art. You should be happy that you're finally reunited with the Hagoromo clan. Ack. Old man Morin. You hit me on the head again. Ever since I left the village, I swore no one would hit me on the wait. Deidara stopped mid-sentence, remembering how Jensen had already knocked him on the head twice. His so-called vow had long since been broken. Forget it. You're too old to be so irritable, so I won't hold it against you. Deidara huffed, turning his head away, ignoring Morin. Morin's hands trembled as he resisted the urge to smack Deidara again. Jensen raised a hand, signaling for Morin to step back. Morin, still worried, gave Deidara a concerned glance as he stepped aside, unsure if the young man would understand the gravity of the situation. Deidara, Jensen's voice called out. This time, Deidara immediately quieted down. It wasn't just because of the previous beatings that Deidara became compliant. It was more the presence of Jensen, who sat calmly, one hand lightly tapping the armrest of his chair, emitting no visible aura. Yet, the pressure Deidara felt was suffocating. Deidara had met powerful figures before, Inoki, Itachi, and the Akatsuki leader Pain, who could all defeat him, but none had ever made him feel this way. Even if all of them combined, they wouldn't give him the same sense of overwhelming pressure. Deidara, who was usually restless, fell silent, and the others stood quietly by, listening intently. Without beating around the bush, Jensen asked directly. Are you interested in rejoining the Hagoromo clan? Deidara wasn't dumb. He knew the situation he was in. It was just returning to his homeland, right? While it was disappointing that he couldn't blow up the airborne fortress into a spectacular firework display, Deidara thought about all the artistic creations that awaited him in the future. Besides, these people hadn't insulted his art, so he nodded and said. Of course, the Hagoromo clan has a very artistic, I'm willing to return. Deidara, who had instinctively wanted to mention art again, quickly changed his tune when Jensen gave him a sharp glance, and returned to the topic at hand. Good, Jensen nodded. From now on, you will serve as the Hagoromo clan spy, returning to the Akatsuki and relaying all relevant information about the organization. What? Deidara was taken aback. He had fully prepared himself to shed his Akatsuki uniform and spend the next while comfortably staying with the Hagoromo clan. Unexpectedly, he was being sent back to the Akatsuki as an undercover agent. Not that Deidara had ever felt much loyalty to the Akatsuki. He had joined mostly because Itachi had defeated him and disregarded his art. Deidara had joined, intending to get revenge one day. However, after joining the Akatsuki, Deidara had seen the unique abilities of the other members and started to appreciate their powers as forms of art. Additionally, the battles to capture tailed beasts were full of excitement, fitting the thrill-seeking nature of an artist. Deidara had begun to think of the Akatsuki as an artist collective. Everyone was an artist, and if possible, Deidara wanted their actions to continue. With a bitter expression, Deidara asked, "Can I not go?" Jensen replied bluntly, "Of course not." Deidara sighed. Though everyone in the Akatsuki was an artist, for the sake of his own future in art, he would have to sacrifice the others. Besides, being an undercover agent was a form of art in itself. Just imagine, Deidara thought, the moment when my true identity is revealed, and the shock, disbelief, anger, and killing intent from the other Akatsuki members who think they know me. All those intense emotions condensed into a single moment, that would be a perfect expression of my art. Deidara stroked his chin, and after some thought, his eyes lit up. And having the Hagoromo surname. That was yet another artistic touch. Quickly convincing himself, Deidara confidently pounded his chest and said, "So you want me to be a spy for the Akatsuki?" "No problem, I'm familiar with them. I'll definitely get the job done." Standing nearby, Morin finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Deidara's life had been spared. Gensou also nodded in satisfaction. Unlike the original story, where all sorts of unexpected events could happen, it was important to keep a close eye on the Akatsuki, whose mission to capture tailed beasts could cause serious trouble. Naturally, Gensou wanted to monitor their every move. Daidara, being a member of the Hagoromo clan, was the perfect candidate for the job. Of course, if Daidara had proven too reckless, Gensou would have been prepared to take him out. Thankfully, Daidara wasn't entirely ruled by his explosive tendencies, and he agreed to the task. Still, as a precaution, Jensen had a backup plan. Since you're rejoining the Hagoromo clan, you'll need to receive the Hagoromo mark. As Jensen spoke, he vanished from his seat and reappeared next to Daidara, his 5 fingers igniting with a deep red flame. What are you going to do? Daidara sensed something ominous. Morin quickly chimed in, Daidara, this is a great honor. The clan leader himself is placing the Hagoromo mark on you. Indeed, it was a significant honor. Many in the room felt a deep sense of awe as they watched the clan leader, who hadn't placed the Hagoromo mark on anyone since the Warring States period, prepare to mark Daidara. It was a symbol of pride, far more prestigious than receiving the mark from elders or other seniors. Daidara didn't yet understand the significance of what was happening. Soon, he felt a burning pain on his chest. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly. When it was over, Daidara looked down to find a red symbol of a hammer and scythe etched onto his chest. And honestly, it looked pretty artistic. This is the Hagoromo mark, Morin, in an unusually good mood, explained the many functions of the mark to Daidara, such as sensing other clan members, self-igniting, and locating. Locating. Daidara's body stiffened as the word echoed in his mind. Damn it. Chapter 172, Chapter 172. If anyone thought that Daidara, upon discovering his origins in the Hagoromo clan, would sincerely dedicate himself to serving the clan, they were mistaken. This was the same man who had abandoned his position as the third Hokage personal disciple and potential successor to the title of fourth Hokage, all on a whim. His thought process was anything but normal. Forced by the circumstances, Daidara initially planned to stay with the Hagoromo clan for a while, to see if there were any noteworthy artists or inspiring works of art that could keep him interested. If there were, he would stay, just like he had done with the Akatsuki. If there weren't, he would find an opportunity to leave, abandoning both the Hagoromo clan and the Akatsuki, and continue his wandering artistic journey. However, he hadn't anticipated being sent back to the Akatsuki as a spy, and on top of that, having the Hagoromo mark planted on him. With that mark capable of tracking his location, no matter where he went, the Hagoromo clan could find him. Daidara's mind was filled with curses at his misfortune. But Jensen wasn't done yet. To ensure that Daidara remained motivated and obedient, the Hagoromo mark was just a safeguard, the real motivation was yet to come. Would you like to witness a once-in-a-lifetime display of art? Gensou asked. Daidara was surprised that Gensou even mentioned the word art. His eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he nodded excitedly. Of course. With that, Gensou reached out, grabbing Daidara by the shoulder. A fierce wind surged around them, and in the blink of an eye, the two vanished from the sight of the others present. Everything happened so quickly. Daidara couldn't even open his eyes. He had no idea how much time had passed when he finally managed to open his eyes again. They were now standing on solid ground. Not only that, but the seals on his body had been lifted, and his chakra was flowing freely again. Confused, Daidara looked toward Gensou, not understanding what he was planning. Gensou smiled faintly, cracking his knuckles as he said, "Now, it's time for you to witness truly great art." Boom. Deafening explosions echoed across the barren wilderness, as if the entire world were being torn apart by a cataclysmic event. Even from a distance, one could see flames shooting up into the sky. There were gales, torrential rain, lightning, meteors, ice, magma. For a long while, the chaos continued. Finally, everything settled, the skies cleared, and calm returned. Thud. Lying at the bottom of a massive crater, utterly exhausted and covered in soot, Daidara opened his mouth, with puffs of black smoke still emerging from his throat. In stark contrast, Gensou, who was standing nearby, clean and unscathed, approached with the same calm smile, asking, "Well, what do you think?" Daidara's head was too heavy to move, but his eyes rolled toward Gensou as he lay there in a daze, staring at him for a while. At last, from the depths of his heart, Daidara spoke with genuine admiration. "I've seen true art." Good. Jensen nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't in vain, giving Daidara a full-force demonstration of what true art could achieve. After all, wasn't art an explosion? Gensou had shown Daidara just how far that kind of art could go. As he had expected, Daidara, having experienced it firsthand, had no complaints. In fact, when he looked at Jensen now, his eyes were filled with admiration. This is the kind of great artist I've been searching for my whole life. Daidara's heart burned with newfound passion. In truth, someone with Deidara's personality could be easily managed, as long as you found the right approach. For someone like Deidara, the best approach was to give him a shocking, unforgettable experience in his most beloved field, art. Thankfully, Deidara's obsession was with explosions, not painting or singing. In the realm of devastating, powerful destruction, Gensou, with his mastery of countless jutsu and multiple Kekkei, was an undeniable expert. With his full power on display, he had completely won Deidara over. Forget Uchiha Itachi. Forget pain. None of them mattered as much to Deidara as Hagoromo Gensou now. Once you've recovered from your injuries, return to the Akatsuki, Gensou ordered. Yes, boss, Deidara immediately replied. Gensou glanced at him. Call me clan leader. Yes, clan leader. Thanks to medical ninjutsu, it didn't take long for Deidara to fully recover. Flap, flap. His clay bird flapped its wings as it soared through the sky. Standing on the bird's back, once again wearing his Akatsuki uniform, Deidara looked back longingly at the now hidden airborne fortress. If it were up to him, he would have stayed by Gensou's side forever, discussing art with such a great artist instead of returning to the Akatsuki as a spy. Previously, Deidara had thought that the Akatsuki members were quite skilled, worthy of being called artists in their own right. But now, how can I create great art if I surround myself with such vermin? Deidara sighed deeply. But he couldn't disobey the great artist, his mentor, or rather, his clan leader. Well, if that's the case, I'll just have to work hard as a spy and bring down the Akatsuki as soon as possible so I can return. Deidara cheered himself on. He even started wondering if he should take matters into his own hands, maybe kill a few of the Akatsuki members or try to turn some of them against the organization. Even though Sasori's artistic ideals are completely opposed to mine, at least he's a genuine artist. Maybe I can convince him to switch sides. Deidara stroked his chin, pondering as his clay bird flew steadily toward his destination. An hour later. On a remote cliffside in the land of fire. The clay bird landed, and as Deidara jumped off, he heard a familiar voice beside him. Deidara, you've been gone so long, I thought you were dead. Turning his head, Deidara saw Sasori, clad in his Akatsuki uniform, walking toward him. With a grin, Deidara greeted him cheerfully, relax, Sasori. The art duo still hasn't made a name for itself in the ninja world, so how could I be dead? I've told you many times, a name is just a burden, Sasori replied expressionlessly, sizing Deidara up before asking, what happened? Deidara shrugged. I was working on some art when a group called the Rockhead clan interrupted me. That's why I was delayed. Sasori knew exactly what Deidara meant by working on art, but the mention of the Rockhead clan piqued his curiosity. Ninja hunters. Oh. You know them, Sasori. I know of them. Sasori had his own network of information and was aware of many things happening in the ninja world. Deidara's mind began to turn, and he suggested. Hey, Sasori, how about we team up and take down the Rockhead clan together? Those bastards ambushed me, then ran off before I could chase them down. Deidara's real plan was to lure Sasori to the land of waves, where the clan leader could capture him. Then, he could persuade Sasori to join their side. But Sasori wasn't taking the bait. Not interested. If the Rockhead clan had any Kekkei, Sasori might have been inclined to make them into human puppets. But they didn't. The leader's mission is more important, Sasori reminded him. We're still looking for the three tails. Deidara groaned. The ocean is huge, and that turtle likes to hide at the bottom. We've been searching for days and still haven't found it. How are we supposed to find it? The search for the wild three tails had been a recurring task for the Akatsuki. But the vast ocean had made it nearly impossible to find any trace of the beast. This time was no different. As one of the main searchers, Deidara had spent countless boring days searching the skies, still coming up with nothing. He wanted to quit. But Sasori's message was that they were expected to work overtime on this task. It was the leader's order. Ranking so low in the Akatsuki's hierarchy, Deidara couldn't argue. He grudgingly agreed, though his dissatisfaction was evident. Still, in his heart, he added another reason to bring down the Akatsuki. Using its members like workhorses, it had to go. Chapter 173, Chapter 173. Crack. The sound of gears turning echoed as a small flame ignited, lighting a cigarette. A few wisps of smoke rose lazily into the air as Sarutobi Asuma, holding the cigarette between two fingers, took a deep drag, exhaling with a sigh of relaxation before turning to his three students. We've arrived at the land of waves. The mission to escort the delegation is half complete. Once we drop them off at their lodgings, you'll have 2 days off. So, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, feel free to go explore wherever you'd like. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru shrugged, looking exhausted as usual. Forget it, I'd rather just catch up on some sleep. Although this mission hadn't been dangerous, dealing with the Fire Nation's aristocrats had been exhausting. They were impossible to satisfy. One day they'd get tired of riding in a palanquin, decide it was too early to keep traveling, and insist on camping early. The next day, they'd complain about the discomfort of camping outdoors and deviate from the planned route to rest in a town. Once in town, they'd spend the entire day listening to music and enjoying other luxuries. Shikamaru had been on many missions and dealt with all sorts of clients, but these particular officials from the Fire Nation were different. They acted however they pleased, yet were oddly friendly with the ninja. Whenever they had something good to eat, drink, or enjoy, they'd invite the team to join, sharing in the luxury. It was a strange balance of camaraderie and frustration, as they never listened to the ninja's advice for their own safety. Thankfully, there had been no enemy attacks along the way. Otherwise, with how disorganized their journey had become, there would have been trouble. Now that the delegation was safely delivered to the land of waves, all Shikamaru wanted was to sleep without interruption. Choji also wasn't keen on moving, but for different reasons. Thanks to the lavish food shared by the officials, he had eaten more than enough on the trip and was now in dire need of digestion. In the end, the only one interested in exploring the unfamiliar country was Ino. Unlike Shikamaru, who was mentally drained, and Choji, who was physically overstuffed, Ino was excited. This was her first time near the ocean, and she was eager to enjoy the beach, which had also been visited by her friend Sakura and where some fascinating stories had unfolded. This is my first time at the seaside. I'm definitely going to play on the beach. She had even packed a swimsuit in preparation. Go if you want, Asuma said, leading his students and the delegation to their lodgings. As they arrived at the inn, they noticed something strange nearby, a once grand daimyo's mansion, now reduced to ruins. Only a signboard had been erected, and the rest of the place was still undergoing reconstruction. Was this place bombed? And the target was the daimyo's mansion. Unlike his students, who had grown up in the Hidden Leaf Village, Asuma, a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, immediately understood the gravity of the situation. He quickly questioned the Land of Waves official who had been guiding them. The official responded, a while ago, some rebellious nobles, who opposed the daimyo's rule, hired ninja to assassinate the new daimyo. Fortunately, the daimyo's hired protectors, the Rockhead clan, were present. After a fierce battle, they defeated the enemies and thwarted the conspiracy. The daimyo's mansion was destroyed as a result of the fight. An internal conflict, Asuma nodded knowingly. As long as it wasn't another village trying to interfere with the Land of Waves, it was fine. As for the Rockhead clan, Asuma had heard of them. They were a mercenary group with a solid reputation, known for their strength and their lack of ties to any of the hidden villages. He wasn't particularly concerned about mercenary ninja who simply worked for money. The enemy must have been quite strong, Shikamaru remarked, observing the ruins of the mansion and analyzing the aftermath of the battle. Indeed. But since the incident is over, it's not our place to delve any further, Asuma patted Shikamaru on the shoulder, then led the group inside. The night passed without incident. The next day, with Shikamaru unwilling to get out of bed and Choji too focused on indulging in the local cuisine, Ino found herself lamenting her teammates' laziness. Frustrated that they were wasting the opportunity to join her at the beach, she muttered that they'd never get a date in their lives. Finally, she decided to head to the beach alone, bringing along her swimsuit. As an island nation, the Land of Waves boasted a beautiful golden beach with pristine waters. Although the beach wasn't heavily developed, it still attracted visitors. However, because the former daimyo had made life so difficult for the citizens that they could barely afford food, few people had leisure time for beach outings. Now that the daimyo was dead, the country was in mourning, and those who had just begun to recover from hard times didn't dare break the solemn atmosphere by enjoying themselves at the beach. Only a select few, like the ninja, were indifferent to such concerns. One such person had already arrived early at the beach, lounging on a beach chair he'd brought with him, sunglasses on, enjoying the sun and sea breeze. This wasn't Hagoromo Gensou's first visit to the beach. After wrapping up his business with Daidara, he had discovered this beach and now often came here to relax on good weather days and contemplate his training. While his training had been progressing steadily, Jensen had recently encountered a major problem. Both the truth-seeking orbs and the mastery of the bloodline collection were his key focus areas, but lately, the progress of the two had fallen out of sync. Normally, the process of creating truth-seeking orbs and integrating the powers of the bloodline collection went hand in hand. Both required a full understanding and mastery of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, intertwining and harmonizing these forces. The main difference was that the truth-seeking orbs required less chakra and were smaller in scale, while the bloodline collection demanded much more chakra and was larger in scope. Typically, Jensen would make progress with the truth-seeking orbs first, using the insights gained to enhance his work with the bloodline collection. This method had worked well for a long time. But recently, something had gone wrong. While his mastery of the truth-seeking orbs continued to improve, his progress with the bloodline collection had stagnated. At first, Jensen didn't pay it much attention, as it was normal for the orbs to advance faster than the bloodline collection. However, as time went on and his understanding of yin-yang and the five elements deepened, and as his ability to maintain the orbs for longer periods grew, he realized that the same techniques and principles weren't having any effect on his bloodline collection training. More specifically, it wasn't that they had no effect, it was that, at the critical moment of completion, something invisible seemed to block the final integration. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through. It became clear that even if he perfected the truth-seeking orbs, it would not unlock the full potential of the bloodline collection, as he had once hoped. So, could it be a chakra issue? Jensen pondered. Chapter 174, Chapter 174. Jensen removed his sunglasses and extended his hand. A seemingly harmless, yet incredibly destructive, black orb quickly formed in his palm. Bloodline collection will now be changed into Kekki Somo. The ease with which he now created the truth-seeking ball was a far cry from the cautious, step-by-step process he had once employed. This signaled Jensen's considerable progress in mastering the yin-yang and five elements techniques. Yet, despite this growth in knowledge, the issue lay in the practical application of these techniques. It was as if Jensen had mastered complex mathematics, but when presented with a solvable exam, he found himself unable to write down the answers, not because he lacked the knowledge, but because his pen had run out of ink. Clenching his fist, the truth-seeking orb in his hand vanished instantly. Jensen closed his eyes, focusing on the internal workings of his body. The seven chakra natures, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, yin, and yang, surged within him, blending and intertwining in a profound and intricate dance. Each element merged seamlessly with the others, becoming one. Suddenly, Jensen opened his right hand, releasing a torrent of violent chakra that split the sea in front of him in two, the force continuing to roar into the distance. As I thought, it still doesn't work, Jensen muttered, shaking his head. If following the path of the truth-seeking orb for mastering the Kekki Somo was wrong, then he wouldn't have seen any progress in his Kekki Somo training from the start. If the method was correct but stopped yielding results, then the issue wasn't with the truth-seeking orbs, it lay within the Kekki Somo itself. While both the truth-seeking orbs and the Kekki Somo were based on the fusion of yin-yang and the five elements, the difference between them was the sheer scale of chakra required. The truth-seeking orbs, while powerful, were ultimately defined as a form of ninjutsu, and thus required a limited amount of chakra to perform. The Kekki Somo, on the other hand, was a power that transcended the likes of Kekki Genkai and even Kekki Toda, offering the wielder the strength of a sage of six paths level being. The chakra required to wield such a power was enormous. Jensen had already considered this possibility, though he had assumed that the vast amount of chakra would only be necessary once the Kekki Somo was fully realized. However, it seemed the need for immense chakra reserves had arrived earlier than expected. Jensen, who had never before worried about his chakra reserves, now found himself grappling with the realization that his chakra might not be enough to master the Kekki Somo. He had always thought his chakra reserves, on par with those of the tailed beasts, would suffice, but it appeared that he had underestimated the true scope of the Kekki Somo. Techniques like Yamatsu Hirasaka, all-killing ash bones, and the 80 gods vacuum attack were all part of the Kekki Somo. Throughout the 1,000-year history of the ninja world, only two people, Kagaya Otsutsuki and Hagoromo Otsutsuki, had ever wielded the full power of the net. Reflecting further, Jensen realized that Kagaya had attained her abilities by consuming the chakra fruit of the god tree, instantly granting her the power of the Kekki Somo. Her son, Hagoromo, inherited a portion of her chakra and was further empowered by the Rinnegan, allowing him to develop the Kekki Somo naturally. After becoming the sage of six paths, Hagoromo fully realized the power of the net. For these two figures, especially Kagaya, their experiences were unique and impossible to replicate. However, one thing was clear, the chakra required to wield the Kekki Somo was far greater than Jensen had anticipated. How do I increase my chakra reserves? Jensen mused. Becoming a Jinchuriki. That wouldn't be enough. He thought back to the roots of his lineage, Kagaya. Before her resurrection, Black Zetsu had not only gathered the ten tails but also used the infinite Tsukuyomi to absorb the chakra of the entire world. And even then, Kagaya still wasn't at her peak. She had also attempted to reclaim the chakra within Naruto and Sasuke, which had originally belonged to Hagoromo. This demonstrated just how terrifyingly vast the chakra reserves of a true Kekki Somo user were. Even Hashirama paled in comparison. To complete the Kekki Somo, a single-tailed beast was far from sufficient. As for other methods within the ninja world to boost chakra, such as the hero water, meteorite shards, or the zero tails, those were mere drops in the ocean compared to what Jensen needed. As Jensen pondered this, footsteps approached from behind. The chakra of the approaching person is on par with a jonin, their yin release is particularly strong, more akin to secret techniques than genjutsu. A foreign ninja? No, this chakra feels familiar. Without even turning around, Jensen had already assessed the newcomer's identity. Every ninja's chakra carried a unique signature, and someone like Jensen could identify them without needing to see them. After a moment of thought, Jensen remembered who it was, Yamanaka Ino, the girl he had once spoken to when he wore his disguise. Jensen quietly slipped his sunglasses back on and, with a swipe of his hand, altered his appearance. He wasn't in the mood for a confrontation and preferred to enjoy the sun in peace. Strange, this is supposed to be a popular tourist spot, but why is there only one person here? A few moments later, Ino arrived at the beach, brimming with excitement. But when she looked around, the sight before her didn't match her expectations at all. "Did I come to the wrong place?" she muttered. Still, the scenery here is quite nice. The warm sea breeze, the soft sand beneath her feet, and the vast ocean stretching out before her reassured Ino that she was in the right place. She glanced at the only other person on the beach, a man lounging on a chair, seemingly asleep with his sunglasses on. Thinking it rude to disturb him, she decided against striking up a conversation. "Since I'm here, I might as well enjoy myself," she thought, smiling as she found a secluded spot to change into her swimsuit. With a splash, Ino transformed into a graceful mermaid, enjoying her time in the ocean. The little girl from back then has grown up, Jensen thought, watching her play in the water from behind his sunglasses. Unlike Sasuke, who had grown up under his watch, Ino's transformation was more striking to him. Team Asuma, huh? Having heard about the Fire Nation's delegation, Jensen knew a Konoha team was accompanying them. No wind is going to blow here like in Shippuden, Jensen mused, pulling his gaze away from Ino and back to the sea. Reflecting on his earlier thoughts, his eyes deepened as he stared into the horizon. If that's the case, I'll be the one to stir up a new wind. Chapter 175, Chapter 175. In the howling wind, the clear sound of wind chimes echoed through the mountains. Two figures, both clad in black robes adorned with red clouds, walked silently along the mountain paths, their conical hats concealing their faces. The rings on their fingers, marked with the kanji, shu and nan, revealed their identities. Kisame glanced at his silent companion, Itachi. Ever since their crushing defeat at the hands of Gensou, Itachi had become even more withdrawn than before. Kisame, who knew Itachi well, could sense that his teammate was burdened by something heavier than usual. Seeming to notice Kisame's gaze, Itachi calmly asked, "Have we found any trace of the Four Tails Jinchuriki?" "Not yet," Kisame replied with a grin, "that old man is good at hiding. Finding him in these mountains won't be quick work." Itachi looked up at the sky, dark clouds rolling in from the distance. His voice, devoid of emotion, carried a strange weight as he said, "We should hurry. I don't have much time left." "Not much time." Kisame was surprised. Then, his expression turned serious as he asked, "Is it your health?" He knew all too well that Itachi's body had been deteriorating over the years. But this time, it wasn't about that. Itachi shook his head slightly and muttered, "The inevitable is coming. Land of Waves, Sky Fortress." Today was a rare occasion. The Uchiha clan members, who usually went about their respective duties, slowly gathered in Jensen's office. Every surviving Uchiha, who had been brought to safety years ago, along with Sasuke, were now present. "Hey, Sasuke, any idea why Jensen-sama has called us here?" Jin, who had recently become a father-to-be, asked with a hint of anxiety. He had planned to make fish soup for his pregnant wife, but just as he was about to head home, the summons came. He dreaded the punishment he might face if he delayed for too long. Sasuke, fresh from his training, shook his head. He had no idea why they had been gathered either. However, Izumi, who had been quietly observing the scene, suddenly realized something. Her eyes widened in shock, and without warning, her Sharingan activated, glowing crimson. "What's wrong, Izumi?" Jin asked, noticing her rare display of emotion. "I'm fine," Izumi replied, though her heart raced with suspicion. She hesitated to voice her thoughts aloud, worried that she might get everyone's hopes up prematurely. She composed herself, signaling to Jin and Sasuke that she was okay, and settled into a tense wait. It wasn't just Izumi, some of the more astute Uchiha members were also counting heads and seemed to sense the significance of the gathering. An air of anticipation and unease filled the room, like the calm before a storm, until the silence was broken by the opening of a door. Gensou entered the room, his expression unreadable as he walked past the gathered Uchiha and took his seat. His gaze swept over Izumi and the others before he spoke in a calm, measured voice. "It seems some of you have already guessed why you've been called here." Izumi and the others, who had anticipated what might come next, felt their hearts race. Their hands clenched reflexively. "You're right," Gensou continued without delay. "The reason I've gathered you here is for the goal you've pursued all your lives. The one responsible for the Uchiha clan massacre, Uchiha Itachi, is about to meet his end." Boom. At that moment, the pent-up emotions of the Uchiha members could no longer be contained. Chakra flared wildly, filling the room with a chaotic surge of energy. As the weight of Gensou's words sank in, the Uchiha present erupted in excitement, elation, and an overwhelming thirst for revenge. One by one, the Sharingan activated, their red eyes burning with intensity. Father. Sister. Brother. Finally, I can avenge you. Jin, who had long since forgotten about his fish soup, clenched his fists, his face contorted with fury. Father. Mother. The day has finally come. Uchiha Kyo, overwhelmed by emotion, wiped away his tears. Even Uchiha Yakushi, who had always viewed crying as a weakness, was unable to hold back his tears as he thought of the grandparents who had raised him but never lived to see peace. Grandfather. Grandmother. I swear, I'll kill that monster. Brother, watch over me. Itachi will be punished this time. Misa, I won't back down again. The emotions were too intense, too long suppressed. These Uchiha had waited far too long for this moment. Since the massacre of the Uchiha clan in Konoha's 55th year, the survivors had dreamed of vengeance. But Itachi was far too powerful. Even their most skilled members, those with fully awakened Sharingan, couldn't hope to match him in battle. So they waited. 1 year. 2 years. They endured, training in silence, hoping that one day, they would be strong enough to take their revenge. But could they really? Uchiha Itachi was a prodigy, his strength insurmountable. For so long, the Uchiha had felt nothing but despair. That is, until Sasuke arrived, accompanied by the legendary Gensu, a man spoken of in the same breath as Uchiha Madara. From that moment on, the downtrodden Uchiha survivors saw a glimmer of hope. They devoted themselves to Gensu, pouring their blood and sweat into proving their worth, all in anticipation of hearing the words that had just been spoken. Now, the time had come. As the room filled with the blood-red glow of their Sharingan, Gensu remained calm, his presence steady and unshaken. Once the Uchiha managed to rein in their emotions, he issued his orders. This mission is open to all Uchiha, Gensu said. Uchiha Sasuke, you will lead. From the age of 7, Sasuke had dreamed of this day. As Gensu's words registered, he released the grip on his sword, which had left his palm white, and stepped forward. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity as he bowed his head deeply. Yes, he declared. Gensu continued, you have 1 day to prepare. We leave at 7 a.m. tomorrow. The target is Naka Shrine. Yes, the Uchiha chorused, their voices filled with determination. Chapter 176, Chapter 176. The mission was imminent. After leaving Gensu's office, Jin returned to his home step by step. The sound of the door opening echoed. Why are you coming back so late? Jin. Have you grown bold? Jin's wife, now visibly pregnant, immediately began to scold him. Suddenly, she noticed Jin's expression, and her face changed. She seemed to understand something and quickly swallowed the rest of her words. After pressing her lips together, she stepped forward, took the sea fish Jin was holding, her gaze complicated but eventually turning into determination. I'll prepare dinner, you should rest well. As his wife, she understood Jin the most. His current state could only be explained by one situation. Of course, Jin's wife was worried. But she knew exactly why her husband lived the way he did, so she wouldn't try to dissuade him. All she could do was silently support him from behind. The sound of stir-frying soon echoed from the kitchen. Usually, Jin would rush to help with his wife's chores. But now, he took out a whetstone, drew his short sword, and began sharpening its blade with all his strength. In the time that followed, the sounds of cooking and sharpening filled the warm house, starting off distinct but gradually intertwining, blending together seamlessly. At this moment, just like Jin, many Uchiha were sharpening their blades and preparing their ninja tools. There were also those like Izumi, who was holding an old, yellowed photograph, silently speaking to the people in it. Lastly, Sasuke stood silently on the rooftop, looking at the bright moon under the pitch-black night. The same night, the same moon. My foolish little brother. That man had once stood in front of him, his face cold, saying, if you want to kill me, hate me. Detest me. And then survive in an unsightly way. Run, keep on running, just to live. Until the day you have the same eyes as me, then come find me. Crack. Lightning erupted from Sasuke's body, tearing through the memories that surfaced before his eyes. He looked at the moon above him now and said coldly, I will not live according to your wishes. I have walked my path my way. Itachi. Wait for me. The next morning, all the Uchiha gathered at the aerial lift of Jomi village. Beside them, those who had gotten along well with the Uchiha over the years also came to see them off. Kei, who had come with Jin's wife, patted Sasuke, Izumi, and Jin on their shoulders. Knowing the significance of this journey, he didn't say much, simply uttering 2 words. Good luck. The 3 nodded. Before they could say anything more, Gensu arrived. The entire area fell silent. Move out. Without any extra words, Gensu waved his hand and took the lead. He would also be joining them on this mission. Not only to assist the Uchiha but also to personally see something at Naka Shrine. Seeing Gensou already taking action decisively, all the Uchiha immediately followed. From beginning to end, they never questioned whether Itachi was there or if he would head to Naka Shrine. Since Gensou-sama had given the order, everything was beyond question. The ghosts of the Uchiha began their journey of vengeance. As the target of this vengeance, Itachi sat by a cliff, turning his head to glance at the fierce battle between the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Rashi, and Kisame. Lava release, scorching stream rock technique. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. The outcome was already determined. Itachi withdrew his gaze, no longer watching, and instead continued looking toward the distant horizon. Recently, it seemed he had foreseen something, his deep gaze silently waiting. Finally. Today, at this moment, feeling the disturbance on the other end of his summoning contract, Itachi lowered his eyelids and sighed softly. They've come. Bang. A puff of white smoke rose beside Itachi. As the smoke dispersed, a large, orange tabby cat, half the size of a person, with a golden abacus around its neck and two shiny new gold rings on its paws, appeared before him. Meow expressed sincerely at your service. Here is a letter for Itachi. Please accept it, Meow, the big tabby cat said as it handed a letter to Itachi. Due to Shirsue's influence, Itachi's summoning animal had always been crows. However, the Ninja Cat clan, being both weapon suppliers and information brokers for the Uchiha, had maintained a good relationship with the clan for many years. Having done many missions for the Ninja Cat clan in the past, Itachi, like other clan members, had signed a summoning contract with them when he was young. He simply hadn't summoned them much. But this time, it was the Ninja Cat clan that had reached out first. Itachi already had a guess as to who sent the letter. Opening it, he found a short message. Naka Shrine, to settle everything. The signature was simply, Uchiha. Sasuke, are there others too? After burning the letter to ashes, Itachi spoke calmly. He would be setting out soon. Not only because behind these Uchiha stood Gensou. Under his command, refusal was not an option. More so because his own time was indeed running out. After the battle with Gensou, the hidden problems in his body had grown more severe, and he couldn't hold on much longer. Even without this letter, Itachi would have found a time to face Sasuke. Finally, to pass on his Mangekyo Sharingan to Sasuke. As for Sasuke's hatred toward the Leaf Village. Without Shirsue's Mangekyo, Itachi could do nothing and didn't wish to try anymore. In the final moments of his life, faced with a choice between Sasuke and the village, Itachi still chose Sasuke. Meow, thank you for your patronage. The fee for one delivery is 200,000 Ryo. The big tabby cat, still not leaving, extended its fluffy paw, smiling sheepishly as it asked for the commission from Itachi. Itachi calmly took out 200,000 Ryo and handed it over. Thank you, looking forward to your next visit, Meow. The big tabby cat accepted the money, beaming with joy, then waved goodbye with a beckoning cat pose before disappearing in a puff of smoke. 5 minutes later. Kisame walked over, throwing the unconscious Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Rashi, on the ground with a grin. This old guy was pretty tough. But in the end, he was caught. Itachi, let's go inform the boss now. No. Itachi stood up, I have somewhere to go. Kisame, I'll leave the Four Tails Jinchuriki to you. Somewhere to go. Kisame frowned, is it important? Itachi looked up as raindrops started to pour. Letting the rain soak his face, he remained calm. Yes, very important. Chapter 177, Chapter 177. Konoha. Before the time when carrying a bag of rice up several flights of stairs became a struggle, the village's economy was thriving, and its per capita GDP ranked among the top in the shinobi world. Aside from the occasional group of villains trying to destroy Konoha without success, the villagers' happiness index was quite high. On holidays, the streets and alleys of the village were packed with villagers out enjoying their day. Of course, there was no shortage of well-paid Konoha shinobi. Today happened to be a day off. The calls of shopkeepers, the banter of friends, and the laughter of children filled the air, louder than in recent days. The whole village was bustling. Except for one area. The once glorious Uchiha clan grounds, now like a ghost town, after the clan's tragic massacre. The Uchiha grounds were located in the most remote area of the village. Though expansive, with so many lives lost, no one had been willing to come here since, let alone live there. With the passage of time, the once magnificent Uchiha clan grounds had become dilapidated. A close look revealed traces of the massacre from that fateful night, still visible. Moss-covered walls, overgrown weeds, collapsed high walls, a scene of gray and green decay. The only thing with a bit of vivid color was the Uchiha clan crest, still printed in visible places. After Sasuke, who should have inherited all of this, defected from the village, the Uchiha grounds were supposed to vanish entirely. But today, its former owners had finally returned. Yawn. At the village gate, Kamizuki Izumo, one of Konoha's 2 gate guardians, who was sitting behind the desk responsible for entry registration, couldn't help but let out a yawn, which prompted his friend Kotetsu again, beside him, to yawn as well, stretching lazily. Such a nice day, such beautiful weather, everyone's off enjoying their holiday. Kotetsu, yet here we are, working overtime, guarding the gate from morning till night, without even being able to switch to another job. Honestly, it's so dull. Izumo complained after finishing his yawn. Hearing this, Kotetsu replied with a serious expression, Izumo. All along, Hokage-sama has entrusted us with the important duty of guarding the gate because of absolute trust in the two of us. Just think, if Konoha were invaded, where would the first battle occur? Right here. It's precisely because of our skill and sense of responsibility that we were given this duty. So Hokage-sama values us this much. Izumo felt ashamed for his recent laxity, immediately sitting up straight, eyes sharp, not letting any intruder slip through the gates. However, Kotetsu then added, though, switching to another job might be pretty nice. After all, with our abilities, we should be shining brightly for Konoha in all sorts of situations. Kotetsu, you've got a point too. Izumo nodded in agreement. But just as he finished speaking, Izumo suddenly realized something was off. Huh? Kotetsu's words meant, wasn't that what I said in the beginning? He turned his head, wanting to discuss more with Kotetsu. Just then, a series of rapid whooshing sounds approached from outside the gate, getting closer and closer. Someone's coming. Judging by the sound, there are more than 10 of them. Has there been a mission involving such a large team recently? Izumo quickly gathered his thoughts, forgetting their previous conversation, and exchanged a glance with Kotetsu, who had also turned serious. They swiftly moved to the gate, ready to receive the visitors. Soon enough, they saw them. No forehead protectors, they weren't Konoha shinobi. Black hair, black eyes, cloaked in blue. On the cloaks, there appeared to be a clan symbol of sorts. Izumo scanned it carefully. It looked like a fan, red on top, white on the bottom. This looks familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Izumo pondered. At this moment, Kotetsu spoke in a trembling voice of disbelief. It's the Uchiha clan crest. The Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan. Izumo's eyes widened, and he suddenly remembered. The fan-like symbol on the blue cloak was indeed the Uchiha clan crest. However, in his memory, the Uchiha had long since been destroyed. If it weren't for Kotetsu's reminder, he wouldn't have thought of it at all. But weren't the only remaining Uchiha supposed to be Sasuke and Itachi? How did all these people have the Uchiha clan crest? The events at Jomi village were still classified information in Konoha. As gatekeepers, they had no clearance to know. Now, looking at these people with the Uchiha clan crest, their expressions clearly showed they were not here on friendly terms. Izumo and Kotetsu exchanged glances, both seeing trouble in each other's eyes. Kotetsu quietly reached for a signal gun, ready to request backup. Before he could make a move, one of the Uchiha stepped forward. So fast. Izumo and Kotetsu couldn't react in time, a familiar yet stern face appeared right before them. The dark eyes turned into the 3 Tomo Sharingan in an instant. With just a glance, Izumo and Kotetsu's eyes rolled back, and they instantly fell unconscious. 2 more stepped out from the group. One helped the 2 Konoha shinobi back into their seats, while the other set up a visual genjutsu in the surrounding area. Once everything was set, all the Uchiha moved silently towards the clan grounds. The only one at the scene whose clothing bore the crest of the Hagoromo clan, rather than the Uchiha crest, was Gensu, who did not follow them. Returning home, revisiting old grounds, and the place where they would be buried, it was bound to be full of sorrow. Better to leave them some space to vent. As for himself, Gensu glanced at the bustling Konoha streets and the steaming food stalls. He was hungry, so he decided to grab something to eat first. Ah. Pervert. Peeping Tom. Ladies, we must catch him this time. Gensu hadn't gone far when he heard a series of high-pitched screams. Then, a white-haired figure quickly darted past him. After that, a group of women in yukatas came chasing after, full of fury. So Jiraiya is still in Konoha, huh? Gensu withdrew his gaze from the distant Jiraiya and was about to continue walking when he noticed a particularly conspicuous row of books in a nearby bookstore. Aika Aika Paradise, authored by Jiraiya. Come to think of it, I haven't read this famous book yet. Gensu walked over, casually flipped through a book. Then he bought it, his expression unchanged, and continued on his way. Not even a minute later, Jiraiya, having quickly shaken off his pursuers, returned, his face unusually serious as he scanned the surroundings. Is he gone? Earlier, when he brushed past Gensu, he hadn't recognized the unfamiliar face, but his sixth sense, honed through years of battle, had given him a warning. He had intended to turn back to check. But now the person was nowhere to be seen. Jiraiya could only sigh. In today's shinobi world, you can run into a formidable opponent just by wandering around. It's getting harder to understand. Oh well, I should go warn Tsunade. Jiraiya headed towards the Hokage building. Chapter 178, Chapter 178. Naka Shrine. The former secret gathering place of the Uchiha clan was now overrun with weeds. Passing through the collapsed red torii gate, Gensu arrived at the shrine's main hall, which was empty. The Uchiha shinobi who had come with him were making the most of their time, cleaning the long unattended Uchiha cemetery and expressing their emotions before the graves of their family members. Meanwhile, the other person involved, Itachi, was on his way. Gensu wasn't in a hurry. He entered the hall and glanced to his right. Counting from the far right, the seventh tatami mat. Gensu reached out and pushed, revealing a hidden passageway leading downwards. This basement was the true secret meeting place of Naka Shrine. Within it, the stone tablet written by the Sage of the Six Paths was kept. Gensu entered the basement and stood before the Uchiha stone tablet, where Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had once stood, surveying it. The characters on the stone tablet were obscure and difficult to understand. It seemed as though some mysterious force was obstructing the words, and only the Sharingan could unveil the true meaning behind the inscriptions. After a futile attempt, Gensu decided not to force it and formed a hand seal. With a poof, a white smoke rose beside him. A clone, wearing the Uchiha blue kimono and a white spiral mask, appeared. Without a word, the clone's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan activated, the black tomo spinning within the blood-red pupils as he gazed at the Uchiha stone tablet. The Sage of the Six Paths had originally left this stone tablet to guide future reincarnations of Indra, hoping they wouldn't follow the old path and encouraging them to believe in love. However, after Black Zetsu discovered the stone tablet, he altered much of its content. What Gensu saw now was the altered version of the stone tablet. The content revealed varied based on the power of the eye, from the basic Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan, and then to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Normally, the Mangekyo Sharingan in Gensu's clone could at most read what Itachi could, information such as the origin of the Uchiha Sharingan, how to awaken it, how to evolve it to Mangekyo, and how to evolve further to the eternal Mangekyo. It wouldn't be enough to reach the level of Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo. However, to Gensu's surprise, he found that he could read the entire content of the stone tablet, just as Madara once had. Senju and Uchiha, two opposing forces acting upon each other, creating all things. The so-called all things referred to everything. That's where Madara got the idea that led him down a completely different path. And now, it's trying to sway me. On the surface, Gensu was reading attentively, but inwardly, he couldn't help but sneer. The reason he could see this content wasn't because Shirsui's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan had somehow reached the level of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Just as Black Zetsu had once altered the stone tablet's content. Now, the requirements for deciphering the stone tablet had been lowered by the same force. Judging from this, Black Zetsu is considering me as a potential candidate for his mother revival plan. Could it be because during my battle with Itachi, both Obito and Black Zetsu were observing and got interested? To be fair, with Gensu's current power, if he were to take over the Eye of the Moon plan, his success rate would indeed be higher than that of Obito. After witnessing Gensu's displayed power a year ago, although Black Zetsu hadn't replaced Obito, his usual practice of casting a wide net and having backup plans had led to some small measures behind the scenes. For instance, with the Uchiha stone tablet now. Seems like Black Zetsu anticipated that I would come here. I wonder if he's actually present right now. Gensu discreetly scanned the surroundings, and after finding nothing, he continued reading the remaining content of the stone tablet, the final step in all the scheming. Infinite Tsukuyomi. The altered stone tablet by Black Zetsu detailed the steps to cast infinite Tsukuyomi, such as collecting the 9-tailed beasts, becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, and casting infinite Tsukuyomi upon the moon. Once completed, everyone in the world would fall into a deep slumber, forever dreaming of a life in which they were the protagonist, a happy and fulfilling dream. The shinobi world would be free of war, killing, pain, and despair. True peace would finally be achieved. This is how Madara got deceived. Gensu snickered in his heart. On the surface, though, he wore an intrigued expression, his tone filled with surprise and excitement. Interesting. With his progress in the Keki Isomo bloodline network stalling due to a lack of chakra, Gensu had considered all possible solutions and found only one. Though the planet was large, the chakra it could truly bear was limited. Only by completely absorbing the power of the God Tree had Kaguya managed to achieve her ascension and obtain the bloodline network. After inheriting Kaguya's chakra, sealing his own mother, and separating the God Tree, Hagoromo himself had also become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, reaching the level of the bloodline network. In essence, Hagoromo had to strip Kaguya's power and augment himself to complete the bloodline network and reach the pinnacle of the Sage of the Six Paths power. From this, it was clear that the total amount of chakra on this planet was only enough to satisfy one or two wielders of the bloodline network at most. No matter how Jensen sought other means to increase his chakra reserves, it simply wouldn't be enough. It would be better to aim directly, capture the 9-tailed beasts, the greatest chakra sources on this planet, and achieve the 10 tails. Of course, he had no real interest in becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki or releasing Kaguya. Gensu's objective was clear: to gather enough chakra to advance to the level of the Kekkei Somo. The 10 tails, and even the chakra collected under infinite Tsukuyomi from the entire shinobi world, was what he needed. For this, Jensen didn't mind playing along for now. After all, key components like the Rinnegan and the demonic statue of the outer path were not yet in his possession. If he wanted to take advantage of the situation, he'd need to leave a good impression, wouldn't he? At this moment, having finished deciphering the stone tablet, Jensen did not leave immediately but focused on the part about infinite Tsukuyomi for a long time. A world where everyone dreams while I alone remain awake, bringing peace to the shinobi world and ensuring no interruptions to my training. To be honest, it's not a bad choice. After some time, Jensen finally spoke, his tone half genuine, half in jest. It was at that moment. A shadowy figure rose slowly from a dark corner of the basement. As a creation of the sage, separated from white Zetsu, black Zetsu could easily remain undetected by anyone below the level of a Six Paths user if he wished to hide. Noticing Jensen standing before the stone tablet for so long, the corners of black Zetsu's mouth curved upward. Another prey had taken the bait. Chapter 179, Chapter 179. During the Warring States period, although Black Zetsu paid more attention to the reincarnations of Indra, Uchiha Madara, and Azura, Senju Hashirama, it had some understanding of Gensu, who was as famous as them. Gensu had done quite a few things to punish evil and promote good. But having lived for so many years, Black Zetsu could easily see that, compared to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who were determined to achieve peace in the shinobi world and were willing to sacrifice everything for it, Gensu lacked such a strong sense of mission and responsibility. Essentially, Gensu lived in his own world and didn't want to be disturbed by others. Just like now. After reading about the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, Gensu's interest lay more in the idea of everyone in the world dreaming peacefully while he alone remained awake, free from interruptions. He wasn't like Madara, who, upon seeing the plan, became excited about the possibility of realizing peace in the shinobi world and fulfilling his ideals. If Gensu had also become excited at this point, expressing how his long-awaited peace was finally within reach, Black Zetsu would have found it strange and even become wary. But Gensu's words aligned well with his personality, so Black Zetsu had no suspicions. Whether it was peace under the infinite Tsukuyomi or Gensu being the only one awake, it didn't matter to Black Zetsu. After all, once infinite Tsukuyomi succeeded, these people's ideals would all be for nothing, and in the end, everything would serve as a bridal gown for its mother. Watching Gensu standing before the Uchiha stone tablet without moving for a long time, Black Zetsu smiled and slowly sank back into the ground. The fish had already taken the bait. When to use this fish, it wasn't in a hurry to decide. After all, Obito was doing quite well at the moment. Perhaps, when the plan eventually stalled, Black Zetsu would then give Gensu a hint. Or maybe, Gensu himself would discover the clues and take action. This would most likely lead to conflict with the Akatsuki. But Black Zetsu thought it over and still didn't care. It was like raising venomous creatures, though some would perish in infighting, ultimately, a powerful king would emerge. However, no matter how powerful the king was, the ultimate beneficiary would always be the one who raised it. The Akatsuki, Obito, the shadowy Madara, and now the newly included Gensu. With so many cards in hand, Black Zetsu couldn't imagine how it could lose. Mother, please be patient a little longer, and soon I will be able to save you. With the hope of reuniting with its mother, Black Zetsu took one last look at Gensu before leaving for good. Although Gensu couldn't detect Black Zetsu's exact whereabouts. Being aware of its existence, he still sensed a slight change in the atmosphere of the basement at one point, different from before. He didn't say anything, continuing to stand in front of the Uchiha stone tablet, playing his role while thinking. The whereabouts of the Jinchuriki are top secrets in each major village, making it hard for outsiders to find them, even Jomi village couldn't. Considering this, the Akatsuki is quite useful. After all, they specialize in such things and have been investigating the tailed beasts for years, plus they have White Zetsu, a powerful tool for gathering intelligence, which allowed them to capture the Jinchuriki so accurately in the original story. The shinobi world was vast. For Gensu, defeating a Jinchuriki was easy, but finding one would be a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. In this regard, he could wait until the Akatsuki captured the tailed beasts before swooping in to take advantage. However, the Rinnegan was still in their possession. Moreover, with so many tailed beasts collected by then, if pushed, the other side could simply become a makeshift 10-tails Jinchuriki. So, whether it was the tailed beasts or the Rinnegan, Gensu felt it was best to have them under his own control. Over the next while, Gensu considered many subsequent matters. He wasn't sure when exactly Black Zetsu had left, but when he sensed the Uchiha shinobi arriving above, he snapped back to reality. Coming to Naka Shrine to inspect the Uchiha stone tablet and draw out Black Zetsu had served its purpose, now it was time to fulfill the next objective. Gensu exited the underground chamber and returned to the main hall. Sasuke and the rest of the Uchiha shinobi had already arrived. Seeing Gensu emerge from the underground, they didn't ask anything, merely bowing slightly. Understanding Sasuke and the others' current mood, Gensu said nothing more, disappearing in a flash, leaving the stage to those involved. At this moment, the dusty main hall was silent. Sasuke and the others closed their eyes. They waited silently for that man. Uchiha Itachi. Ding ding ding. The familiar sound of wind chimes rang outside Konoha's gates. Itachi had arrived as promised. Along with him was his partner, Hoshigaki Kisame. When Kisame had initially become Itachi's partner, it was to keep an eye on him, and their relationship could only be described as average. But after being partners for so long, Kisame had come to respect Itachi deeply. Upon learning that Itachi would be having his final battle with his brother, Kisame didn't leave alone. Instead, he handed the Four Tails Jinchuriki over to White Zetsu and continued to accompany Itachi as usual. This time, he wasn't monitoring, he was merely seeing his friend off. Soon, the crisp sound of wind chimes reached inside the gate. Izumo and Kotetsu were dutifully guarding the gate. Itachi glanced at them. Recognizing that they were under a genjutsu, he ignored their inquiries and passed through the gate, heading towards Naka Shrine. Kisame walked beside Itachi. Seeing the increasingly close, dilapidated buildings ahead, which were once the Uchiha clan grounds, he turned to look at Itachi, curious about what thoughts he had at the moment. However, Itachi remained expressionless, showing no reaction whatsoever. Passing through the ruins, the two arrived at the collapsed red torii gate. Itachi looked up at the ascending stairs, and at the end of the stairs, the still dignified, though dilapidated, main hall of Naka Shrine, and said to Kisame. "This is as far as you go." Kisame stopped, looking at Itachi. "There are quite a few people up there. Are you sure you don't need me to clear out any unrelated individuals?" "Those people aren't unrelated." Itachi shook his head slightly. After speaking, he began climbing the steps, one step at a time. Kisame did not follow but watched Itachi's figure gradually disappear from his view. As a place where the Uchiha clan often held meetings, the main hall of Naka Shrine was spacious. When Itachi climbed the long steps and reached the main hall, exerting his strength on the dusty, decayed door, the moment he pushed it open. Inside the spacious hall, countless pairs of Sharingan that had been waiting for a long time opened simultaneously, and the blood-red glow filled with hatred and killing intent focused on the visitor. Itachi. Chapter 180, Chapter 180. Itachi. Seeing Itachi again, Sasuke found that he wasn't as furious as he had imagined. On the contrary, he was incredibly calm at this moment. Of course, his killing intent hadn't diminished in the slightest. Facing the cold stares of over a dozen pairs of Sharingan, Itachi's face remained unmoved. As he entered the hall, he ignored the others and immediately looked toward Sasuke, sizing him up. He calmly said, "Sasuke, you've grown taller." Sasuke responded in a cold tone, "You, however, haven't changed. Your eyes are still just as cold." "Is that so?" Itachi glanced at Sasuke, who remained still, and was slightly surprised. "You're not like the last time, charging recklessly and yelling." The last time they met was in the hallway of an inn outside Konoha. Sasuke's mind flashed back to that memory. At the time, the moment he saw Itachi, rage consumed him, and he attacked alone, only to have his Chidori easily deflected. But now. Sasuke sneered and looked at Itachi. "Of course, you don't understand me at all. The past is the past. Now, I've forged my own path. Itachi, prepare to face our fury." "Our." Hearing Sasuke's words, Itachi finally shifted his gaze, scanning the room. Uchiha Itachi. Jin, Yokai, and Zankai glared at Itachi with hatred. I don't keep track of the names of the OCs. LOL. Before they could say more, Itachi ignored them and continued to scan the room. It wasn't until he saw Izumi's slightly unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar face that he paused for a brief moment. But soon, he averted his gaze, his expression remaining indifferent as he looked back at Sasuke and said, "So, your support comes from these people." A group of Uchiha remnants, barely surviving after escaping death for so long. Uchiha Itachi. We've waited for years, all for this moment. Here, we will end you once and for all. Jin shouted, unable to contain his anger. Itachi shook his head calmly. You all should have found a quiet place to live out your lives, not come here to die, wasting the fortune you've been given. Mother is dead, grandma is dead, my friends are dead, and all our clan members are dead. If we don't avenge them, what meaning is there in living? Izumi, with red-rimmed eyes, looked directly at Itachi, her voice trembling with emotion. Itachi remained silent. Without looking at Izumi, after a brief pause, he simply said. Living is the meaning. After speaking, he ignored the other Uchiha and turned to Sasuke again, saying, I told you before, when you possess eyes like mine, you can come to find me. But it seems you're still not qualified. Do I need to kill my closest friend to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? I'm not like you. I have no interest in such a vile method of advancement, Sasuke scoffed, gripping the hilt of his sword. I don't need the Mangekyo. I, and everyone here, can take you down without it. Everyone, huh? Itachi lowered his eyelids, concealing the brief flicker of relief in his eyes. When he looked up again, his face was cold. I wonder, after all your everyone dies, will you then awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan? Clang. Sasuke's expression darkened as he unsheathed his blade, his gaze sharp. You won't get that chance. Is that so? For the first time, Itachi's tone shifted, a rare heat and even greed emerging as he said. Though there are more people here, it's still a good thing. Sasuke, I've waited a long time for this day. Your eyes, I'll take them. Crackle. Lightning sparked from Sasuke's blade as he coldly responded, I've waited a long time for this day too. I don't need your eyes, just your life. Kill Uchiha Itachi. Avenge our clan. At any cost. The other Uchiha ninja all drew their weapons, their killing intent soaring. In that moment, the blood-red glow of countless Sharingan shone menacingly within the Uchiha shrine. The battle for Uchiha revenge had officially begun. Clang. 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 At some point, the loud clash of metal reverberated continuously in the hall. The sound was so intense that even Kisame, standing by the collapsed torii gate, could hear it. Has it begun? Another Uchiha civil war. Civil war was nothing new to Kisame. In the past, within the hidden mist village, political coups and internal strife had been as common as drinking water. It was because of his deep disappointment in reality that, upon hearing of Uchiha Madara's Eye of the Moon plan, Kisame had eagerly joined the Akatsuki. Compared to the other Akatsuki members who only knew about the tailed beast weapon plan, Kisame, who knew a deeper layer of the truth, was undoubtedly trusted by Uchiha Madara. However, even now, Kisame couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for the likely outcome awaiting Itachi. Can he win? Aware of Itachi's deteriorating health and vaguely sensing his true intentions, Kisame still held a sliver of hope as he listened closely. Just as he instinctively stepped forward, trying to hear more clearly, a voice suddenly spoke from behind him. If I were you, I wouldn't take another step forward. Kisame froze, not turning around, and immediately reached for his sword, Same Hada. Oh. And why is that? Because if you take another step, Same Hada will have a new master. The calm, unwavering voice spoke again. Kisame's hand paused, but he still grasped the hilt of Same Hada. Then, he finally turned around to face the speaker. Black hair, black eyes, young, and indeed, somewhat resembling an Uchiha. But there was no Uchiha clan crest on the plain white robes he wore. Instead, on his shoulders were two crescent moon symbols. Wait. The crescent moon, the Hagoromo clan. Thanks to the resurgence of the name Hagoromo in the shinobi world over the past 2 years, many, like Kisame, had come to recognize the clan's symbol, just as they did the Uchiha crest. Kisame's pupils shrank as he looked at the young man again and immediately recognized him. Gensou. Itachi had been utterly defeated by this man, and even Uchiha Madara was wary of him. Moreover, Sasuke, along with other rumored surviving Uchiha members, had reportedly pledged themselves to this figure. Now that they were here, it made perfect sense that Gensou would be as well. Realizing this, Kisame immediately dismissed any thoughts of fighting. He released his grip on Same Hada and respectfully addressed Gensou, who had suddenly appeared. Hoshigaki Kisame, at your service, Gensou-senpai. Chapter 181, Chapter 181. Gensou had grown quite accustomed to being called senpai by now. Seeing Kisame acting so respectful, Gensou didn't trouble him. After casually waving his hand, he sat on a large stone, listening to the sounds of battle from Naka Shrine and asked Kisame. You followed all this way just to see Itachi off on his final journey. Seeing that he was temporarily safe, Kisame knew that the best option was to comply with the wishes of this powerful figure before him, but he glanced in the direction of the shrine and still grinned. The fight isn't over yet. Whether it's his final journey or not remains to be seen. Gensou looked at Kisame and smiled faintly, you're quite interesting. Gensou didn't elaborate on what was interesting about Kisame. Instead, he looked towards the shrine, speaking in a calm tone, from the moment Itachi stepped onto those stairs, whether he acted on his own or I pushed him, his fate was sealed. Kisame's heart sank upon hearing this. He understood what Jensen meant. Even if Itachi somehow emerged victorious, this man would still ensure his end. Such a display, treating Itachi, who was infamous across the shinobi world for exterminating the Uchiha clan, as a mere fish on a chopping board. So dominant. Despite Jensen not doing much, Kisame felt an indescribable sense of pressure just from interacting with him. What would happen if I fought him? To other shinobi, Jinchuriki were like fearsome monsters, undefeatable, but to Kisame, they were just obstacles that required some time to deal with. Kisame had always been confident in his strength. Yet now, facing Gensu, who was as famous as Uchiha Madara, Kisame found that he had little desire to wield his blade. Moreover, Kisame reached out and touched Samehada. The massive sword, wrapped in bandages, was trembling slightly. Samehada was scared. Kisame was stunned. Samehada, which was unmoved even by tailed beasts, was now visibly trembling. Since he had taken up this living sword, it was the first time Kisame had seen this reaction. Was Gensu really that terrifying? Gensu was well aware of Kisame's subtle actions but didn't pay them any mind. After all, Kisame was a formidable tool for capturing tailed beasts, and he was a shinobi who truly embodied the spirit of professionalism. Gensu quite appreciated such a straightforward and diligent individual. Moreover, Gensu, having already considered the Akatsuki as his own resource, didn't want to deplete its strength unnecessarily. Even cannon fodder had its uses, not to mention someone whose strength was comparable to the Five Kage. At this moment, the sounds of metal clashing from Naka Shrine were gradually diminishing. It wasn't that the battle was coming to an end, but rather that the fighting style had escalated. Gensu sensed highly active fire-based chakra. They're getting serious. It seems I might not need to intervene. Gensu looked in the direction of the shrine, a smile playing on his lips. Inside the spacious main hall. Compared to the empty space at the beginning, the tatami mats were now filled with embedded kunai and shuriken, and many areas bore the scorched marks left by fire release. The Uchiha clan's fighting style was vividly reflected in the battle between Itachi and Sasuke, along with the other Uchiha members. Currently, Sasuke's entire body was surging with lightning-release chakra as he engaged in close combat with Itachi, alongside Jin, Izumi, and two other Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan. As for the other companions, some were injured and had been moved to the back, while the rest kept their distance, ready to use ninjutsu to support Sasuke and the others at any time. The 3 Tomo Sharingan was not easy to awaken. Even with their deep-seated hatred, the Uchiha from Jomi village were young, and not all of them had the 3 Tomo Sharingan. For this mission, aside from the elderly Kei, every Uchiha had joined, totaling 15. 6 of them had the 3 Tomo Sharingan, while the others had the 2 Tomo. However, upon seeing Itachi, 2 Uchiha members experienced such strong emotional stimulation that their Sharingan evolved to the 3 Tomo. The plan from the beginning was for those with 3 Tomo to engage in close combat, while those with 2 Tomo would support from a distance with ninjutsu. As for why the 2 Tomo shinobi wouldn't join the battle. Facing their hated enemy, these clan members, who had yearned for vengeance day and night, weren't willing to stand back, just as Sasuke hadn't held back with only 2 Tomo back then. Convincing them otherwise was impossible. Since that was the case, they would fight to their heart's content in true Uchiha fashion. Before long. In just a few minutes. The battle at Naka Shrine became particularly fierce. Despite their greater numbers, Sasuke's side had already lost 3 Tomo shinobi. Even so, neither Sasuke nor Jin and the others showed any concern, and their fighting spirit only grew stronger. Though Itachi had taken down 3 Tomo Uchiha, it hadn't come without a cost. Looking at Itachi's Akatsuki uniform now, several slashes had torn through it, and blood was faintly flowing from within. Sasuke smirked and said, "He's weakened." Compared to the scene in the Tsukuyomi world where Itachi had massacred the Uchiha, Sasuke realized that Itachi's reactions were much slower now. His vision is poor, Jin, who had specifically tested Itachi earlier, confirmed. It seemed unbelievable to many that someone with the highly perceptive Sharingan could have poor eyesight. However, Sasuke and the others, already aware that overuse of the Mangekyo Sharingan could lead to blindness, knew that Itachi's current condition wasn't an act. In that case, proceed with Plan B. As the leader, Sasuke decisively gave the order. He then took out a prepared sealing scroll, and with a poof, accompanied by white smoke, a massive Fuma Shuriken appeared in his hand. With lightning-released chakra crackling around it, Sasuke hurled the Fuma Shuriken with great force, the shuriken surging forth with the sharp power of lightning. This was just the beginning. One after another, Sasuke continued to throw Fuma Shuriken, the electric glow weaving into an impenetrable net aimed at Itachi. The other Uchiha didn't remain idle. They either threw tools or performed ninjutsu to block all of Itachi's possible escape routes. "Have you come this far already?" Itachi sighed slightly, looking at Sasuke. Due to the distance, Sasuke's familiar face became blurry in his vision. It wasn't just his eyesight that had deteriorated, his body was also failing. If the fight had been only against Sasuke earlier, he might have gone easy on him. But being outnumbered, Itachi couldn't afford to hold back. It wasn't just Sasuke, the strength of the other Uchiha had also surprised Itachi. Excluding his Mangekyo abilities, he had given it his all. Still not enough, still not enough. With his life entering its final countdown, all Itachi wanted was to help Sasuke one last time. At this moment, as he looked at Sasuke, who appeared as a blur among the illusions in his sight, his Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin like a windmill. Chapter 182, Chapter 182. Boom. A crimson skeletal structure materialized in midair, enveloping Itachi and sweeping its two arms to knock away the incoming weapons and ninjutsu. Susanoo, huh? Seeing Susanoo for the first time, Sasuke's expression tensed. He spread his fingers, and the transparent wire entwined around them instantly pulled taut, causing the previously deflected Fuma Shuriken to whirl around once more. This time, instead of clashing directly, the shuriken orbited around Susanoo, causing the wires to bind tightly around the crimson skeleton. Not only Sasuke but the other Uchiha also moved their fingers. With the prearranged wires in place, kunai and shuriken scattered all over the place reshot out, swiftly winding around Susanoo just like Sasuke's had. In an instant, the crimson skeletal figure was tightly bound from head to toe by transparent wires. On the other end, the wires were clenched in the mouths of Sasuke and the others, accompanied by their hands weaving seals at lightning speed. Fire release, dragon fire technique. One after another, raging flames surged along the wires towards Susanoo. Itachi looked around. The surface of the crimson skeleton was completely engulfed in flames, making it look like a giant torch. The flames burned fiercely, causing the skeletal structure to grow thinner. Knowing that Susanoo's initial form was insufficient for defense, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan spun again. In an instant, veins and flesh covered the once thin crimson skeleton, now wrapped in a cloak-like layer of chakra and adorned with an armor resembling the Tengu of Japanese mythology. And it wasn't over yet. All the wires snapped instantly as Susanoo grew in size. Boom. With a loud crash, the ceiling of Naka Shrine's main hall was shattered, sending the topmost layer of tiles flying as the entire roof was torn off. After a blazing torch shot skyward and quickly disappeared. Now, standing taller than the main hall, the majestic and solemn crimson Susanoo straightened up, shining brightly under the sunlight. Boom. 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 With Itachi's steps, the giant myth-like Susanoo trampled over Naka Shrine, demolishing everything as it charged at Sasuke and the others. Not far away. Seeing flames and a crimson-armored giant over Naka Shrine, visible even from afar, Jensen shook his head, saying, "This is just increasing my workload. Such a commotion would inevitably draw the attention of the true masters here, Konoha. Given Konoha's efficiency, it wouldn't take long for someone to arrive. He'd have to stop them from getting involved. After all, this was a fight for the Uchiha to cleanse their own house, outsiders had no business interfering. Well, it's fine if they come, hopefully, there'll be some useful characters." Jensen thought about his system mission. While waiting for the outcome here, he hadn't been idle. A shadow clone of his had already set off to complete a new main mission issued by the system. Main mission, Chunin Exams. Mission description: after returning from the Land of Waves, the host soon heard about the Chunin Exams. Recommended by his team leader Kakashi, Team 7 will participate in the Chunin Exams. Prepare well to pass the written test, the Forest of Death trial, the preliminaries, and ultimately the final exam. Warning. Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, is about to strike. A few days ago, Jensen had received the new mission from the system, and he took advantage of this visit to Konoha to accomplish it. If all went as planned, his shadow clone should now be in the Chunin Exam's usual written exam venue, having completed a test paper, and would be on its way to the Forest of Death, heading to the central tower to continue the mission. As for whether it would work or not, Jensen was confident. After all, with the wisdom of the great scholars on his side, how could he fail? In the meantime, Jensen continued sitting on the large stone, quietly waiting. Kisame, who also noticed the commotion at Naka Shrine, frowned slightly. So soon using the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that Sasuke, whom he could once easily deal with, would have grown to this level. Kisame turned his head to look at Jensen, wanting to ask something, when he suddenly heard noises coming from not far away. He squinted his eyes and asked, "Jensen-senpai, do you need me to deal with those pests?" Jensen glanced at the people approaching, who were all unfamiliar faces and irrelevant characters, and casually waved his hand. Kisame nodded and disappeared in a flash. Soon, sounds of fighting came from the distance. From the moment Itachi unleashed the true power of Susanoo, the battle at Naka Shrine could no longer be concealed. Initially, Konoha had no idea what was happening at Naka Shrine, so they sent a nearby team to investigate. After some time without any reports from the team, Konoha realized something was amiss. Hokage's office. Tsunade stood by the window, arms crossed, looking in the direction of Naka Shrine. The Uchiha grounds were in a remote area, so despite the commotion caused by Itachi's Susanoo, she couldn't see anything. Still, she did so because of her suspicions. What could be happening at Naka Shrine? After the Uchiha massacre, the Uchiha ground seemed forgotten by everyone, left untouched for a long time. Besides the dusty, dilapidated buildings, there was nothing of value there. There shouldn't have been any reason for outsiders to target it. Yet now, a significant battle was taking place. Earlier investigations confirmed no Konoha shinobi were there. Judging by this, it could only be foreign shinobi. Tsunade was pondering. At that moment, Shizen burst through the door, clearly flustered. Tsunade-sama. What's the situation? Tsunade turned to ask. Shizen's face darkened. The second investigative team has also lost contact. Additionally, an Umbu team that went in secret is the same. Crunch. Tsunade clenched her fist. Upon hearing this news, she realized the severity of the problem. She had initially thought it was a minor issue. Though the specifics were unclear, sending a few Konoha shinobi should have been enough to resolve it, and they could investigate afterward. But now, with 2 Konoha teams and an Umbu team disappearing easily, this was far from a minor issue. This was like a dragon rampaging. Who could it be? Tsunade considered several possibilities and was about to gather more personnel to investigate further. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open again. Shikamaru and Choji, who had just returned from the land of waves, each supported the weary Izumo and Kotetsu, while Asuma and Ino followed quickly behind. Without time for formalities, Shikamaru spoke gravely. Hokage-sama, there's big trouble. Chapter 183, Chapter 183. Uchiha. In the Hokage's office, after listening to Shikamaru's quick report, which detailed how his team had completed their diplomatic mission and, upon returning to the village, keenly noticed that Izumo and Kotetsu were under a genjutsu, Tsunade's pupils slightly contracted. She looked at the still recovering gate guards and asked. Are you certain it's the Uchiha? Izumo nodded heavily, his voice slightly weak, a group of more than 10, each with the Uchiha clan emblem on their cloaks. The one who activated the Sharingan and put us under the genjutsu. I recognized him now, it was Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, along with more than 10 other Uchiha shinobi. Tsunade's expression turned exceptionally serious after hearing this new intel. After the mission to Jomi village, she had learned from Yamato that some Uchiha had survived. She had thought the number wouldn't be too high, after all, the death register of Konoha's Uchiha clan was there. But now, it turned out that there were 10 of them. This many was already quite significant for a smaller shinobi clan. How many Uchiha were really sent away back then? Tsunade wondered. And then, she grew increasingly furious at the Third Hokage and Danzo, who had orchestrated the Uchiha's current fate. If those 2 weren't already dead, she would have liked to punch them right now. Look at the mess you left for me. At that moment, after learning from Shizen that there was a battle at Naka Shrine and that multiple Konoha teams had fallen there, Shikamaru quickly analyzed. Most likely, Sasuke and his group are currently inside Naka Shrine. The chance of infighting is slim. There were no Konoha shinobi there initially, so their enemy must be someone else. If Sasuke and these Uchiha shinobi are willing to expose themselves, regardless of Konoha being so close, to fight inside Naka Shrine, then their enemy must be formidable. The only one I can think of is. Shikamaru looked up at Tsunade. Tsunade picked up where he left off, saying. Itachi. So, the current situation is that 2 groups of Uchiha are fighting at Naka Shrine. Sasuke and the others are doing this for revenge. But why did Itachi come to Konoha willingly? Shizen pondered, a bit puzzled. At that moment, a new voice chimed in, for the Sharingan. With the kanji 4 oil on his forehead protector and long white hair reaching his waist, Jiraiya walked in with a serious expression. Jiraiya-sama. Shizen, Shikamaru, Izumo, and the others immediately greeted him. Jiraiya nodded casually and continued, the Mangekyo Sharingan needs to evolve further by merging with the eyes of a close relative. I think Itachi spared Sasuke back then precisely because he was his brother. Because of the recent re-emergence of Gensou, Jiraiya had been delving into information about the Warring States period over the past 2 years, hoping to learn more about Gensou. By chance, while reading an old book, instead of finding information about Gensou, he stumbled upon a hidden story about the Uchiha. The author seemed to know a lot about the Uchiha. The book recounted how Uchiha Madara had taken his younger brother Izuna's eyes to evolve his Sharingan. It wasn't clear whether this version was mistaken or intentionally disparaged Madara. Nevertheless, after reading it, Jiraiya immediately thought of Itachi and Sasuke. Unaware of the truth of the night of the massacre, he voiced his earlier assertion. Someone once said that the Uchiha are a cursed clan. Now it seems that might be true. The idea of brothers killing each other for power was incredible to Shikamaru. But now wasn't the time to delve into that topic. We must not let Itachi obtain Sasuke's eyes, nor let Sasuke get Itachi's. If taking a brother's eyes could lead to evolution, then the reverse would also be true. Both Itachi and Sasuke were S-rank rogue shinobi from Konoha. Unlike Naruto, who would be emotionally involved, Shikamaru quickly suggested to Tsunade, Hokage-sama, we must send a large force immediately to blockade Naka Shrine and take down both Itachi and Sasuke. Tsunade nodded, adding, one more thing. She looked at Izumo and Kotetsu, asking each word with emphasis. In the Uchiha group, was Gensu there? The moment the name Gensu was mentioned, silence fell upon the Hokage's office. Compared to the rest of the shinobi world, who had only heard of Gensu's reputation in books or stories, the shinobi of Konoha had a much deeper impression of him, especially after seeing Root annihilated right under their noses. Izumo and Kotetsu swallowed nervously, carefully recalling, and then shook their heads. No. We're not sure. Sasuke moved too quickly, and we didn't get a clear look at everyone before we fell under the Genjutsu. Not receiving accurate intel, Tsunade frowned. After thinking quickly, she made a decision. Asuma, Shizune, gather all the available Chunin and Jonin in the village immediately. I will personally lead this mission. Tsunade commanded. The Uchiha were formidable, but only a dozen of them, daring to act right under Konoha's nose, seemed overly bold to Tsunade. Unless they had other guarantees. What she could think of was that, besides Sasuke, the other Mangekyo Sharingan user who had appeared at the Fire Temple and Katsuragi Mountain, or even, Gensu himself had arrived. With such formidable foes, including Itachi, Sasuke, and others, Tsunade knew she had to go herself, not sit in her office like the third Hokage had done, doing nothing. Yes, Hokage-sama. Asuma and Shizune immediately took action upon receiving the order. I'll go too. Jiraiya, recalling the person he had encountered while escaping after his failed peeping attempt, spoke gravely, deciding to accompany them. Tsunade did not refuse. Soon, the available Chunin and Jonin in the village gathered, and Tsunade and Jiraiya, without delay, led the group swiftly towards the long-deserted Uchiha grounds. Still recovering from the Genjutsu, Izumo and Kotetsu stayed behind. The two looked at each other, understanding the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. If Gensu had indeed been among the Uchiha, wouldn't that mean they had survived an encounter with him? No, that wasn't quite right. It would mean that they were shinobi who had faced Gensu, a figure said to rival the gods, and had survived. However, thinking about their colleagues currently heading towards Naka Shrine, Izumo and Kotetsu still felt that having such a record wasn't necessarily a good thing. Chapter 184, Chapter 184. Naka Shrine. The once rundown but still standing structures of the shrine were now completely reduced to ashes under the onslaught of Itachi's Susanoo. Uchiha Flame Formation. A crimson barrier, blazing with intense flames, powerful enough to even withstand a tailed beast's attack for a time, rose up, sealing the massive Susanoo within. Compared to earlier, Sasuke and the others, now reduced in number by half and wounded, were spread around the perimeter of the flame formation, pressing their hands against the barrier, constantly channeling chakra to maintain its presence. Boom. The Totsuka blade struck the barrier, but instead of causing any damage, it caught the flames of the barrier, igniting the blade. Itachi remained expressionless as he saw the result, choosing not to push Susanoo further. Even if he could break the flame formation, it would require considerable time and his already dwindling chakra reserves. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan spun, and the massive Susanoo gradually dissipated, leaving only its ribs to protect his body. If they wanted to drag this out, then so be it. He looked at Sasuke, about to say something. Suddenly, a violent fit of coughing erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. Itachi clutched his mouth tightly, but thick blood continued to pour through his fingers. With a thud, Itachi fell to his knees, and the ribs of Susanoo surrounding him vanished. Is it a trap? Or real? Jean asked uncertainly, seeing the scene from outside the barrier. It's real. Izumi stared deeply at Itachi, replying. From her understanding of Itachi, he wouldn't fake weakness to lure them in. Sasuke shared the same belief. Thus, the flame formation was dispelled. Sasuke, being the fastest, reached Itachi first, raising his Chidori blade, brimming with lightning, and slashed mercilessly. Screech. The black cloak with red clouds of the Akatsuki was torn in two, and a stream of blood splattered across the sky. When Sasuke looked forward again, Itachi, now in full shinobi gear, a long gash across his chest, had retreated 10 meters away. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Jean and Izumi quickly followed up. Using the same seals, two giant dragons of flame surged up, one from the left and one from the right, charging toward Itachi. Itachi, gritting his teeth against the pain, once again evaded. Seeing Sasuke and the other Uchiha closing in, Itachi, narrowly dodging one of the fire dragons, quickly formed a seal with one hand. Caw, caw, caw. A large number of crows scattered from around him, turning into black clouds that attacked the surrounding Uchiha. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Fire release. Knowing how troublesome the crows could be when Itachi used them, Sasuke and the others immediately cast fire release techniques, burning the crows. Soon, flames spread across the remnants of Naka Shrine, creating a sea of fire. Taking advantage of this time, Itachi barely managed to suppress the internal damage. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a stranger he had met only once, Kimimaro Kagaya. He also possessed an impressive Kekkei Genkai and was afflicted by a terminal illness. Before his death, Kimimaro sought to fulfill his mission but ultimately faced only regret. Now, Itachi found himself in the same position, but regret, he couldn't afford that. Itachi raised his head, seeing Sasuke charging at him again. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye spun. Fresh blood flowed down from the corner of his right eye. As the battle at Naka Shrine raged on, Gensu's shadow clone was busy with his own tasks. After completing a self-created answer sheet in Konoha's Chunin exam written test, Gensu's shadow clone made his way to the Forest of Death, reaching the central tower in less than 10 minutes, where he found some abandoned heaven and earth scrolls in a storage room. If nothing unexpected happened, these scrolls were most likely from Naruto's year 2 years ago. Perfect, just what I needed for my main mission. Gensu's shadow clone casually picked up one heaven scroll and one earth scroll, held them for a moment, and then put them down again. Ceremony. The sense of ceremony was the most important part. With this, the system should determine that I've passed both the written exam and the Forest of Death trials. After all, I participated fully, and all the conditions were met. Now, it's up to the main body. Having completed his mission, Gensu's shadow clone did not linger. With a poof, it dissipated on its own. Simultaneously, the memories transferred to Gensu's main body. Mission accomplished. Taking his gaze away from the now dissipating flame formation and Susanoo above Naka Shrine, Gensu glanced at the newly appeared memories in his mind, nodding in satisfaction. Next up were the preliminary and final rounds of the Chunin exams. Thinking about this, Gensu turned to look at the dense forest in the direction he had come from. Kisame, who had volunteered to clear out the pests, was still in there. If you don't come back now, it'll be difficult to return later, Gensu remarked with a faint smile. The moment the words left his lips. As if in response. Boom. Kisame's entire body shot out like a cannonball, smashing through more than a dozen trees and leaving a long trench in the dirt before finally coming to a stop beside Gensu. Although it wasn't on his own accord, Kisame had returned nonetheless. Kisame, whose Akatsuki uniform was now heavily damaged, pulled his legs from the dirt, shook his still trembling left hand, and turned to Gensu with a grin. Truly worthy of the Hokage. That woman's strength is monstrous. Did Tsunade come personally? Well, it makes sense. There's no one else in Konoha capable of punching you this far. Gensu looked calmly towards the forest. A few moments later, Tsunade, clad in her familiar green vest with the kanji for gamble, her voluptuous figure charging out of the forest, was the first to appear. Following closely behind was Jiraiya. And after that were many familiar faces to Gensu. Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, Abirame Shibi, Yamanaka Inoichi, and other elite jonin, along with the Konoha 12, Lee, Tenten, Shikamaru, Niji, and others, who had now all advanced to Chunin. And that wasn't all. Gensu looked around, seeing countless shinobi still marching towards them in the distance. Judging by their numbers, there were at least 500. To gather such a force in a short time, Konoha was indeed the largest village in the shinobi world. Seeing the black mass of shinobi in front of them, Kisame, standing beside Gensu, was now sweating. Whoa, whoa. So many people are coming. Isn't that overkill? Grateful that he had retreated in time, Kisame turned to look at Gensu anxiously. He felt that this time, he was just collateral damage. Chapter 185, Chapter 185. Let's not talk about how Kisame felt after being mistaken for collateral damage for the first time. In front of Konoha's assembled forces, Tsunade's gaze went straight past Kisame, who had just been punched away by her, and locked onto the man sitting leisurely on a large rock. That man. The young man dressed in white, with the Hagoromo clan emblem on his shoulders. Tsunade had seen him before. However, at that time, his face was full of cracks, he wasn't alive. But now. With her skills as a medical expert, Tsunade could immediately sense the powerful life force emanating from him, even enough to shock her. Hagoromo Gensou. A man from the Warring States period who was on par with her grandfather, Hashirama, and Madara, hailed as an equal to gods, now living his second life. At this moment, he appeared here. The worst-case scenario she had predicted had indeed come to pass. Not only Tsunade, who instinctively clenched her fists, but also Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Shikamaru, and the others behind her all looked grim. The presence of Gensu demanded utmost caution. In contrast, Gensu himself remained relaxed, still sitting on the rock, scanning the mass of people in front of him before returning his gaze to Tsunade with a faint smile. Long time no see, Tsunade. No, I should call you the fifth Hokage now. Carrying on your grandfather's legacy, quite impressive. For some reason, Tsunade felt a hint of mockery in his words. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she questioned, Gensu. After killing the root shinobi, you dare to appear in Konoha again. Gensu replied calmly, why not? I'd say I did you a favor. Having all this authority must feel pretty good, right? No need to thank me, consider it a congratulatory gift from an elder. Normally, hearing such words from Gensu would have made Tsunade charge at him without a second thought. But as Hokage, she bore a greater responsibility and held back her anger for now. This is a gift I cannot accept. She spoke coldly, what are you here for this time? To give another gift. Unannounced. Gensu raised an eyebrow, if I remember correctly, this is the Uchiha clan's grounds, right? I was invited here by the Uchiha. How is that unannounced? This is Konoha. And the Uchiha are part of Konoha. Tsunade replied sternly. They were, but not anymore. Gensu announced plainly. Boom. As if to affirm this fact. Blazing flames erupted from the ruins of Naka Shrine behind Gensu, exploding in the air. Like fireworks, it was a striking sight. Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she prepared to speak more forcefully. Jiraiya stopped her, stepping forward and glancing at Kisame, who stood quietly in his Akatsuki attire, before addressing Gensu. Senpai, may I ask what brings you here today, alongside the Akatsuki? Jiraiya was somewhat concerned about the potential alliance between Gensu and the mysterious and powerful Akatsuki. If that were the case, it would indeed be bad news. Gensu didn't hide anything, the Uchiha are dealing with a traitor, and I'm here as a witness. As for the Akatsuki. Gensu glanced at Kisame and said calmly, this guy came on his own. Feeling quite uneasy in his current situation, Kisame, who was mentally planning his escape, still nodded in agreement to show it was true. Knowing that such a person wouldn't lie, Jiraiya sighed slightly in relief. However, the words, dealing with a traitor, from Gensu also made him understand immediately, it is true then, Itachi is up there. Along with Sasuke and the other Uchiha. Itachi was the culprit of the massacre, so Sasuke and the surviving Uchiha seeking revenge was entirely natural. However, this was still Konoha. If outsiders were allowed to fight to the death here, even if they were missing Nin. And for the leader of the village to arrive with such a large force, only to be stopped and left as mere spectators, that would be a massive blow to Konoha's reputation. Especially since the one blocking them was also the one who had eradicated Root. Although many Konoha shinobi were glad Root was gone, that was only in private. On the surface, there had to be a united front. Jiraiya understood that regardless of the danger, Konoha had to act. Be it against Itachi, Sasuke, or Gensu. Jiraiya gave Tsunade a meaningful look. Quickly, a chilling tension began to emanate from Konoha's side. Seeing this, Kisame squinted his eyes. Not wanting to get involved in a god-level confrontation, he was ready to flee at any moment. As for Gensu, he remained calm, even taking a moment to consider his own question. Speaking of which, I feel like something's missing here. That's it. Gensu suddenly remembered. With Sasuke being up there, he should have heard a certain loudmouth shouting, Sasuke. Sasuke, by now. But at this moment, besides Tsunade and Jiraiya, no one else from Konoha had uttered a word, everyone was trained and disciplined. Gensu carefully scanned the group again. Kakashi was there, Yamada was there, even Sakura was there. But Naruto was missing. And with that, there was no heartfelt Sasuke call at the start of this scene. Training. Or maybe he wasn't allowed to come due to being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Without Naruto, Gensu felt that being the big bad who had taken Sasuke lacked a bit of fun. He shook his head, looked at the poised Konoha shinobi, and kindly reminded them. If I were you, I'd stay put and wait for the outcome. Why risk your lives needlessly? You. Tsunade's forehead veins bulged in anger, don't underestimate Konoha shinobi. Boom. The ground exploded into a massive crater. Another battle had officially begun. Tsunade moved swiftly, dashing at Gensu, her fist ready to strike. In an instant, the sharp sound of the air splitting echoed continuously. Still sitting on the rock, Gensu watched calmly. Just as Tsunade's fist was about to connect. He raised his palm. Slap. Fist met palm. Gensu remained unmoved. However, the rock beneath him couldn't withstand the force and shattered. Gensu stood up effortlessly. But his hand remained holding Tsunade's fist. Looking at her from close range, he said calmly. Women should be gentle. Chapter 186, Chapter 186. You can actually block my monster strength. Tsunade's pupils shrank in shock as she looked at her fist being held back, unable to move an inch. This was the first time she had encountered an opponent whose strength was not inferior to hers. Ninpo, Needle Jizo. Sharp, silver-white hair, sharper than steel needles, brushed past Tsunade and shot towards Hagoromo Gensou. Gensu glanced at the simple robe he was wearing. Though his body could endure this ninjutsu, if his clothes got torn, being naked would be too indecent. He released Tsunade's fist, his figure retreating like a gust of wind, easily avoiding the needle Jizo. "Tsunade, let's attack together," Jiraiya said seriously as he arrived by Tsunade's side. Tsunade nodded. "Be careful. His strength is not inferior to mine." "Understood." Jiraiya clapped his hands together, ready to fight alongside Tsunade as they had not done in a long time. And not only them. Among the Konoha ninja who had arrived, a large group of elite jonin split off to assist them. Secret technique, insect sphere. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Shadow tentacles. One moment, Jensen had just repelled Tsunade and Jiraiya, and the next, he was surrounded by various strange ninjutsu from all directions. Such fancy techniques. Jensen commented indifferently before clapping his hands together, futon, detappa. A simple C-rank ninjutsu, but in his hands, it suddenly produced the power of a level 10 typhoon. Be it the incoming elemental ninjutsu or secret techniques like the insect sphere, they were blown far away in an instant. Then, Jensen looked around. Most of Konoha's main forces were here, with the elite forces split between attacking Kisame and heading towards Naka Shrine under Kakashi's lead. There was no need to worry about Kisame. However, as for Naka Shrine, since he had declared that no one should disturb it, not even a bug could be allowed in. Jensen clapped his hands together again. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Poof, 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 poof. Thick white smoke rose, and 30 shadow clones appeared beside Jensen. Back when he finally completed the initial mission after decades of effort, the system had rewarded him with a technique called harem jutsu, a technique he would never use. But the harem jutsu was simply a combination of multi-shadow clone jutsu and transformation jutsu. Naturally, Jensen had learned the multi-shadow clone jutsu. This time, he used it to create an overwhelming number of clones to intercept Kakashi's squad and seal off any paths, allowing no one to disturb Uchiha's revenge. As for why he didn't go all out right away. Jensen looked around with deep meaning in his eyes, observing Tsunade, whose chakra reserves were not much inferior to his own, Jiraiya, who was also exceptional in chakra, and the other Konoha jonin. In his eyes, these people were all future precious resources, fuel for his ascension through the Kekki Isomo. If he killed them all, he would lose sources of chakra in the future. Although everyone in the shinobi world had some chakra to varying degrees, ordinary people compared to ninja, genin compared to jonin, and even jonin compared to Kage level, the difference in chakra reserves was like night and day. Therefore, Jensen's actions needed to be gentle and careful to avoid crushing these fragile porcelain in front of him. Of course, if anyone was so foolish as to seek death, he wouldn't hesitate to kill a few to set an example. The battle outside Naka Shrine proceeded in an orderly manner under Jensen's arrangements. Inside Naka Shrine, after scattering Uchiha Itachi's Crow army, Sasuke and the others prepared to seize victory and kill Itachi once and for all. Blood-red tears trickled down Itachi's right eye. Amaterasu. The ominous black flames that could burn everything instantly descended, devouring the fire-style flames left behind. Very quickly, the area around Naka Shrine turned into a sea of black flames. The commotion drew the attention of Konoha's forces below, and except for the headstrong Sakura, Kakashi, and a few others, everyone else instinctively abandoned their intent to rush to Naka Shrine. Meanwhile, within the sea of black flames, Sasuke, who had been specifically targeted, was a step too slow and failed to break free of the encirclement. The ominous Amaterasu black flames now sealed him in a small area. Within that space, aside from himself, there was only one other, Uchiha Itachi. "It's over, Sasuke. Your eyes, I will take them." Itachi slowly rose, ignoring the bloodstains at the corner of his right eye, and walked towards Sasuke, his gaze filled with intensity. Sasuke looked calmly at Itachi as he approached step by step. "Separating me from the others, trapping me here, you're trying to take me down quickly to take my eyes, right? Itachi, you're still so arrogant. Then let me take your life myself." Lightning chakra infused Sasuke's blade once more as he charged toward Itachi without hesitation. Itachi gazed at Sasuke calmly, locking eyes with his determined gaze. Tsukuyomi. Slash. Blood spattered. "Sasuke. Run." Seeing Itachi spit blood and collapse in front of him, Sasuke momentarily lost his focus. "Sasuke. Leave now. We're no match for Itachi." Shortly after, Izumi also fell, using her last bit of strength to speak before falling silent forever. The culprit behind all this, Itachi, once again raised his blade. One after another, familiar faces, just like that night of the clan's massacre, fell before Sasuke. Sasuke was initially filled with rage and regret, his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly. However, he quickly realized something, and fiercely pressed on his neck, where Orochimaru's mark used to be. A blue Hagoromo clan crest suddenly surfaced at that spot. Under Sasuke's conscious control, the blue crest turned into flowing light that spread across his body. In an instant, a different kind of energy than chakra filled his entire being. Blue markings appeared around Sasuke's eyes. An aura far stronger than before burst from him. This was Sage Mode. With his heart still unfulfilled for revenge, Sasuke normally wouldn't have been able to cultivate Sage techniques, which require a very stable state of mind. However, before setting off, as the developer of Sage techniques, Jensen had specifically placed a one-time use Sage Mode mark on Sasuke, for use in a critical moment. Though it could only be maintained for a minute, it was already enough for Sasuke. Crack, crack, crack. The Tsukimi illusion world shattered once again. In the real world, Itachi, who was half kneeling on the ground, looked up to see Sasuke, now much faster than before, charging at him like lightning. Still not enough, huh? He sighed, attempting to activate Susanoo. But just as a portion of the ribcage formed, a lightning-infused blade pierced through the ribs effortlessly, continuing without resistance to stab into Itachi's heart. Chapter 187, Chapter 187. It's over. Sasuke forcefully pressed his hands onto the hilt of the sword, looking indifferently at the figure in front of him, just a fist length away, pierced through by the blade, and continuously coughing up blood, Uchiha Itachi. This wasn't a shadow clone, nor a crow clone. The one before him now, impaled by his blade, was Itachi's true body. The brother he had once admired the most, the sinner who had massacred the Uchiha clan of Konoha, the nightmare that had awakened him countless nights. The person who once made him despair had finally fallen under his blade. With this thought, Sasuke's grip on the hilt tightened even more. At this point, Itachi could no longer speak. He barely raised his head, trying to get a final look at Sasuke, but his vision had already blurred completely, making it impossible to see Sasuke's face. Next, his legs gave way, and his body leaned forward, falling onto Sasuke. Thud. Sasuke did not evade, letting Itachi's body fall on him. After a while, Itachi, whose head had drooped, slowly extended his right hand, struggling to move it towards Sasuke's face. Even now, he still couldn't let go of his eyes. Sasuke watched all of this with an expressionless face. He let Itachi's right hand slowly approach his eye socket. Just as Sasuke was sneering at how Itachi would make his move, Itachi's fingers suddenly moved upwards, his index and middle fingers together, and with the last of his strength, he poked Sasuke's forehead. In the next moment, Itachi closed his eyes, and with a soft thud, he fell heavily from Sasuke's body onto the ground, lifeless. What does this mean? Sasuke stood there in a daze for a while before he looked down at Itachi again. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the Amaterasu flames surrounding him. Izumi, who had sealed away part of the Amaterasu flames with a sealing scroll, didn't hesitate to rush into the circle with the others to assist Sasuke. Sasuke. Izumi had just begun to speak. Suddenly, she saw the familiar person on the ground. Her words came to an abrupt halt, and she stood frozen, motionless for a long time. Not only her, but the other Uchihas who had come to support also saw the person on the ground. Jin quickly rushed forward, carefully observing Itachi. Very soon, the corner of his mouth curled, and it kept spreading wider and wider until he could no longer hold back, bursting into crazed laughter. Itachi is dead. Uchiha Itachi is truly dead. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. One stone stirred 1,000 waves. The other Uchihas, seeing this scene and confirming it repeatedly, had their shadows of pain dissipate in an instant. It was as if they were reborn, and they too burst into laughter. Father. Mother. Grandfather. Grandmother. Do you see this? The one who killed you is finally dead. Ha 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 ha. I'm so happy right now. Brother. You can rest in peace now. Ha ha ha. Misa, your revenge is fulfilled. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, all the Uchihas were lost in their ecstatic joy. Jin got up, rushed to Sasuke, and laughed loudly, patting him heavily on the shoulder. Sasuke. There's no need to be reserved now. Laugh. Laugh out all the suffering. Laugh out all the pain. We won. We've succeeded in our revenge. We should laugh out loud. Affected by the atmosphere, Sasuke temporarily put aside Itachi's final actions. Then, thinking about all these years, everything that weighed on his heart, no matter what he did, always ranking first in his mind, the revenge that was finally complete, he looked at his clanmates rejoicing beside him, and finally smiled, laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. The ruins of Naka Shrine became a sea of laughter. The laughter was so loud that even Jensen could hear the infectious laughter of the Uchihas. It seemed that the 4 laughing Uchihas would soon grow into the 10 laughing maniacs of Uchiha. Since the matter at Naka Shrine is settled, let's wrap things up here. With that decision in mind, Jensen's palm turned a steel color, blocking the attack of the Senin mode Jiraiya's frog strike. Unlike last time when he faced himself as an Edo Tensei, his power greatly limited. In the brief exchange just now, Jiraiya deeply felt the vast difference in power between the truly revived Gensu and his Edo Tensei self. Because of this, he had specifically let the other Jonin hold their ground, taking some time to properly activate Sage Mode. The Sage system of Mount Myaboku. Jensen glanced at Fukasaku and Shima, who stood on Jiraiya's shoulders. Let's see how the human Sage Mode compares to that of the toads. As the sharp tongues of the two great toad sages came towards him, Jensen retreated to create distance and clapped his hands together. Sage Art. Instantly, blue sage markings appeared around Jensen's eyes. A massive surge of energy, far beyond what he had before, erupted from his body. The nearby Konoha ninja felt their hearts sink, as though a great beast had its gaze upon them, and their bodies trembled with cold. Among them, Aburame Shibi, the head of the Aburame clan, was stunned to find that the insects he usually controlled with ease were suddenly uncontrollable, fleeing madly as though frightened out of their wits. Such a situation was something he had never seen before in his life. This is. Seeing the scene before them, Tsunade found it both familiar and uncertain. Sage Art. However, Shima, seeing this, instantly confirmed it. Then, she muttered in disbelief, "Hey, did I just see wrong like the old lord, or is that human brat really using sage arts? And an unfamiliar one at that. Don't defame the great elder like that." Fukasaku habitually chided her before staring straight at Gensu, taking a deep breath, and nodding, "It's definitely sage art. And not from one of the three great lands. Is it really sage art? But, why is there no change in his face?" Jiraiya asked in confusion, looking at Gensu, who apart from the eye markings, showed no other changes, not even in his pupils. "That's because he has an incredibly high mastery of sage arts. Unlike you, Jiraiya, who's still just half-baked," Shima replied. "Ah." Jiraiya touched his now much larger nose in embarrassment. A sage art outside the three great lands, and someone actually mastered it. Fukasaku sighed, feeling deep admiration. "It's not about mastering, it's about creating." Gensu spoke, correcting Fukasaku's statement. Fukasaku grew even more impressed, "The young truly are formidable." Gensu gladly accepted the compliment and smiled expectantly. Let's see if the old waves will end up dying on the shore then. Chapter 188, Chapter 188. Sage Art, Great Dragon Dance. Gensu wasted no more words. He clapped his hands, and under the infusion of sage chakra, ferocious fire dragons formed in the air, circling around him, making him look noble and solemn. Retreat. Seeing this, Jiraiya's pupils shrank sharply, and he decisively ordered a retreat. The Konoha ninja, already sensing the dire situation, hurriedly retreated. Sakura looked up at the now not-so-distant Naka shrine, clenched her teeth, and felt very unwilling. However, with Kakashi and Yamato each placing a hand on her shoulders, she had no choice but to retreat with the main force. Roar. The deafening roar of a dragon echoed through the sky. With Gensu's command. The Great Dragon Dance. One after another, majestic fire dragons descended from the sky, bringing with them an overwhelming, world-destroying momentum, rushing towards the Konoha forces. Sage Art, Gomen. At this moment, Jiraiya was ready. Using a large amount of sage chakra, he spewed out an unprecedented amount of oil from his mouth. Simultaneously, Fukasaku and Shima used all their strength to cast wind release and fire release techniques. The combination of these three techniques produced a blazing inferno with temperatures exceeding thousands of degrees, capable of devouring all tangible matter, clashing head-on with the incoming fire dragons without yielding. Boom. At the moment the two sage arts collided, massive flames shot skyward, forming a colossal crimson curtain that completely covered the sky, turning daylight into a deep red hue. Next, the air twisted, the ground melted, and all tangible objects rapidly disintegrated. The Konoha ninja behind Jiraiya felt as if they were in the legendary Flaming Mountain, with the moisture in their bodies rapidly evaporating. Before they could do anything. Boom. Like a giant balloon being punctured. Under the mighty roar of the dragon, the sage art known as Gomen didn't last long before it was entirely devoured by the Great Dragon Dance. Seeing the fire dragons still surging forward unabated, Jiraiya retreated swiftly, and Shima, on his shoulder, exclaimed repeatedly. This youngster. How in the world did he train to become so powerful? Looking at the approaching fire dragons that seemed almost corporeal, Jiraiya's eyelid twitched as he joked wryly, "Shima-sama, that person just now isn't exactly a youngster. If we count correctly, he's probably around 70 or 80 now." Having lived for over 800 years, Shima disagreed, "Not even 100 yet, of course, he's still a youngster. The young are truly formidable. Truly formidable." Fukasaku echoed from the other shoulder, his tone more earnest than before. Jiraiya had no time to continue talking. The residual power of the Great Dragon Dance was still wreaking havoc, and seeing that it was about to crash into the Konoha forces, he immediately stopped and used another jutsu to block it. Not only him, but all the Konoha ninja were also casting defensive jutsu. Water Release, Water Formation Wall. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Earth release, earth-style wall. Wood release, wood-style barrier. One after another, defensive jutsu stood in front of everyone, struggling to hold off Gensu's sage art. In the ranks, Shikamaru watched all of this with a complex expression, his heart filled with shock. Is this the power of one of the three great heroes of the warring states? In that moment, he understood why the highly intelligent and resourceful Nara clan was never prominent during the warring states era, always sticking with the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans, keeping a low profile. Because no matter how brilliant your strategy or how cunning your plan, it could never compare to the overwhelming power of a direct punch. With an IQ over 200, Shikamaru felt a little defeated. Nearby, Sakura, Kakashi, and those who had close ties with Sasuke felt a deep sense of powerlessness as they watched the scene unfold. With Jensen standing like an insurmountable mountain, they had no hope of bringing back Sasuke, who was beyond that mountain. Naruto, if you were here, no matter what, you would never give up, right? But I can't see any hope at all. Looking at the unprecedented sea of fire that seemed to connect heaven and earth, Sakura clenched her fists. She had thought she had made considerable progress. But now, the gap was just too vast. It was vast enough to make her despair. Although Kisame, temporarily on Gensu's side, did not feel despair, and was even grateful for the great dragon dance, which forced Guy and the others who had been pressuring him to retreat, the shock on his face was no less intense. He glanced at the still rampaging fire dragons, then at Gensu, whose breathing was as steady as ever, and a chill suddenly ran through him. Thinking about how he had just been talking and laughing in front of Gensu, and even disagreed with him, he realized just how bold he had been. He couldn't afford to be so bold anymore. Seeing both Gensu and Konoha occupied, Kisame took one last look in the direction of Naka Shrine. No surprise, Itachi should already be dead by now. There was no reason for him to stay any longer. After nodding politely towards Gensu, Kisame slung Samehada onto his back and took the opportunity to retreat while Konoha was preoccupied. Gensu glanced at Kisame's departing figure but paid no mind. Let's add one last push. He turned towards Konoha, and with another burst of sage chakra, the previously dwindling great dragon dance reignited with fierce flames, accelerating towards the Konoha side. Damn it! Tsunade's voice rang out. Then, with a loud boom, a giant blue and white slug was summoned. Gensu did not pay attention to what happened next. Taking advantage of the Konoha ninja being occupied with his sage arts, he arrived at Naka Shrine. Standing amidst the ruins where Amaterasu's black flames still burned in several places, Gensu looked around at the many Uchihas who were still laughing in their elation. He counted the numbers, 15, none missing. Some were heavily injured, some lightly, but none were dead. Did he hold back after all? Gensu looked at Itachi's corpse. With his strength, it was impossible that he couldn't kill a single Uchiha. So, did he hesitate at the last moment? Or was it for Sasuke's future, to avoid doing anything that would anger him? Gensu shook his head slightly. He really was a loving brother. Although, the way he showed that love was something 99% of people wouldn't be able to handle. Soon, after the excitement and joy subsided, the laughter atop the ruins of Naka Shrine faded. It was replaced by faint sobbing. Extreme joy and extreme sorrow, nothing surpassed this. Gensu withdrew his gaze from Sasuke, whose Sharingan remained in its three-tomo form. He was considering whether to reveal the truth to him, as in the original story, to help awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly, he sensed a strong chakra fluctuation. Gensu turned his head. Huh. Chapter 189, Chapter 189. Huh. Gensu was quite surprised. Sasuke, who was most likely to awaken the Mangekyo, was still in his current state, and Gensu had been preparing to end things. But unexpectedly, after Itachi's death, Izumi, who had not joined in the general laughter but instead stood silently, occasionally shedding tears, suddenly had her three-tomo Sharingan spinning abnormally fast. As Gensu looked on, he sensed a powerful in-release energy suddenly emerging from within Izumi, continuously flowing into her Sharingan. With one last sigh of release from Izumi, the black three-tomo in her blood-red eyes quickly merged together and then spread out as they spun. When Gensu looked again, Izumi's Sharingan had transformed from the black three-tomo to a black floral pattern resembling a blooming flower. Mangekyo Sharingan. After Itachi's death, under an unprecedented impact of emotions, bewilderment, joy, sadness, relief, Uchiha Izumi had awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan. And that wasn't the end. Nearby, Uchiha Jin, whose face was still flushed with excitement, now had tears streaming down, making for a comical sight. He was no longer laughing maniacally. At this moment, he bowed his head, choking as he softly spoke the names of his father, sister, brother, and many others. A similar energy to Izumi surged from within him. What's happening to me? Jin looked up, bewildered by the intense change occurring in his eyes. Gensu turned to look. Jin's blood-red pupils underwent a transformation, now forming a pattern of two cross-shaped, handleless blades, their center wrapped in a round shield. Another Mangekyo Sharingan. Gensu raised an eyebrow. He had to admit, Itachi had done something truly significant. Not only was Sasuke's evolution into the Mangekyo just a matter of time, but now he also gained 2 additional Mangekyo Sharingan. Gensu turned his gaze to the other Uchiha ninjas. Under the stimulus of the death of Itachi, their clan's exterminator, those who previously only had 2 Tomo Sharingan had now evolved to 3 Tomo. However, none of them evolved directly to Mangekyo like Obito had. Not only did they not achieve this, but aside from Izumi and Jin, the other 3 Tomo Uchiha, even under the intense emotional impact, only saw their Sharingan spin rapidly but eventually stop, with at most an enhancement in their dojutsu. To awaken the Mangekyo, one ultimately needed a certain aptitude beyond emotional stimuli. If it weren't the case, during the Warring States period, when so many people died, the Uchiha would have all unlocked the Mangekyo long ago. However, Gensu looked at Sasuke again, puzzled. You're the reincarnation of Indra, with talent beyond reason. Your 2 teammates have both awakened the Mangekyo, so why are you, who killed your brother with your own hands, still at 3 Tomo? Isn't that embarrassing? As if hearing Gensu's thoughts, Sasuke snapped out of the Uchiha state of maniacal laughter. With the burden of vengeance that had weighed on him for years finally lifted, Sasuke felt a sense of peace. He had a premonition that he was on the verge of a major change, but at the final moment, he faltered. Something felt missing. Instinctively, Sasuke turned his head, looking at his clanmates who, like him, had finally achieved their revenge. Their expressions varied, some crying, some laughing. A ripple of emotion began to rise in his heart. Until his gaze landed on Izumi. Wiping the tears from her face, her Mangekyo Sharingan still active, Izumi noticed Sasuke looking over, and immediately returned his gaze, giving him a bright smile and sincerely thanking him. Thank you, Sasuke. The role Sasuke played in the recent battle was evident to everyone. All these years, the efforts he made for revenge were also seen by everyone. Unknowingly, the youngest among them had already walked ahead of them, shielding them from the dangers ahead, and at the final moment, killed the enemy by himself. This thank you was absolutely deserved. Upon hearing this, before Sasuke could respond, Jin, ignoring the changes in his eyes, also nodded heavily at Sasuke. I forgot to say it earlier. Thank you, Sasuke. Without you, this revenge might have ended in failure. Sasuke, thank you. Uchiha Yak, from behind, gave a thumbs up and said. Thank you, Sasuke. Thank you. One after another, delayed but sincere thanks continued to flow into Sasuke's ears. Feeling the warmth spread throughout his body, Sasuke couldn't help but smile. He finally understood what he had been missing. Now that Itachi was dead, what should he live for? Should he continue to pursue the truth behind the massacre? As Itachi had once told him, there was another Mangekyo user who might also have been complicit and needed to be dealt with. No. He would find the accomplice, but that wasn't his true purpose for living. His real goal moving forward should be to protect his clan, protect the Uchiha, and protect Jomi village, never allowing those who had exterminated their clan to return and never letting down the family and friends in front of him who had thanked him. Boom. Upon reaching this conclusion, Sasuke felt a violent shock in his heart. A powerful new energy surged into his eyes, and under the rapid spinning of his 3 Tomo Sharingan, his vision began to blur. After a few breaths, everything stopped. Sasuke raised his eyelids, and a 6-pointed black star pattern replaced the 3 Tomo, appearing in his blood-red pupils. The 3rd Mangekyo Sharingan was born. Witnessing the entire process, Gensu felt a twinge of sentiment. Excluding Madara, this small group of 15 Uchihas may be the fewest in number, but with 3 Mangekyo Sharingan among them, this is perhaps the most powerful the Uchiha clan has been in 60 years. The Uchiha clan, once almost annihilated, now found themselves in such a position again. Gensu understood why Hiruzen and Danzo wanted to wipe out the Uchiha clan entirely. As Tobirama had said, the Uchiha loved more intensely than the Senju, and once that love was gone, they were the most prone to fall into extremism and darkness. The Uchiha of the past had indeed planned a rebellion. For someone like Hiruzen and Danzo, who were already elderly and Northwest longer had the drive of their youth, allowing even one Uchiha to survive meant that, one day, they could rise again, filled with hatred, just as Jin and the others had. So, regardless of whether Itachi acted or not, the moment the Uchiha chose rebellion, their fate was sealed by the deeply fearful Sarutobi and Danzo. Itachi's actions ultimately brought only one change: Sasuke survived. Pointless politics, pointless schemes. That was Gensu's evaluation. In the end, it all came down to not having enough strength. Luckily, that was something he had in abundance. As for the sudden appearance of 3 Mangekyo Sharingan within the Uchiha clan, Gensu accepted it gladly. In his view, even if there were 10 more, it wouldn't matter. Chapter 190, Chapter 190. Gensu-sama. The Uchiha members finally noticed Gensu's arrival, and they respectfully and gratefully bowed to him. They understood that without Gensou, they would have been stuck in the village, surviving in obscurity. They wouldn't be standing here today, avenging their clan in front of their own ancestral grounds, before the gravestones of their kin. Sasuke, Izumi, and Jin were also among those bowing. The awakening of their Mangekyo Sharingan did not make them arrogant. Gensou waved his hand casually and briefly instructed, "Mission accomplished. Prepare to return." "Yes." The Uchiha ninjas responded swiftly. Sasuke glanced at Itachi's body on the ground, his eyes flickering. Gensou instructed him, "Take Itachi's body. From now on, his Mangekyo Sharingan belongs to you." Sasuke nodded silently. In the end, it was still him who would combine both brothers' Mangekyo Sharingan. Eternal Mangekyo, huh? Is this what you were pursuing so desperately, Itachi? Sasuke looked at Itachi, whose eyes were now closed forever, then took out a sealing scroll and sealed Itachi's body inside. Just as Gensou and his group were about to leave. Outside Naka Shrine, the sound of something tearing through the air approached quickly. It was the Konoha forces, who had just dealt with Gensou's sage techniques and were now rushing over. As they crossed the ruins and finally arrived before the true owners of this land. What greeted them were pairs of Sharingan, whose gazes filled them with unease. Sharingan. They're all Sharingan. A Konoha ninja shouted excitedly. However, he quickly realized something. The Sharingan that had once brought him a strong sense of security as a teammate, despite its arrogance, was now on the opposite side, an enemy. How did it come to this, he wondered to himself in confusion. But even if he voiced his question aloud, given the involvement of the Konoha leadership, no one would answer him. Tsunade, who had earlier summoned Katsuyu, splitting it into hundreds of parts to protect and heal the Konoha ninja, and thus preventing any casualties, was now seriously scrutinizing the group led by Hagoromo Gensou. As expected. They're all former members of the Uchiha clan. However, they were all marked as deceased before the night of the massacre. As the Hokage, after learning the names Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Izumi from Yamato, Tsunade had specifically reviewed the Uchiha clan's old personnel files. Now, as she compared the Uchihas before her with the files, she quickly identified them all. Without exception, they had all been registered Konoha ninjas. They all have 3 tomo. And there are even 3 of them with eyes like Itachi. Beside her, Jiraiya's expression was very grave. His gaze swept over everyone before finally resting on the sealing scroll that Sasuke had just put away. No need to guess, Itachi's body was in there. Itachi, who had been with the Akatsuki for so long, also fell to Sasuke and the others. Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. Clearly, Konoha had the numerical advantage, yet in his eyes, it was still far from enough. Even if they sent reinforcements, the situation would still be dire. Sasuke. With Naruto absent, Sakura could only take his place. The moment she saw Sasuke again, she couldn't help but call out. To her surprise, unlike before, Sasuke, who usually ignored her, looked over at her this time and even nodded. Happiness struck too suddenly. Sakura was first shocked, then bewildered, and finally, exceptionally delighted. Could it be that Sasuke has changed his mind? Sakura muttered to herself. Kakashi beside her wasn't as naive. He immediately noticed Sasuke's eyes, which were completely different from before. Mangekyo, huh? Kakashi thought of his own left eye. After 2 years of training, Obito's Sharingan in his left eye had evolved into a Mangekyo Sharingan. In fact, it was merely reactivating the Mangekyo that had long since evolved. Fully aware of the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi could imagine the incredible power that would be unleashed with a pair of them. However, now it wasn't just Sasuke, Izumi and Jin, whom Yamato had mentioned earlier, had also awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Along with over 10 3-tomo Sharingan users, who were even stronger than regular Jonin. And most importantly, even with the addition of all these Mangekyo Sharingan, nothing could overshadow the presence of Hagoromo Gensou, who stood on the opposing side. With such a lineup, leaving aside whether they could even fight them. If they really did go all out, so many powerful ninjas fighting would surely leave Konoha in ruins. With that thought, Kakashi quickly looked to Tsunade. It was clear that, as Hokage, she had also realized this, now caught between a rock and a hard place. On the opposing side. The only one with no worries at all, Jensen glanced at the incoming Konoha forces. Their numbers were about the same as before. Not bad. Jensen nodded in satisfaction. After all, these people were his precious resources for the future. Their growth pleased him. It was important to know that while the chakra on this planet could currently only sustain 1 or 2 individuals wielding Kekei Somo, the total amount of chakra on the planet was gradually increasing. Initially, when the god tree descended and Akatsuki Kagaya ate the chakra fruit, becoming the progenitor of chakra, the total amount of chakra remained constant. However, with the spread of ninjutsu and more people able to cultivate chakra, the total amount of chakra on the planet had begun to grow slowly. Of course, Jensen wanted to see this trend continue, even accelerate. He even considered spreading sacred manuals across the shinobi world so that everyone could cultivate inner energy and generate large amounts of chakra. That way, when he truly needed chakra, he would have a higher chance of success. However, chakra cultivation depended on one's aptitude. Some people, no matter what method they used, simply couldn't cultivate it. And even if they could, their aptitude was limited, and they could only produce a very small amount of chakra. Thus, Jensen's plan for spreading power universally had to be scrapped. Now, he could only rely on the current shinobi of the shinobi world. Seeing that Tsunade and the others were hesitant to make a move, surrounding them but not attacking. Standing on the small hill of Naka Shrine, Jensen glanced down at the bustling village center in the distance, and it all became clear. He looked at Tsunade, smiling faintly. The Uchiha clan's revenge is complete. We won't disturb Konoha any longer. With that, Jensen waved his hand and led the way down the hill. Without a second thought, the Uchiha followed closely. Hokage-sama. The Konoha ninja blocking their way couldn't help but look at Tsunade. However, before Tsunade could respond, Jensen approached and glanced at them calmly. Instinctively, these Konoha ninja hurriedly stepped aside. A clear, unblocked path appeared. Chapter 191, Chapter 191. Jensen led a group of Uchiha, walking leisurely past the Konoha shinobi, heading toward the village outskirts right under their noses. This group of people. Too arrogant. Do they think Konoha is just any place? Should we make a move? The Konoha shinobi, who had initially been intimidated by Jensen's presence, gradually came to their senses. Feeling both ashamed and angry, they glared at the departing Uchiha, itching to strike and erase the cowardice they had just shown. However, one person had yet to speak. Hokage-sama. The Konoha shinobi, who had been instilled with the will of fire and the courage to fight, turned to Tsunade, waiting for her command. Tsunade clenched her fist. Jiraiya approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder, and with an unprecedentedly serious expression, shook his head. Gensu, with 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, was not someone they could defeat. Even if they summoned all of Konoha's strength and managed to achieve a hard-fought victory, the village would fall from its position as one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Not to mention, if a fight broke out, the destruction and casualties in the village would far exceed the damage caused during the Nine-Tails Night or the Chunin Exams. In such a case, Konoha would be left in ruins, existing in name only. How could they afford to fight? The current Gensu and his faction were no longer something any single shinobi village could handle. Konoha must not be the first to strike. Tsunade understood Jiraiya's meaning. Though it went against her usual temper, as Hokage, she had to consider the bigger picture. Sometimes, she had no choice but to retreat. Tsunade took a deep breath, about to speak. But Jiraiya stepped forward first and ordered, "The Uchiha clan has been part of Konoha for decades. Though they leave today, the bond remains. Today, the Uchiha clan has avenged themselves, which also brings peace to the souls of those Konoha Uchiha who died that night. We are not enemies at this moment. Let them go." Compared to Tsunade, Jiraiya, who had traveled widely across the shinobi world, was much more adept at handling such situations. He deftly invoked the events of the Uchiha clan massacre, where Itachi, an S-rank Konoha rogue ninja, was killed by the current Uchiha, indirectly contributing to Konoha's well-being. By playing on the emotional ties between Konoha and the Uchiha, he gave both sides, particularly Konoha, a way out. After all, if word got out that Konoha, the greatest of the shinobi villages, had allowed Gensu and his group to roam freely within the village, the negative impact would be significant. But if Konoha showed remorse for the Uchiha and gratitude for their actions, allowing them to return to pay respects to their ancestors and leave without resistance, even implying that the Uchiha were always welcome back in Konoha, the situation would be seen in a completely different light. Of course, cover up or not, the facts remained. Internally, if anyone needed to take responsibility later, Jiraiya would bear the brunt of it. This was precisely why Jiraiya stepped forward before Tsunade could speak, issuing the command himself. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya held great authority in Konoha. Many Konoha shinobi instinctively followed his orders. Thus, a strange scene unfolded. Gensu and his group walked ahead, while the Konoha shinobi followed behind, creating an oddly harmonious atmosphere. Gensu glanced back at Jiraiya and smiled faintly, "That guy's pretty capable." Not only were his written works captivating, leaving a lasting impression on people, but his ability to turn bad situations into good ones was impressive. Gensu had heard every word Jiraiya said to save face for Konoha. He wasn't interested in correcting him. However, since the guy had spoken about the bond between the Uchiha and Konoha, it wouldn't hurt to greet the villagers and rekindle those ties, right? With this in mind, Gensu led the Uchiha on a new path. Instead of the secluded route they had taken upon entering, they now chose to walk straight through the center of Konoha. Why did the route change? They're heading toward the village center. Damn. What are they planning? Is the village their real target? Are they going to use the villagers to threaten us? What should we do now? Seeing this, the Konoha shinobi following behind grew increasingly anxious. In the crowd, Ino, who had been keeping a low profile, muttered quietly, "You're worrying over nothing. He's not that kind of person." With her understanding of Gensou, she knew that even if he turned around and killed all the shinobi, he wouldn't harm the defenseless villagers. I have to admit, compared to Dr. Sasuke last time, the real Gensou is much more handsome. Unaware that she and Gensou had met previously in the Land of Waves, Ino remained calm, even having the time to doodle in her notebook. Long ago, she had made up her mind to follow in the footsteps of her Yamanaka clan predecessor from the Warring States period, documenting the deeds of Gensou and eventually merging her writings into a complete biography, The Chronicles of Gensou. "Ino, keep it down," Shikamaru whispered a reminder. As part of the new Ino Shikacho trio, he was well aware of Ino's personality and interests. Though her fangirl tendencies were strong, they weren't too serious. He usually didn't bother trying to correct her. However, given the current situation, he felt the need to calm her down a bit. Scribbling in a notebook now was far too conspicuous. As for Gensou's sudden change of direction toward the village center, Shikamaru wasn't too concerned. If he had intended to make a move, he would have done so already. As for the reason for the change in direction, Shikamaru glanced at the Uchiha clan emblems on the clothing of Gensou's group. He had a feeling he knew what was going on. But even knowing, he had no power to change it. Jiraiya, who also had some understanding of Gensou, was puzzled but not worried that they would harm the villagers. Suppressing the anxiety of the Konoha shinobi, he continued to follow behind them, like a bodyguard escorting them. Before long, the bustling and lively scenes of the village center came into view. Gensou turned back and smiled at the Uchiha behind him. "Since we're back, we visited the Uchiha district. It's only right we take a stroll through Konoha as well. Only then is it complete. Let's take one last look. See the streets that live in our memories, see the villagers. And tell them. The Uchiha clan still exists." Chapter 192, Chapter 192. Konoha. It was a rest day. While a massive battle erupted at the distant Naka shrine, drawing a large number of Konoha shinobi there, the unaware villagers continued to enjoy their rare day off, strolling through the streets and alleyways, filled with laughter and joy. Until a certain group appeared. Although it was somewhat surprising that Gensou had made the decision, the Uchiha members didn't object. Following his instructions, they no longer concealed themselves and openly walked through Konoha's streets, retracing their childhood memories with each step. "Ah! Who are these people? I've never seen them before." A nearby vendor noticed the unfamiliar faces of the Uchiha group and voiced his curiosity. Next to him, another person glanced over, pondering, judging by their demeanor, they must be shinobi. But they're not wearing Konoha headbands, so they're probably outsiders. Why would so many outsider shinobi show up here? Look. There are Konoha shinobi following behind them. Are they being watched? Or is it something else? But there are too many of them for that. More and more people began to notice the Uchiha group, along with the strange sight of Konoha shinobi trailing behind them. The villagers couldn't understand what was going on. The streets were already crowded with people. As the Uchiha group made their way through, the villagers instinctively moved to the sides of the road, and the bustling street suddenly quieted down. Many curious eyes fell on the unfamiliar Uchiha. At that moment, an elderly man, out for a walk with his grandson, looked at the Uchiha clan emblems on their clothing and, with shock, pointed and exclaimed, "Isn't that the Uchiha clan's emblem?" These words set off a wave of reactions. The Uchiha clan. That sounds familiar. I remember now. They were the clan that was wiped out, right? Ah, that's why they look so familiar. The emblem on their clothes is the Uchiha clan symbol. But, wasn't the Uchiha clan completely wiped out? Who are these people? No need to guess. They're probably just wearing the Uchiha emblem for show. It's not like any real Uchiha would come back to cause trouble. Is it possible that they really are Uchiha? The night of the Uchiha massacre had been 7 or 8 years ago, and unlike the shinobi, the average Konoha villagers had mostly forgotten about the Uchiha. Until now, when someone reminded them, and with people chiming in, the villagers gradually realized what was happening. They strained to get a better look at the Uchiha group, standing on their toes, craning their necks, and the street was abuzz with speculation. One person claimed they were imposters, not real Uchiha, another said their appearance resembled the Uchiha, so they must be real. Yet another person argued that the Uchiha were extinct, so it was impossible for this many to be alive, while someone else insisted that a few of them looked familiar, as if they had been seen before. As the crowd continued to argue, among the Uchiha, a satisfied Zanki, having avenged his clan, passed by a toy stall. Glancing at it, he was suddenly reminded of his time in the Konoha police force and casually said, "You're blocking the walkway with your stall. If you don't want to be fined, move it back a bit." Yes, of course. The stall owner immediately bent over, instinctively obeying Zanki's command and began to move his stall. But just as he put his hands on the stall, he froze and realized, wait. Why am I listening to him? He's not with the police force anymore. Hearing someone laughing nearby, the stall owner quickly lifted his head, ready to argue with Zanki for messing with him. Then he saw Zanki's face. You. The stall owner suddenly felt that the person in front of him looked familiar. After a moment's thought, his good memory kicked in. He recalled the days when the Uchiha were in the police force and how, whenever he tried to spread his stall further onto the walkway, a grumpy young Uchiha with a police armband would always show up to give him a hard time, no matter what excuse he made. He had even been fined several times. Since the night of the Uchiha massacre, no one had cared about his stall blocking the walkway. Until now. Hearing the familiar voice and looking at the familiar face before him, the stall owner's pupils contracted in shock. He stared at Uchiha Zeng as if seeing a ghost. You're that Uchiha. So you do remember me. Zanki immediately recognized the stall owner, who had caused him quite a bit of extra work back in the day. Don't worry, I'm no longer with the Konoha police force. Zanki patted the stall owner on the shoulder and continued walking. This scene was witnessed by the other Konoha villagers. They're real Uchiha. They're really Uchiha. Someone just recognized them. I knew it. See that young Uchiha? He doesn't look much different from when he was a kid. He used to come to my shop to eat all the time. How is this possible? Wasn't the Uchiha clan wiped out? How did so many of them suddenly reappear? Who cares about the reason? The Uchiha were always part of Konoha. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 15 of them. If they're all Uchiha, then the Uchiha clan can rebuild in Konoha. That's great. With the Uchiha back, Konoha's military strength will get a significant boost. Isn't it a bit too soon to be celebrating? I feel like there's some tension between the Uchiha shinobi and the village's shinobi. Upon realizing that the newcomers were indeed Uchiha, the street quickly grew lively again. Large numbers of villagers who heard the news rushed over, filling the area with excitement, as if it were a festival. As for the Uchiha themselves, at first, they hadn't given much thought to the change in their route. But soon, they noticed that the villagers who once lived alongside them now looked at them with surprise, curiosity, and confusion. When the villagers recognized their identities, their expressions shifted to shock, disbelief, and finally, joy, excitement, and even cheers. Being the center of attention, especially in front of the villagers who once shared their home, felt quite satisfying to the naturally proud Uchiha. However, they couldn't help but wonder when the Uchiha clan had become so popular in Konoha. Cheering and welcoming them with such enthusiasm. Did they really think we'd return to Konoha and continue to burn for the will of fire? How laughable. Once they looked down on us with cold eyes, and only now, after losing us, do they realize our importance. Now that we've reappeared, they want things to return to how they were. Too late. At this moment, the expressions of the Konoha villagers were filled with joy, curiosity, excitement, anticipation, and, for a select few, unease and concern as they remembered the past. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Izumi, Zanki, and the others remained calm, their faces showing no sign of emotion. Chapter 193, Chapter 193. Amid the cheers of the oblivious Konoha villagers, welcoming the Uchiha group as if they were returning heroes, the Uchiha continued their journey. Behind them, the Konoha shinobi exchanged bewildered glances. Since when were the Uchiha clan so warmly received by the villagers? Asuma lit a cigarette, clearly confused. He was well aware of the Uchiha's reputation in Konoha in the past. Kakashi, watching Sasuke and the others from behind, spoke calmly. People tend to view the deceased with great sympathy. After the Uchiha clan was wiped out, even villagers who didn't think highly of them began to pay their respects and shed tears. After all, regardless of how strained relations were, we were all still part of the same village. It's this sense of belonging that leads the villagers to greet the Uchiha so enthusiastically now. And also. At this point, Kakashi's gaze flickered, but he didn't continue. He knew there was another reason. The Uchiha had never had a harmonious relationship with the villagers. Some of it was due to the Uchiha's own personality traits, but most of it was due to Konoha's leadership fueling the division. How much real conflict could there have been between ordinary villagers and the Uchiha? With the Uchiha's pride, they rarely interacted with the average villager. The only point of contact was when the Uchiha police force was enforcing the law. You could say they were strict and unfeeling in their duties. But their enforcement wasn't personal, they treated every villager, shinobi, and even noble clans equally. So what if you were a member of the Sarutobi clan, or your uncle was the Third Hokage? To the Uchiha, you were all subject to the same treatment. In that sense, the villagers only found the Uchiha difficult to deal with and emotionally distant. It never reached the point of hatred or fear. The true source of animosity was Konoha's leadership, who, through various manipulations, isolated the Uchiha and distorted their image in the eyes of the village. As for who those leaders were, well, the dead deserve some respect, so it's better not to mention it. It wasn't until after the Uchiha clan was massacred that the villagers realized they hadn't been as terrible as they were made out to be. Their law enforcement had been strict but fair, treating everyone equally. For the common people, fairness was paramount. Now, with the current members of the Konoha police force being much more lenient, their efficiency had dropped compared to when the Uchiha were in charge. Tasks that once ran smoothly were now handled poorly. In light of this comparison, many villagers began to remember the Uchiha fondly. Moreover, upon reflection, they realized the Uchiha had never truly wronged them. The Uchiha hadn't taken advantage of them or threatened them with violence, so why had they been so fearful and hostile back then? In addition, the destruction of the Uchiha weakened Konoha both in terms of military power and overall influence, leading to a decrease in commissioned missions and a downturn in the village's economy. So, with the Uchiha's return, the villagers felt a mix of expectation and guilt. This combination of emotions was what led to the current scene of overwhelming enthusiasm. But, they've forgotten one thing: the Uchiha of today are not the Uchiha of the past. Watching the excited villagers, Kakashi sighed deeply. At the same time, Jiraiya had figured out Gensu's intentions. He's really put us in a tight spot, huh? Jiraiya said with a bitter smile. The Uchiha would soon leave. And when the villagers saw the Uchiha depart without looking back, showing no attachment to Konoha, how would they react? They might not understand the full situation, but their basic instincts would lead them to blame the Konoha leadership. And the truth was, Konoha's higher-ups had indeed played a less than honorable role in the Uchiha's downfall. After all, it was they who gave Itachi the order to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan, from the elderly to the children, regardless of their involvement in any disputes. If Itachi had refused, they would have carried out the task themselves. Gensu's methods are truly impressive. Not only has he sown discord within Konoha, but he's also strengthened the Uchiha's unity, Jiraiya observed, shaking his head as he watched the Uchiha walk through the village without hesitation, their resolve only growing stronger in the face of the villagers' cheers. Next to him, Tsunade, feeling increasingly trapped in her role, quipped, "Great, I'll resign out of shame. You can take over as Hokage." Tsunade was genuinely speaking from the heart. The longer she stayed in the position, the more stifled she felt by the mess left behind by the third Hokage. Jiraiya was startled by her words and quickly waved his hands, saying, "No way. Especially not now, Tsunade. You can't just step down in the middle of all this." For the next while, Jiraiya did his best to dissuade her. Meanwhile, at the front of the Uchiha group, faced with the enthusiastic cheers of the villagers and their barrage of questions, Uchiha Izumi smiled but maintained a distant demeanor. It wasn't until she spotted a dango shop she hadn't visited in a long time that her eyes lit up. "It's been so long since I've had dango from this place. I'll go grab some." Seeing this, Zanki, feeling a bit nostalgic himself, headed towards a dango stand he used to frequent. Their actions didn't stem from any lingering attachment to Konoha. On the contrary, it was precisely because they had no attachments left that they wanted to savor these last moments. Seeing their clanmates scattering to different places, Sasuke thought for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the Ichiraku ramen shop not far away. "Welcome. One bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen." Sasuke entered the empty Ichiraku ramen shop, taking in the unchanged surroundings, though the familiar yellow-haired figure who used to sit here wasn't present. As he had done in the past, Sasuke ordered a bowl of ramen. "Got it," came the energetic reply from Tucci, the ramen shop owner, who never lost his passion for his work. Before long, a steaming bowl of ramen, rich in flavor, was placed in front of Sasuke. It was only then that Tucci finally looked at the customer. At first glance, the man seemed familiar, but Tucci couldn't quite place him. Then, a light bulb went off, and Tucci's eyes lit up. "Sasuke." "Yeah," Sasuke nodded calmly. "It really is you. It's been so long. I remember you always used to come here with Naruto." "That's right." Sasuke picked up his chopsticks and began eating quickly. Curious, Tucci asked, "Will you be coming around more often? It's been a while since I last saw you." "I won't be coming back. I'm a rogue ninja now," Sasuke stated plainly. "Won't be coming back. That's too bad. Even if you're a rogue wait, what? A rogue ninja?" Tucci's face froze as the realization hit him. He had almost forgotten that Sasuke's surname was Uchiha, and that 2 years ago, the last remaining Uchiha had defected from the village, a story that had caused quite a stir. But age had dulled his memory, and it wasn't until Sasuke himself reminded him that it all came flooding back. So, should I report him now? Chapter 194, Chapter 194. Sasuke didn't pay any attention to Tucci's confusion. After quickly finishing his ramen and revisiting childhood memories, he paid for the meal and stood up, ready to leave. Suddenly, Sakura appeared in the shop. Sasuke. Throughout the whole time, Sakura had been keeping an eye on Sasuke. Noticing him head toward Ichiraku Ramen, she quietly broke away from the Konoha forces, coming here for a chance to meet him again. Now, standing face to face with Sasuke, just a meter apart, Sakura's face was filled with both excitement and a hint of complexity. To be fair, although they had met before, this was the first time they had been this close since Sasuke had left the village. Sasuke, Sakura began, eager to say something. But understanding what she wanted to say, Sasuke shook his head and interrupted, Sakura, you've grown up. Sakura was startled. As she instinctively wondered what Sasuke meant by that, was it a compliment on her maturity? Sasuke continued, now that you've grown up, Sakura, you should understand what the adult world is like. There are some things that Naruto, the simple fool, will never understand. But you, Sakura, you can. So I'll explain one last time. Afterward, you can pass the message to Naruto as well. In the Ichiraku Ramen shop, Sasuke had made up his mind. With a calm expression, he revealed his true thoughts to Sakura. Sakura, we can't go back to the way things were. Sasuke. You can still, Sakura tried to say something, panic evident on her face. But just as the words formed, she realized she didn't know how to continue. She wasn't like Naruto, who had the unyielding spirit to keep fighting against all odds, no matter how faint the hope. She was smart and realistic. And precisely because of this, even though she was madly in love, she couldn't deny the truth deep down. After everything that had happened, both before and today, she knew it was almost impossible for Sasuke to return. So when Sasuke said, we can't go back, she instinctively wanted to refute it but found she couldn't come up with a reason. In fact, she wasn't entirely sure why she had come here. It had been a reflex. Perhaps, deep down, she simply wanted a clear and complete answer. And so, Sasuke gave her the answer she sought. The bond of Team 7 still remains in my heart, I haven't cut it off. But, Sakura, I've found new bonds, more bonds that matter to me. I now understand why I live, and the hatred that once consumed me no longer weighs on my heart. In the adult world, choices must be made. The childish desire to hold onto everything, that's something for kids, and Naruto. I'm sorry, but I've chosen my new bonds. With that, Sasuke nodded to Sakura, brushed past her, and left the shop. Sakura wanted to reach out and stop him, but remembering what he had just said, she felt powerless and let her hand drop. Sasuke. In the end, she could only stand there alone, tears streaming down her face. The news of the Uchiha clan's reappearance spread through Konoha like wildfire, and no matter how much the village leadership tried to suppress it, they couldn't stop it. More and more villagers, eager to catch a glimpse of the Uchiha, rushed to the streets. The village was far livelier today than usual. However, the excitement didn't last long. As time passed, although the Uchiha occasionally stopped to buy things, they didn't linger, continuing their march toward the village gates. The villagers, familiar with the layout of the village, soon noticed the Uchiha's trajectory. As they neared the village gates, the villagers started whispering among themselves. Looks like they're heading out of the village. Are they going on a mission? What kind of mission requires so many people, and all of them Uchiha? Have you noticed how cold they seem? They're barely acknowledging anyone. Aren't they always like that? No, this is different. Did you notice? None of the Uchiha are wearing Konoha headbands. And look at that big group of Konoha shinobi following them. They don't look happy. What's going on? The initial excitement began to give way to suspicion as many villagers sensed something was off. Soon enough, the Uchiha reached the village gates, and without answering any of the villagers' questions, they walked through without hesitation, not even sparing a glance back as they left. The villagers who had followed them this far were stunned. The previously lively atmosphere fell into silence. Why did they leave without saying anything? Wait, aren't the Uchiha part of Konoha? Why are they leaving? Even if they were going on a mission, they'd need to check in at the gate first. Someone else scoffed, already piecing it together. Is it possible that they're no longer part of Konoha? Naturally, this remark sparked a flurry of responses, some in agreement, others in denial. But the Uchiha have always been part of Konoha. They were, but after the massacre, maybe they aren't anymore. The massacre was Itachi Uchiha's doing. What does that have to do with Konoha? Now that I think about it, isn't it strange? Back then, they said only one Uchiha boy named Sasuke survived, and everyone else was dead. So where did all these Uchiha come from? Are you saying the village lied to us? That they hid something? The discussion at the village gates grew louder. Then, someone finally said it out loud. Stop deluding yourselves. These surviving Uchiha are no longer part of Konoha. In fact, they might even be Konoha's enemies now. If they weren't, why else would so many Konoha shinobi be following them? Are they escorting them? No. They're watching them. These words plunged the crowd into silence once again. Before long, the mass of villagers slowly turned their heads to look at the Konoha shinobi who had followed the Uchiha. The Konoha shinobi remained silent. Seeing this, the villagers fell silent as well. They didn't understand politics or grand strategies. But they knew this: the Uchiha had lived in Konoha since its founding. They were one of its elder clans. For the few remaining Uchiha to leave so decisively, without looking back, there had to be something terribly wrong. And the problem wasn't with the Uchiha, who had left their home. No. The problem lay within the village itself, with those who held power in Konoha. At that moment, the villagers looked at the Konoha shinobi. The atmosphere had never felt colder. Chapter 195, Chapter 195. Looks like the will of fire hasn't fully brainwashed everyone, huh? Perched atop Konoha's outer wall with one leg dangling, Jensen watched the shifting expressions of the Konoha villagers below and chuckled. No one was going to take advantage of him so easily. Next, he'd leave it to Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the rest to figure out how to explain the Uchiha situation to the villagers and calm the rare internal turmoil in the village. Konoha, the proud village founded by the two great clans, now, only Tsunade remained from the Senju clan, and the Uchiha were all but wiped out. The few remaining Uchiha had no attachment to Konoha and left without looking back. If anyone believed the village wasn't at fault for this, they'd have to be fooling themselves. Also, now that Itachi's matter is resolved, it's time to tell Sasuke and the others the truth about the Uchiha massacre. We can't afford to let others with ill intentions exploit the situation and stir up unnecessary trouble. With one last glance at the lively villagers below, Jensen's figure swayed like a feather in the wind before disappearing from sight. A short while later, in a deserted alley of Konoha, Obito and Zetsu emerged from the ground. I didn't expect someone as powerful as Itachi to die here, White Zetsu remarked, genuinely surprised. Black Zetsu, now reattached to White Zetsu's body, said indifferently, Itachi was suffering from a terminal illness, and his strength had already diminished. Facing Sasuke and the other Uchiha trained by Gensu, it's not surprising he couldn't hold his own. That makes sense. But White Zetsu turned to Obito, puzzled. Madara-sama, wasn't Sasuke supposed to be the last Uchiha from Konoha? Where did all these others come from? Obito's face twitched slightly. He was also confused by this development. Looking back, he could only conclude that the old Uchiha survivors had been far more cunning than he'd given them credit for, hiding away and playing a long game. Whoever said the Uchiha were only about brute force clearly underestimated their ability to scheme. 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. Madara, have you thought about how to deal with them? Black Zetsu asked, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Obito. Obito's spiraled face darkened. First Itachi, and now 3 more Uchiha with Manjiki Sharingan, and he didn't even know what unique abilities their eyes held. Obito felt immense pressure. The only consolation was that unlike him, they hadn't implanted Hashirama's cells, meaning they'd still be vulnerable to blindness from overusing their powers. But if Sasuke were to combine his eyes with Itachi's to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, it would be a whole different story. Fortunately, the people who knew the full truth about the Uchiha massacre, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, and Itachi Uchiha, were all dead. The remaining 2 Konoha elders only knew bits and pieces, so they wouldn't be able to explain anything to Sasuke. Now, only Obito himself, who had been directly involved in the massacre, knew the entire story. Obito was confident that by revealing part of the truth, he could persuade Sasuke to turn his anger toward Konoha. And if he could provoke a full-blown conflict between Gensu's faction, Konoha, and the other great nations, sparking a major war, it would be even better. With this in mind, Obito said calmly, whether it's the Uchiha or the Manjiki Sharingan, we have no direct conflict with Gensu. The Akatsuki's mission remains the collection of the tailed beasts. Everything else is secondary. Of course, if we can add fuel to the fire and escalate the current tensions in the shinobi world, making them too preoccupied to deal with the Akatsuki's actions, all the better. Obito no longer intended to have Pain directly attack Konoha and start the 4th Great Ninja War in such a high-profile manner. Let Gensu attract the attention of the shinobi world while the Akatsuki quietly accelerated their plan to gather the tailed beasts, that would be far more advantageous. Hearing Obito's reasoning, Black Zetsu silently approved. Though there were some unexpected developments, Obito's response was reasonable. The focus was still on collecting the tailed beasts, which aligned with Black Zetsu's goals. With that settled, Black Zetsu decided it didn't need to take any immediate action. Gensu would remain a potential trump card for later. For now, Obito could continue fulfilling his mission. Black Zetsu fell quiet. Obito then turned to White Zetsu and asked, where is Uzumaki Naruto? To the Akatsuki, capturing the other tailed beasts was relatively straightforward, they already had leads on most of them. The only major challenges were the 8 tails and 9 tails. The Jinchuriki of the 8 tails was formidable and highly valued within the Hidden Cloud village, being the Raikage's brother. Capturing him would likely require either Pain or Obito himself to act. As for the Ninetales, the most powerful and unique of all the tailed beasts, Obito was puzzled by Naruto's absence during the recent major events in Konoha. He turned to White Zetsu for an explanation. Apparently, he's gone off for secret training somewhere. White Zetsu relayed the intelligence they had gathered. Secret training? Obito frowned. White Zetsu nodded, then seemed to remember something and added with a mischievous grin, but we did find a substitute for the Ninetales, a boy with a significant amount of the Ninetales chakra sealed inside him. Ninetales chakra. A boy. Obito's eyes gleamed with interest. If necessary, we could use this substitute for now. Meanwhile, after their successful revenge and departure from Konoha, the Uchiha moved swiftly through the forest, feeling the freedom of the wide world once again. Gensu soon caught up to them. When the Uchiha saw him, their expressions immediately turned serious, and they called out in unison, "Gensu-sama." Jensen nodded and gave his orders, head 3 kilometers to an old, abandoned Uchiha base and rest there for a while. Understood, the Uchiha responded promptly, adjusting their course. Although their visual prowess had improved after the battle, their physical strength and chakra reserves were depleted. They needed to rest before continuing their journey. To avoid any unexpected complications, Gensu also planned to reveal the truth to them there. It didn't take long before the group crossed through dense, pathless woodland and arrived at an old base covered in moss and vines, resembling a small pyramid. At its peak, the Uchiha clan had established several secret bases across the Land of Fire, and this was one of them. It was also the location where Sasuke and Itachi had their final battle in the original story. Gensu gestured for Sasuke to follow him. Confused, Sasuke complied, and they ascended to the rooftop of the base. Standing before a crumbling wall bearing the Uchiha's fan emblem, Gensu gazed out at the vast forest below and said softly, "Itachi is dead. It's time for you to know the truth about the night of the Uchiha massacre." "The truth of that night?" Sasuke murmured, momentarily stunned. But his expression quickly returned to normal as he asked, "Konoha was involved, wasn't it?" It was clear that Sasuke had already suspected this. Gensu looked at him and replied, "Yes, but that's only part of it." Chapter 196, Chapter 196. Between people, many emotions exist. The most representative are undeniably the bonds between mother and child, father and son, and romantic love between men and women. The bond between brothers, however, often pales in comparison to these. But for the Uchiha clan, it was different. And for Itachi, it was an exception among exceptions. For the sake of his younger brother Sasuke's survival, he killed his parents, his relatives, his friends, and even his entire clan. Such a brotherly bond is unprecedented and unparalleled. Gensu revealed the truth he knew to Sasuke. This included both his memories from his past life and the information he had extracted through ocular techniques from Danzo's mind during the many times he had killed him. He neither exaggerated nor inserted his own subjective thoughts. After listening to the full story, Sasuke was left stunned, his mind swirling with chaotic emotions. It took a long while. Finally, Sasuke's eyes moved, and he looked at Gensu, speaking with difficulty, his voice hoarse and strained. "So, Uchiha Itachi killed the entire clan for my sake." The truth was too shocking, completely overturning everything Sasuke had believed. Yet Sasuke didn't doubt Gensu. To him, Gensu was now the elder he trusted most in this world. Gensu didn't need to lie or conceal anything from him. Thus, he didn't ask whether what Gensu said was true. Instead, he focused on the most critical aspect of this truth: Itachi killed the entire clan, for me. If this were true, how could he face Zanki, Izumi, and the others who had lost their families? In response, Gensu's tone remained calm as he explained, "To be more precise, it was for Konoha and for you." Sasuke clenched his fists. Konoha. Yes. Itachi was an anomaly within the Uchiha clan, someone who loved Konoha more than his own family. I have to admit, Konoha's indoctrination was impressively effective, even I have to respect that. Gensu sighed slightly. He continued, "At the time, the Uchiha clan was on the verge of a coup, and Konoha's higher-ups had already decided to wipe out the Uchiha. Itachi, for your sake and his ideals, chose to side with Konoha. In fact, he had another choice. Since he could turn the blade against the Uchiha, he could have done the same to Konoha's leaders. With his strength, if he had teamed up with the Uchiha clan and struck first, they stood a decent chance of eliminating Konoha's leadership. With a decisive blow, he could have become the fifth Hokage, protecting both the Uchiha clan and you while continuing to serve Konoha as its guiding force. As for the minor chaos and bloodshed caused by a coup, it would have been insignificant compared to the complete annihilation of the powerful Uchiha clan, which severely weakened Konoha's strength and reputation. But he didn't choose that option. Sasuke took a deep breath, his tone steady. In his mind, images of Itachi tapping his forehead before dying flashed, mingling with childhood memories of their time together. Slowly, Sasuke's heart began to accept the truth Gensu had laid out. Gensu nodded. If it were you, Sasuke, you would have made that choice. But Itachi, he was a devout follower of the will of fire. Just like your friend, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, and Itachi. Gensu's comparison caught Sasuke off guard. He had never thought to link these two individuals together. After all, their personalities, words, and actions were worlds apart. The only similarity. As Jensen said. The will of fire's successor, heh. Sasuke let out a cold laugh. Lord Gensou, Sasuke asked, his voice filled with doubt, why? Why did Itachi come back this time? Because he had no choice, Jensen replied coolly. Once Sasuke had been taken under Jensen's wing, and once Jensen had taken Shirsui's Manjikyu Sharingan from Itachi, Itachi's original plan, to keep Sasuke in the dark about the truth and have him return to Konoha, was no longer viable. Knowing that, in the final moments of his life, when faced with the choice between the village and you, he ultimately chose you. He hoped to use his life to help you awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan and offer his own eyes to you. With the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, you would no longer have anything to fear in the shinobi world. Gensu's gaze fell on the sealing scroll tied to Sasuke's waist. This is Itachi's final wish. When you return, prepare for the surgery. Let your eyes evolve into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. This was the level Madara himself once reached. Sasuke grasped the scroll containing Itachi's body. After a long pause, as the weight of the new revelation sank in, he nodded resolutely, Itachi, I understand now. Then, in a cold, firm voice, he asked, so, the root of it all was the Konoha higher-ups deciding to wipe out the Uchiha clan, right, Lord Gensou? To be fair, the Uchiha started the coup first, Gensou stated honestly. But yes, the Konoha leadership, in deciding to wipe out even those Uchiha who were unaware or opposed to the coup, was indeed ruthlessly extreme. In the end, it was their fear of the Uchiha's power that led them to such lengths. Fear of the Uchiha's power? Ha! Weren't the Uchiha's powers also Konoha's power? Sasuke laughed bitterly, almost losing his composure. Gensou waited for him to finish laughing before speaking again. Sasuke, you have to understand, average leaders don't want their subordinates to outshine them. But exceptional leaders value excellence in their ranks. Sasuke fell silent. In that moment, he felt fortunate that he and the surviving Uchiha had been able to take refuge under Gensou's leadership. If it had been any other faction, upon learning that the Uchiha now possessed 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, they would have been anxious, thinking of ways to suppress them or even wipe them out completely, just like Konoha had done. Sasuke glanced deeply at Gensou. He wasn't someone who expressed his emotions easily, like Naruto. But in his heart, he held immense respect for Gensou, the man who had given him light and hope in the darkness. Though he wouldn't say it out loud, he had already come to see Gensou as a family figure, someone akin to a parent. His future eternal Manjikyu Sharingan would forever serve this man. However, there was still one matter that he had to clarify. Lord Gensou, who were the Konoha higher-ups involved back then? Sasuke's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, Danzo, Konoha's advisor, Mitokedo Hamura, and Udatain Koharu, Gensou explained. Hiruzen is already dead. Danzo was killed by me. The only ones left are Hamura and Koharu, 2 old relics who are remarkably good at surviving. Chapter 197, Chapter 197. The fact that Hamura and Koharu survived all the way into Boruto showcases their exceptional ability to stay alive. Gensou had experienced this firsthand. While in Konoha, when he had a moment to spare, he had gone looking for them. Despite the large-scale commotion in the village, they hadn't shown up, and he had no idea where they were hiding. Their ability to remain calm under pressure was truly impressive. Mitokedo Hamura. Udatain Koharu. Sasuke silently repeated their names in his mind. From Gensou's explanation, Sasuke had actually been more eager to go after the 2 who directly planned and orchestrated the Uchiha massacre, the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura. Unfortunately, Danzo had already died at Gensou's hands. As for the third Hokage, who had died even earlier, Sasuke's eyes grew cold. He recalled the times when, as a child, the third Hokage would visit him with a kind and caring expression. What should have been fond memories now left him feeling disgusted. It had been the third Hokage who ultimately decided to wipe out the Uchiha clan. His survival was not due to the third's mercy, but because Itachi had negotiated for his life in exchange for becoming the executioner of his own family. This man, the hidden mastermind behind the Uchiha's downfall, had continued to act as if nothing had happened, playing the role of a benevolent elder who offered warmth and encouragement to Sasuke. Did he never feel any disgust for his own hypocrisy? Looking back on those moments when he had been touched by the third's concern, Sasuke now felt utterly repulsed. The will of fire. What a joke. By the way, there's another person, Gensou added. It wasn't just Itachi who wiped out the Uchiha clan. Another Uchiha, someone with the Manjikyu Sharingan, was involved. He wore an orange spiral mask and called himself Madara. Of course, he's not. As I thought, there was another Manjiki Sharingan user, Sasuke muttered. He had tried to learn this from Itachi, but his brother had kept silent. Now, he had learned the truth from Gensou. Gensou explained further, the reason I'm telling you this now is that you're finally strong enough to handle it. If I had told you earlier, it would have only caused unnecessary distress. I understand, Lord Gensou, Sasuke said with a determined nod. Whether it's Hamura, Koharu, or that other Uchiha with the Manjiki Sharingan, I will personally deal with them and put an end to the Uchiha massacre once and for all. Gensou smiled. Perfect. Soon, we'll meet that Uchiha, and you may encounter him sooner than you expect. Prepare yourself. But before that, you should think about how you're going to explain the truth to Zanki and the others. Hearing this, Sasuke's fierce determination wavered, and his face froze for a moment. He had almost forgotten about that. He looked at Gensou with a pleading expression. But Gensou merely turned his back on him, offering no help. This was not something he was good at, nor was it something he wanted to witness. Sasuke had no choice but to head down from the rooftop, his face heavy with the burden of the truth. Although he didn't want to face it, he couldn't keep the truth hidden from the others. Soon enough, Gensou, who remained on the rooftop, heard the sounds of shock, anger, and confrontation coming from below. He shook his head. Outbursts of raw emotion like this were always something he preferred to avoid. Better to wait it out. Half an hour later, which was shorter than expected, Jensen descended from the rooftop and rejoined the group of Uchiha. Looking around, he noticed that while everyone's emotions seemed to have shifted somewhat, their attitudes towards Sasuke hadn't changed much. Things appeared to have settled peacefully. With the Uchiha, there was no room for mind games. If they weren't satisfied, there would have been a fight. Jensen didn't ask any further questions. Based on what he knew about the group, even if they learned the full truth about the massacre, they wouldn't easily forgive Itachi. After all, Itachi had sided with Konoha, accepted their orders, and slaughtered his own clan. Sasuke, too, was conflicted. Could he hate Itachi? Knowing that his brother had done everything for his sake made it hard to hold on to that hatred. But the fact that Itachi had sided with Konoha rather than his clan, despite understanding Itachi's ideals, still filled Sasuke with resentment, perhaps even anger. To betray one's own blood for the sake of the so-called will of fire. For someone like Sasuke, who viewed his clan as his family, it was something he could never fully understand or accept. Whatever the case, Itachi was now dead. And for Sasuke and the other Uchiha, one thing remained clear, their hatred toward Konoha had only deepened. Gensou, seeing this, chose not to add fuel to the fire and instead gave a brief command before leading the group onward. Before, they had been a mix of 3 Tomo and 2 Tomo Sharingan users. Now, they had 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan and the rest had fully evolved 3 Tomo. As the Uchiha reunited with their longtime allies, the Hagoromo clan, the ripples of their actions spread swiftly across the shinobi world. The Uchiha clan, once thought to have been annihilated, had resurfaced, and Itachi Uchiha had been slain, by none other than his younger brother, Sasuke, with the help of several other Uchiha who had seemingly come from nowhere. And the battle had taken place right inside Konoha. Witnessed by many, it had sparked dissatisfaction among Konoha's villagers, directed at the village's leadership. These events reignited the long-dormant tensions in the shinobi world. In a hidden underground base in the land of rice fields, Orochimaru, who had been lying low for the past 2 years, fiddled with a face mask in his hands while reading the latest news from the shinobi world, provided by Kabuto. His long tongue flicked across his lips as he let out a cold laugh. Itachi, finally dead, huh? Kabuto adjusted his glasses. According to reports, he was killed by Sasuke and some other Uchiha. Who would have thought there were still so many of them? The most remarkable one is still Uchiha Sasuke. Especially now that he has Itachi's eyes, Orochimaru's face was filled with greed and regret. He had come so close to obtaining Sasuke back then. But with so many Uchiha still alive, this could work in his favor. Even if he couldn't get Sasuke, he could lower his sights and go after one of the other Uchiha. His living corpse reincarnation technique was nearing its limit. Orochimaru glanced at his hands, which now looked completely normal. After scouring through the archives of the Uzumaki clan and finding the Reaper Death Seal mask before Jensen could, Orochimaru had managed to restore his arms and reclaim his full strength. He had even discovered that the souls of the former Hokage were no longer sealed, which was great news for him. Now, he was back to his peak condition. It was time to search for a new body. And the Uchiha were always his first choice. The Sharingan. It was a prize he was determined to claim. Chapter 198, Chapter 198. The desire for the Sharingan was not exclusive to Orochimaru. Another old classmate of Orochimaru, who was also a scientist and viewed Gensou as his idol since childhood, had made it his life goal to become someone like him. This rogue ninja, formerly of Konoha, had been fascinated with the various Kekkei Genkai and aspired to collect them as Gensou did. In the mountains on the border between the lands of earth and grass, Hirako was conducting experiments on synthetic creatures on his operating table. When he heard reports from his subordinates regarding the explosive news from the outside world, his blood-stained hands trembled as he gripped the shoulder of the messenger, his eyes burning with intensity as he demanded the information be repeated. His subordinate complied and detailed the events once again. After listening, Hirako's mood visibly improved as he remarked, "I thought the only remaining Sharingan users were Kakashi, Sasuke, and Itachi. Who would have thought so many more would suddenly emerge? What a pleasant surprise." To complete his Chimera technique, Hirako had selected 5 specific Kekkei, one of which was the Sharingan. He had secretly implanted a puppet technique on young Kakashi and had been targeting him ever since. The reason he hadn't gone after the 2 true Uchiha was simple. Itachi, who had wiped out his entire clan, was a terrifying force. Hirako didn't dare provoke him. As for Sasuke, Hirako had considered it, but 2 years ago, Sasuke had aligned himself with Gensou. And there was no way he was going to cross his childhood idol. It's always best to pick the weakest target, and Kakashi was the softest option available. But now, Hirako had plenty more options. Although these new Uchiha had also joined Gensou's faction, Gensou couldn't possibly protect all of them at once. Hirako could take one, relieve his idol of some of the burden. What more could a dedicated fan do? Just thinking about it makes me so happy. With so many fresh candidates, Hirako's excitement grew as he resolved to accelerate the progress of his Chimera technique. Once he perfected it, he would proudly present his work to Gensou, hoping for his admiration. And if, by some chance, he could absorb Gensou himself into the Chimera, it would be the ultimate form of success. Not everyone was as ambitious in their pursuit of the Sharingan. Those without Uchiha blood who transplanted the Sharingan couldn't deactivate it, meaning their chakra was constantly being drained. Even a genius like Kakashi, after implanting a single Sharingan, had to adjust his fighting style, becoming the infamous 50-50 Kakashi, with his limited chakra capacity becoming a unit of measurement. For others, the cost was even greater. In contrast, the Byakugan, which stood on par with the Sharingan, had no such limitations. Anyone could implant it and use it freely, just like the members of the Hyuga clan. It was because of this difference that the Hyuga clan developed the caged bird seal and divided the clan into the main and branch families, a practice that continues to this day. That said, while Orochimaru and Hirako were focused on obtaining the Sharingan itself, most of the shinobi world's factions were more concerned with the growing power behind it, the influence of Gensou. 3 Manjikyu Sharingan, 12 3-Tomo Sharingan, and the long-hidden strength of the Hagoromo clan. The combination of Uchiha and Hagoromo is now reminiscent of the days when the Uchiha and Senju jointly founded Konoha. Without realizing it, Gensou's power has grown this immense, said Inoki, the 3rd Hokage, frowning as he reviewed intelligence reports from Konoha in his office. After the Five Kage summit, they had all agreed, in appearance, to unite against Gensou. But in reality, Inoki, and likely others, had privately entertained the idea of forming secret alliances with Gensou to use him to their own advantage. However, they had never found Gensou's whereabouts and had thus remained inactive. Until now. This situation makes that impossible now, Inoki muttered, shaking his head. If it were just Gensou alone, it wouldn't be a problem, no matter how powerful he was. He could not destabilize the rule of the hidden villages. But now, with the combined might of both the Uchiha and Hagoromo clans, Gensou's forces were nearly as powerful as a great shinobi village on their own. When wolves get hungry, they want meat, not grass. And the ninja under Gensou's command were hungry wolves, wielding immense power, who had once been cast aside and were now seeking to reclaim their place. But the amount of meat on the table had always remained the same, and the people seated there had long since established a system of mutual benefit. There was no room for a disruptive outsider with a voracious appetite to join them. To secretly align with Jensen now would be like inviting a wolf into the fold. Having made up his mind, Inoki declared, "It's time to expand the jurisdiction and personnel of the Joint Investigation Department. We can no longer operate in a fragmented manner like before. And we need to go all out." The Iwagakure forces quickly took action. Meanwhile, Kirigakure, despite keeping a close eye on Gensou, had been slower to react to events on the continent due to their overseas location. But just as they began to consider taking action, news of the Six Tails Jinchuriki's defection shifted their focus, forcing them to urgently dispatch a team to retrieve him. The Three Tails had still not been recaptured, leaving only the Six Tails to safeguard Kirigakure. Given that Jinchuriki often served as decisive tools in times of war, Kirigakure couldn't afford to lose the Six Tails. Coincidentally, there had been a near disaster in Kimogakure involving the Eight Tails. However, it wasn't due to defection. Instead, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, had attempted to slip away from the village to travel and perfect his musical skills. It had been a close call. The only reason B hadn't succeeded was that the 4th Hokage, A, had just finished a 2-year training regimen of intense study of various secret techniques from across the shinobi world. During a break, A had sought out his brother B for some bonding time, only to discover B sneaking off. After a long chase, Killer Bee received a powerful lesson in sibling love from his brother's iron fists. Following this, A locked B in Kumogakure's Thunder Valley to force him to reflect and train. As for A himself, he returned to the Raikage office, where intelligence from Konoha and a letter from Inoki had been gathering dust. Uchiha and Hagoromo. A scanned the Konoha intelligence reports and showed no outward reaction. Unlike others, he had been wary of Gensu from the beginning. Although he was somewhat surprised by the Uchiha's resurgence, he wasn't shocked. He had always suspected this day would come. A then opened Inoki's letter and quickly skimmed through it. He snorted derisively, muttering. You were quiet earlier, and now you're trying to act. That old man Inoki always waits until things are slipping out of his control before scrambling to fix them. Still, despite his irritation, A had no choice but to cooperate under the current circumstances. The 5 great shinobi villages could fight among themselves all they wanted. But they would never allow an outsider to take the spoils. That had been true in the past, and it was still true now. Chapter 199, Chapter 199. As the tides of conflict shifted, the shinobi villages of Iwagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Konoha, as well as Sunagakure, which had come to follow Konoha's lead, all began to take action in response to the growing threat of Gensu. Naturally, the Akatsuki, ever watchful of the great nations, took note of these movements. High atop the tower in Omegakure, hidden by a veil of rain, Pain gazed down upon the blurry village below. His expression was as indifferent as always. I can sense the coming of war, he muttered. Beside him, Konan stood quietly and asked, a war between the 5 great nations and Gensu. The major nations, who consider themselves the center of the world, will never peacefully relinquish their positions. They will continue to inflict the pain they've dealt to others upon any challenger, until those challengers kneel in agony and beg for mercy. It has always been this way, Pain coldly explained. Omegakure had experienced this same pain long ago. The once mighty Hanzo of the Salamander had fought against the likes of Sunagakure, Konoha, and Iwagakure to free his country from being a battlefield for the major nations. But in the end, even a demigod like Hanzo could not alter the will of the great nations. The 5 great nations would never allow a new power to rise among them. Not even a demigod could change that, and neither could someone who once stood alongside the gods. Gensu's emergence is rather timely, Konan remarked, her thoughts mirroring those of Uchiha Obito. If a war truly breaks out between Gensu and the 5 great nations, it will give Akatsuki the perfect opportunity to quietly collect the tailed beasts. After Itachi and Kisame's failure to capture the 9 tails, Akatsuki had been thrust into the spotlight of the great nations. Although they had kept a lower profile over the past 2 years, the major shinobi villages remained vigilant. If the great nations were to focus their efforts on Akatsuki, even with their S-rank criminals and Kage-level forces, Akatsuki would struggle to survive, let alone achieve their goal of collecting the tailed beasts. Fortunately, a new threat had emerged, Gensu and the combined power of the Uchiha and Hagoromo clans. This threat was far greater than Akatsuki, diverting the attention of the great nations. However, Pain, self-proclaimed as a god, had his own thoughts on Gensu. In the end, Gensu is bound by the vision of mortals. When Gensu had reappeared in the world, Pain had paid close attention, wondering if this man could disrupt his plans. But after 2 years of watching, Pain had realized that Gensu seemed content to live quietly, showing little interest in world affairs. Pain had briefly considered the possibility that Gensu was secretly laying the groundwork for something greater. Yet now, it seemed clear that Gensu, like many before him, was merely consolidating his strength for a predictable, mortal goal. Most likely, he would unite the Uchiha and Hagoromo clans to challenge the 5 great nations, aiming to secure his place as one of the rulers of the shinobi world. In the end, Gensu sought only power and influence for himself and his people. No matter how powerful someone was, as long as their actions were driven by self-interest, they would never be able to transcend the cycle of pain and conflict. They could never grasp the vision needed to bring true peace to the world. That was the role of a true god. Pain raised his head to the sky, looking up at the weeping heavens. Send word to Sasori. Suspend the plan to attack Sunagakure and capture the 1 tails. He and Daidara are to focus on locating the 3 tails. A major war is approaching, and Akatsuki must keep a low profile. The Jinchuriki of the 1 tails, 2 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails are all entrenched in the hidden villages. We'll capture them later. For now, focus our efforts on capturing the wild 3 tails, the 5 tails Jinchuriki who wanders outside the villages, and the 6 tails Jinchuriki who recently defected. Once they captured the 3, 5, and 6 tails, and once the great nations were weakened by war, Akatsuki would move in swiftly to claim the remaining tailed beasts and unleash the ultimate weapon to achieve true peace. Konan, ever loyal, had no objections. Who will capture the 5 tails and 6 tails, she asked. The 5 tails will be dealt with by Kakuzu and Haiden. As for the 6 tails, I'll handle it personally, Pain replied, extending his hand to feel the rain falling into his palm. Soon, new orders were issued throughout Akatsuki. Pain himself left a Megakure, though few noticed his departure. Meanwhile, the streets and alleys of the village had seen an unusual increase in stray cats. Meow. One particularly scruffy-looking orange cat, its fur deliberately dirted and its belly swollen with kittens, gazed up at the towering, pipe-covered buildings. It sniffed the air, catching the scent of gold. Back at Jensen's bright, spacious laboratory, Sasuke, his eyes tightly wrapped in bandages, heard the familiar sound of footsteps approaching and couldn't help but ask, "Gensu, is a war coming?" "War? What makes you ask that?" Gensu replied, casting a surprised glance at Sasuke. Sasuke explained, "The combined power of the Hagoromo and Uchiha clans is too great, especially with you leading them. Konoha and the other villages won't just sit idly by. After the way we marched through the village, Konoha won't take it lightly." Gensu chuckled. "It's good that you're thinking about such things." The Sasuke of old wouldn't have had room in his mind for anything beyond training and revenge. Concepts like the status and interests of the shinobi villages or the causes of war wouldn't have even crossed his mind. For Sasuke, growing stronger had been his sole focus. But since Gensu had taken him under his wing, forcing him to read through the extensive archives of the Hagoromo clan, Sasuke's perspective had broadened significantly. With more refinement, he would become a worthy leader for the Uchiha clan in the future. With that thought, Jensen nodded. Indeed, war is coming. Sasuke was about to speak, but Jensen's next words caught him off guard. But it won't be a war with the 5 great nations. Sasuke was confused. If not with the 5 great nations, then who? Jensen smiled faintly. People often focus on what they can see: land, population, money, resources, even love and peace. But in truth, there's only one thing truly worth pursuing above all else. What's that? Sasuke asked, intrigued. Eternity. Jensen gazed at his own hand, slowly curling his fingers into a fist. Time brings change. Lands shift, populations grow and shrink, wealth comes and goes, resources are exhausted, and even love and peace are fleeting. No matter how great a hero, there comes a day when they die. No matter how perfect a system of governance, it eventually deteriorates. This cycle repeats endlessly, that is the law of the world. But only eternity can transcend that law and change everything. And so, yes, war is coming. The target is Akatsuki. Chapter 200, Chapter 200. Akatsuki. Hearing the name immediately made Sasuke think of Itachi, clad in the organization's black robes with red clouds, and the time he and Naruto had faced Kisame, only to be completely overwhelmed despite their combined efforts. Sasuke couldn't understand why Gensu had set his sights on a mysterious organization composed of S-rank rogue ninjas, especially when it seemed to be connected to something as grand as eternity. Seeing that Gensu wasn't inclined to delve deeper into the topic, Sasuke didn't press further. For him now, it didn't matter whether the target was the 5 great nations or the Akatsuki. Whoever or whatever the enemy, as long as Gensu commanded, Sasuke would use his eyes without hesitation to eliminate all obstacles from their path. As Sasuke touched the bandages over his eyes, he felt it was time. And right then, Gensu spoke. "It's time. You can remove the bandages." Sasuke immediately complied. One by one, the bandages fell away, revealing his tightly closed eyes. Slowly, he opened them. What was once a pair of standard Mangekyo Sharingan had evolved. Before Jensen now were a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the 6-pointed star pattern overlain by a black, triangular windmill design. Sasuke had officially become the second Uchiha, after Madara, to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Gensu inspected the eyes, nodding in approval. "Take your time getting accustomed to them. It won't be long before you'll need them in full force." "Understood," Sasuke replied, before hastily heading toward the training grounds to test his new power. Meanwhile, Gensu remained in the lab, preparing for the next phase of his plan. That was, until Hanari arrived with new information. No sign of the Rinnegan in a Megakure. Gensu frowned as he opened the scroll Hanari handed him, the one marked with the clan's signature paw print. If the Akatsuki was the target, the first step was to focus on its leader, Pain. Neither Obito nor Black Zetsu was the current priority. Capturing Pain's Rinnegan and securing the Geto statue would allow Gensu to take control of the Ten-Tails and the Infinite Tsukuyomi. That would enable him to finally launch his true plan. To defeat Pain, it was crucial to locate him first. Since a Megakure had been closed off for years, Gensu had discreetly sent in the ninja cats to investigate. While other ninja might have been detected, who would suspect the presence of mere stray cats? By establishing connections with the local stray cats, Gensu's ninja cats had quietly gathered information, their presence unnoticed in the rain-soaked village. But the report was clear: neither Pain nor Konan had been seen in a Megakure for some time. Could they be away on a mission? Gensu pondered this possibility. Pain wouldn't remain in a Megakure indefinitely. Whether it was recruiting new members, carrying out missions for hire, or hunting Jinchuriki, Pain had a history of acting personally. Additionally, because of Nagato's weakened physical condition, Conan would always accompany him as a bodyguard. Anything significant happening in the shinobi world recently? Gensou asked Haneri. Without hesitation, Haneri replied, aside from the ongoing Uchiha and Konoha situation, Samui reports that the Fourth Hokage has confined the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki in the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. Meanwhile, intel from our Kirigakure contacts suggests a recent surge in pursuit activity by the Hunter Nin, likely tracking down a highly important defector. Though Haneri's intelligence network wasn't as vast as White Zetsu's, it was still effective. She didn't know that the Kirigakure traitor was the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, but Gensou quickly connected the dots. Escaping from Kirigakure, evading the Hunter Nin across the ocean to the mainland, this defector must be formidable, Gensou remarked. Being a rogue ninja was no easy task. Even a high-ranking jonin would struggle against the power of an entire hidden village. To make it to the mainland without being captured, the rogue had to possess extraordinary skill. Through a process of elimination, Gensou identified the most likely candidate from Kirigakure, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata. Jinchuriki always seemed to get into trouble. Recalling past events, Jensen knew that Utakata had indeed defected from Kirigakure during this period. And if he remembered correctly, Utakata's fate, like so many other Jinchuriki, was sealed when his tailed beast was extracted, leading to his death. The one responsible for his death. None other than Pain. Gensou's eyes gleamed. So, that's it. The intel aligns. At this moment, Pain was likely hunting the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. The location. Katsuragi Mountain, home to the Tsuchigumo clan. The image of a young, beautiful woman named Hataru, marred by the grotesque mark on her back, flashed through Gensou's mind. It seems we'll be meeting again soon, Jensen mused as he stood and made his way toward his office, issuing orders as he left. Bring Sasuke, Izumi, and Jin to my office. Understood. Haneri quickly departed to carry out his orders. 5 minutes later. Sasuke, Izumi, and Jin, who had been training to adapt to their new powers, stood before Gensou in his office. Gensou handed them 3 dossiers. Your next mission targets, he said calmly. Each of them opened their files, and the familiar image of the Akatsuki's black robes with red clouds greeted their eyes. After quickly scanning the dossiers, the 3 closed their files and looked back at Gensou, eager for the challenge. Understood, Gensou-sama, they replied in unison. Gensou gave a slight nod, then move out. In an instant, the 3 vanished from the room, leaving Gensou alone. He reached for another dossier on his desk. This one bore the name and image of Pain. It's time I made my move as well. And with that, Gensou's figure also disappeared from the office.